green, you're on. And when you're on, that's me and that's you. And so we just morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. I'm Jonathan Green, and looking forward to our first race of the day. We've got a full day here on the SpeedTour, which will involve Formula 4, FR Americas, we've got Trans Am, and of course SVRA coming your way. But I'm delighted to be joined by a young man who is going to be racing for Jay Howard next year, but he's now in the development program with Jay Howard, and he hopes to be doing exactly this and doing exactly what this man, Alex Berg, is doing right now, the Canadian who was here in the commentary booth yesterday, and he's now starting pole position. There he is. His name is Eric Wisniewski. You've got to get my pronunciation right, first and foremost. Go ahead.
Eric Wisniewski.
Got it. And Eric is in the Jay Howard development program. Tell us, first of all, what that is and why you're not here immediately this weekend.
So basically, Scott Goodyear and Tony Pirelli have put on this amazing program for younger drivers.
Yep.
So ages like 14, because obviously you have to be 15 years old to be an F4. So drivers that are 14 years old can now compete in Formula Development, which is a series that, so instead of competing with the actual F4 guys, you'll be competing in SVRA events in Group 2. And so that's really great because it teaches you close battling, but also there's a high responsibility because those cars out there are irreplaceable. I mean, they're beautiful pieces of art, really. And so it teaches you to be a very respectful, responsible racer, but it also teaches you the ins and outs of racing.
That's a very good point. Yeah, they are pieces of art. These are all Ligier chassis with Honda engines, a Honda Civic engine. And so Honda, big part of this championship. And you're looking basically at the future of American racing right here. And Matt Christensen, who had a big off yesterday, is definitely one of those future stars. And I've seen them all come up. I've been following Formula 4 and FR Americas since it began, actually. And really, really pleased. And I saw that was an FIA delegate here today. The idea being that eventually you can move on, try to gain super license points, and hopefully, if you're very lucky and you keep going from 14 years onwards, you can get in and eventually make it all the way to potentially Formula 1 or even IndyCars. Where would you like to see yourself, let's say at 21?
Oh, I'm not picky, so I'd take F1 or IndyCar. but I would love to get, make it a professional career in motorsport. So I'm just working my hardest and trying my best to work my way up through the ranks, and eventually make it to IndyCar F1 would be amazing.
You know, I think that's a good attitude because I remember when I started doing commentary, all the guys would come in and say they wanted to be the next F1 driver, and that was a great focus. But I also think you've got to measure expectations. You know, there's only 21 cars on the grid, and at the Indy 500 there's 33. Mm-hmm. You know, when you think about how many people are trying each and every year, there's 30 on this grid, and then every year there's a new crop. So it's almost, I don't think there's another sport in the world where it is so hard to become a top athlete.
It is, yeah. It's very exclusive. Only the best of the best can make it to the very top. So, you got to really try your hardest and, really push it beyond what you even think you can do to make it that far up.
Everybody's got a story. This man's got a great story. Andre Castro, he was pole position yesterday, but finished on the podium. But this is his first weekend of racing in this series. He's actually been looked after by a two-time Indy champion in Al Unser Jr., who's going to be with us next in a few hours' time when we do the Trans Am show. Looking forward to that. But some great stories along, along the paddock. Tell us your story. You're from Michigan originally. How did you get involved, or how did you get interested in racing?
So I actually went to my first race ever in 2016. I went to the Detroit Grand Prix in Belle Isle for the IndyCar race. And I actually went to the Trans Am paddock, and we met Rafa Matos and Doug Peterson of Three Dimensional. And they actually talked me into getting into racing because I wanted to be a race car driver, but I didn't really know how to. And so they told me to get into karting and stuff. So it took a couple of years of convincing from my mom, but we eventually were able to get into racing. There's not a ton of karting opportunities in Michigan, so what we did Bandolero racing, which is basically an oval kart. So we raced in Bandoleros for a couple of years, and just last year we won the national championship. So, and there's only one road course I've ever done in Bandoleros, and I loved it. I won like this mini road racing championship, and I loved it so much. I'm like, I got to get into road racing. So a couple of months ago, I did the Lucas Oil School of Racing.
Yep.
And I just kind of like figuring out how to drive a Formula car, really. And so we did that, got my SECA pro license, and then we just kind of found Jay Howard, and we did a couple of tests in February, and now I'm here.
It's funny, as you know, Jay Howard is an Englishman like myself, and I used to follow his career because he always used to do one-off rides at the Indy 500.
Yes.
And he was always like sort of lastminute.com, getting the money together and going racing. And, of course, now he's putting his money back and his expertise back into running the Jay Howard Development Program. And I think that's a really good fit for him. He didn't have the wherewithal to keep going in Indy, and now he's putting it back into the junior series. And he's a great guy to be around. He knows what he's doing, and he's got a lot of experience. Great guy to be around. Yeah,
he's a perfect coach, and yeah, he's just the best. I mean, he's great at kind of developing us young drivers into something very special. So, yeah, it's a great experience to be part of the Jay Howard driver development.
As we look down this grid, who do you know? Who do you talk to? Obviously, you know the Jay Howard drivers, but who's a friend of yours or who's helped you and helping you learn?
I'm kind of a shy guy, so I don't.
No, you're not. I don't believe that.
I haven't talked to a lot of them, but I mean, I kind of stay with the Jay Howard guys yet. But I mean, I want to kind of meet some of the drivers out here. I mean, yeah, they all seem like a lot of fun, and they all seem like good guys. So, and girls too. So.
Yep. Yeah, we've got two girls out there today, and always good to see. I spoke to both of them earlier, 119, 117. So we've got ages from 15 to, 26 when it comes to Raoul Hyman in FR this weekend. So everybody at that spectrum of learning and still sort of making their way in the world of racing. And looking forward to this weekend. A little bit different than yesterday. What did you learn yesterday? Because it was a bright, sunny day, and tell me what you do when you're watching, because you're also racing, aren't you?
Yes, yesterday I competed in Group 2 in SVRA. Started second place. I was racing against like Formula B cars, and which are very fast. They have tons of power. So I got kind of gapped in the start, and took a couple of laps, but eventually I made my way through because I had way more downforce, and so I was able to make my way through the corners a lot quicker. And so, I got into the lead and led most of the race into the last lap, and then a lap car spun in front of me in the last corner of the last lap, and I was kind of got stuck there. So, unfortunately, finished 9th, but hope to turn that around today, later today at 2:55. I think. Yes.
And so are you racing in one of these cars?
Yes, okay. I'm racing in the number 5 F4 car for Jay Howard Driver Development, and I'm racing basically against these pieces of art on the track. I mean, these cars are almost irreplaceable out here, and they're beautiful, and one of my favorite things especially about the Formula Bs, is that when you're driving behind them, they don't have an engine cover, so you can see all the parts working, and you almost get distracted, like, oh, there's my corner, because
I love it.
You're just like focusing on because you can see the gear changes, you can see the power being delivered to the wheels, and it's really cool. So it's a pleasure to race all these guys. They're super great, and they're really nice, and all very respectful, and it's a great time. I've learned a ton. So yeah, it's great.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of youngsters, young boys and young girls listening to you right now on the live stream thinking, oh, I fancy doing that. And so you can be a little bit of an inspiration for them. But I really like the idea of you using SVRA as a sort of stepping stone to get into the actual championship. Because am I right in saying you have to be 15 to go into the F4 championship?
Yes, yeah. Going into SVRA is great. I think Tony Pirelli and Scott Goodyear really did a very good job at kind of forming this, and because racing in SVRA really teaches you the fundamentals of racing and clean, just good racing. So yeah, it's great. It's been a very great experience so far.
Well, as you can see, we had a bit of a delay, but the cars are coming out. It's slightly cloudy. And you talk about these cars being pieces of art. Well, to quote a book, it might be the art of racing in the rain when it comes to your race. Are you any good at that? Because it could be raining later today.
I mean, I hope so. I tested in the rain once, and it was a blast. I mean, like, driving in the rain is super fun. You got to be very focused and very smooth with the wheel. So it takes a really good driver to master it. So, I mean, if it rains today, in the F4 race, it's looking a little overcast today, but I mean, we might see some amazing racing out here with the
I love it
rain.
when I tell you, because I always love the rain because it's a leveler on setup, because it really doesn't matter what setup you've got.
Yeah, a great equalizer.
Exactly. And then it becomes that sort of, well, who's got the real skill to control all that horsepower? Because again, that's negated because you don't need all the horsepower, so it's not a matter of ultimate power. And it really is much more a case of being how gentle can you be? It's like ice skating at that point. You're on a knife edge. It's
a mix of being gentle but fast at the same time. It's a very thin line you got to be right on. And so when you can do it right, it's amazing.
Well, we're going to get into the racing in a minute, but last question to you, because like I said, there's probably a lot of little guys out there listening to you. Have you done sim work? Is that how you get started, computer games and so on?
Yeah, sim racing is a great start because it kind of sim racing really kind of teaches you kind of how to control a car. I mean, obviously there's less risk on a sim, but it's good because you can just go out there and learn how to drive. And so, I mean, whether you're starting, in go-karts or sim racing, like follow your dreams and just work as hard as you can, because if you just work as hard as you can and just try your best, you'll make it. You'll make it up to F4. So you just got to believe in yourself. Is the biggest thing. So you got to believe in yourself and your talent. And so, but yeah, if there's anybody out there, karting or sim racing, is an amazing start to get into this.
And if anybody's interested in following your career, you mentioned the car number. Have you got social media? Or?
Yes, I'm the number 5 car for JR Driver Development. You can follow me on Instagram at Eric Wisniewski _25 and Facebook at Eric Wisniewski Racing. So you can kind of follow my road to Indy, so to speak.
And what about sponsors? How do you go about that? Because at 14, I would have thought it's hard to go, put your suit on and go around to all the offices and get meetings.
It is very hard, but thankfully I've met some great people. People at Southside Auto Sales and Remax Commercial Group have really helped me progress through. I wouldn't be here without sponsors. As many people know, racing is not a cheap sport. So,
no,
not at all. So, sponsors are super vital, and I'm so happy to be able to have amazing sponsors like them to help me progress through racing.
Well, we're about to get away with race 2 from Mid-Ohio. This is round 8 of the series. They've already been to NOLA, and they've already been to Road America. But this, the second race of the weekend, and a very lucky Alex Berg on pole position. I had the privilege of chatting just like I did with you yesterday, getting to know him. And he, too, like yourself, is an up-and-coming star. And looking with that pink helmet, he said, "You won't miss me. I'm in the 08, but I've got a big pink helmet." And there you see it.
Yes.
You can't miss it. And alongside him is a guy I've been following for quite some time, Ryan Sheehan. He lives in Austin, Texas, where I live. And he went to the Circuit of the Americas to saw a Formula One race a few years ago. And he said to his dad, "I want to do this." And here they are, which is a great story.
Yes.
A lot of dreams being fulfilled here as we get ready for our second race. Eric alongside me getting ready for the start. Here we go then. Race 2 from Mid-Ohio. Away they go. A little bit of wheel spin, but a good start from our pole man, Alex Bird, looking in the mirrors, making sure that Ryan Sheehan doesn't get a jump on him, and he does get away well. Nicely done. Morris has got a good start too as they head down to the big machine. Vodka Spike Cooler's keyhole for the first time. It is Alex Berg of Canada that leads the way.
Be interesting to see how long Alex Berg can hold this off. He's got a lot of hard-charging field behind him, so it'd be really cool to see if he can hold him, how long he can hold him off, or maybe he can hold him off to the end. But looks like he's got some charging Ryan Sheehan.
Yeah, Sheehan's already alongside him. Now, Sheehan might try something really special here, which is to go around the outside at 4, because I noticed it's quite cambered there. You can try it, but now look at this, a 3-way battle for the lead. Sheehan doing exactly what I thought he might do, but he hasn't pulled it off. Berg's closed the door on him, and Sheehan will have to fight again as they come through 5, down the hill again, and through the S's for the first time. Really good start. Nice stuff. Already 23 minutes, and so far a clean start to this one. Berg of Canada leading then from Ryan Sheehan of Austin, Texas.
Noah Ping with a great start too. I mean, he's made some good spots up. I mean, I saw him. I think there was a move on the outside around turn 5. So I mean, he's getting up there pretty quick.
Well, let me ask you this. If you were Ryan Sheehan now and you know this track, you were out here yesterday, you'll be out here this afternoon, where would you make a move now on Alex Berg? Where would you wait a little bit, or would you try to get ahead early, and where would you try?
I think for right now, I'd be pretty patient, because it's kind of, this is the last part of the track's kind of a difficult spot to make a move. So I would try to set it up for turn 2.
Yep.
And if you can't, the keyhole, and if you can't make it through there, kind of regroup and make a move down into turn 4, because I mean that's a great confidence tester right down there.
Yeah, no question about it, and that is a very good idea, and that's exactly what the 65 is trying to do on the inside of the keyhole. Wow, there's some drama here, and Jay Howard are right in the middle of it. Noah Ping, several cars all jostling for position. Great start to this one, and away we go. But right now, Alex Berg still leading the way. But it's side by side. Here comes Ryan Sheehan again on that outside move. And this time he's really kept his foot in, but he can't quite do it again. He's going to try it again, but Berg is wise to it by the looks of things. But if they're not careful, as these two fight, they're going to get in trouble, because the man behind them is right there. What a close start. Really good stuff. And I'm just looking far back. Castro a little further back than he was yesterday. And we're looking down from the drone. I love this drone shot. As they come into Thunder Valley, you can really see how far they are away from each other, yeah? It's good stuff. So who are you rooting for? Who's your guy?
I mean, I'm always cheering for my boys, Jay Howard Driver Development.
Yeah.
But it looks like Lockie Hughes has made some spots up, so...
Well, he needs to.
Yeah,
He's the championship leader, and he had a rotten day yesterday, so I'm hoping he does better today.
Yeah, that'd be great, because, I mean, I think the top 3 are only separated by a couple of points, so, I mean, he's really got to make some moves up here in the front to keep that championship lead.
Yeah, for those of you who weren't with us yesterday, Bryson Morris took a great win, the man from Tennessee, and Ryan Sheehan was second in that race. Andre Castro, who started from pole, actually finished 3rd, Gabriel Fonseca 4th, and Alex Berg, the man you're watching now, in the lead, or just about in the lead, because Ryan Sheehan's trying it every which way and loose to get by. Look at this stuff. This is excellent. Ryan Sheehan on a strip at the moment. There you see it. Berg, Sheehan, Ping. Noah's up to 3rd place now. Then it's Hughes, the championship leader. Morris, Castro, Fonseca. Isambard is in 8th place. Then Christensen, and rounding out the top 10 is Brown. Look at this. Sheehan again at turn 4. Tries round the outside. The inside line should give him the lead at the next corner, and he's holding off Berg. Well, technically I've seen Takuma Sato do that, and Alex Rossi, but not 3 wide. But look at this. Ping's coming through. He's going to try and take both of them. Wow, that was brave.
Yeah, great move by Ping. I mean, he's being patient really paid off there. I mean, Berg and Sheehan really had a scrap there, and Ping just kind of was just staying back and just waiting for that move, and he got it done. So, I mean, yeah, good job on him.
Yeah, I feel for Sheehan there, because he tried a really good move, and he almost pulled it off, and then he got duffed up effectively, as coming into shot now is the number 6 of Lockie Hughes from the Gold Coast in Australia. So he's definitely, whatever he's done overnight, he's turned it round, because he's right in the thick of it now. And look at Sheehan. I think his concentration has gone, and he's kind of not lost it, but it's really knocked him back a little bit. That confidence that he had right at the start here, he's going to have to rebuild now, because he's lost a few places.
Yeah, getting a little frazzled there.
Whoa! Berg holding on for dear life now. That's Hughes coming into picture now, side by side, as they head down the big straight.
Amazing scrap for 1st place here. I mean, Berg's doing a really good job trying to hold off everybody. I mean, yeah, he's doing good.
Well, the power is with Hughes. It looks as though Berg's got a problem of some sort, yeah, because he's kind of going from side to side. It's as though the suspension's loose or something, because it doesn't look as controlled. There's something weird. Ben Sissel just pointing that out to me, my co-commentator for the rest of the weekend. But at the moment, it's Lockie Hughes from Australia who leads the way in that number 6, the J. Howard development car, doing the business. Yeah, let's keep an eye on 4th place, because there's definitely something awry. The car just isn't. Look, it's.
Oh yeah, it's wiggling about.
It's wiggling about as though the suspension's bent, or possibly a slow puncher.
Oh no, yeah, that's a shame.
Real shame.
Yeah, real shame. He was doing so well. I mean,
yeah, he's pulled off line.
Ah, dang. Oh.
What a shame. That's racing, folks, as they say. As we look at Morris in 6th place. Bryson Morris, who won this race yesterday. There he is in the number 39. Just behind him, Fonseca, the 76. And sadly, Alex Berg is going further and further back, just as Sheehan has. So this race has changed completely in the last couple of laps. Well, Eric, we've got a time now to relax a little bit. Your guys in front, and now Castro, who had been pole position, and it looks as though Alex Berg is coming into the pit. So they'll have a look at that car, and sure enough, here he comes. What a shame. No pit stops expected in these races. And there we see it, thanks to Mr. Garcia, and he's shaking his head in that pink helmet. Rear suspension is what we suspect.
Oh, yeah.
What a shame. Yeah, they're having a look at it. And it could be as simple as either getting... oh, yeah. Badly bent. So he's either touched another car, or that has just kind of made itself loose and bent as the race has gone on. But either way, you can't race like that. They'll get him out of there again, but or get him out. Yeah, they're putting on a new tyre. But shame. Bent left suspension then. And that's all it takes. Have you had any mechanical issues yourself this year?
Not too many. I mean, I've had some coming out of the pits, but not too many out on track, which I'm very thankful for. But looks like I think Berg might have gotten that damage from racing Sheehan so hard. I mean, they're wheel to wheel. Maybe he picked it up, maybe hitting a curb too hard at a wrong angle.
Tell me a little bit about this track. What's it like to race? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it?
Oh, it's one of my favorite tracks I've ever raced at. I mean, it's a beautiful circuit. It's very fun, very tricky and technical, though. I mean, you gotta be really on it. And looks like Sheehan.
Somebody locked up. I can hear it.
Has a problem. He's falling back real fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, very tricky technical track, and you got to be very focused. And I mean, it's hard. So I mean, you gotta really push it harder than you think you can.
Yeah.
You gotta get every little ounce of your performance out here to be fast. So, but yeah, the keyhole is one of my favorite parts of the track. It's just like you're going up. It's kind of an uphill braking zone, so you can brake a lot harder because of gravity's pulling you down.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're braking like past the 100 board. So yeah, it's great fun, and then kind of gotta have perfect rotation around the corner and get right back on the gas hard. So
yeah, and that is important to get early on the gas out of the keyhole so that you can get that speed up the long straight. Yeah.
Because when you lose time on the keyhole, it just multiplies down the straightaway because you're losing all that top speed going down.
All right. Well, we're getting into the nitty gritty. The man who was pole yesterday and on the podium is coming through the ranks. Castro, and he's third again. There he is in that number 8, but he's got a lot of pressure from yesterday's winner, and that's Bryson Morris. And in the championship, it's pretty darn close in the championship at the moment, because at the start of this weekend, there was not a lot between those fighting for the championship. Overall, Lockie Hughes was leading by 95 points. Matt Christiansen, who crashed yesterday, he needs some points. But a good day for Bryson Morris, who was 5th at the start of the day. And so many of them were in the mid-60s. 68 for Nicholas Rivers, Noah Ping on 66. Bryson Morris, who's now moved up after starting with 65 yesterday. And Alex Berg, who sadly is not having the best of days today, but he got points yesterday. So it's getting tight at the front of the battle for the lead, as Bryson Morris does get past Castro for 3rd place.
He would love nothing more than another podium today to build some more points.
Tell the fans out there that want to do this, they've probably all done a little bit of sim racing or a little bit of karting. What's the hard thing to learn? What are you learning each and every day?
Just like car control. I mean, from going from like bandoleros, which is basically kind of a go-kart, kind of handles the same.
I love bandoleros.
Yes.
They're awesome.
Yeah. It's kind of weird because like as you go through fast corners in bandoleros, like to get more grip, you kind of have to get off the gas.
Right.
But in these cars, actually more throttle gives you more grip because you got all that aero. So it's kind of counterintuitive actually. So it's kind of cool that when you go faster, you just get more and more grip, and it feels better the faster you go.
Yeah, it's a mental game, isn't it? Because you've got to trust. The car is designed for probably more grip than you're thinking it's able to do.
Oh yeah, that's actually kind of my thing I'm kind of struggling with lately, is just having the confidence in myself and knowing how much grip the car actually has.
Yep.
But as I'm doing more and more races, I'm building more confidence in myself and in the car.
Keep an eye on, whoa, somebody going, that was Flores, I think, going onto the dirt for a moment.
I think it was Seth Brown, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep, Seth Brown just ahead of Flores. Good point. Yep, 8th position for him. And a good battle between these two now. Fonseca and Brown going at it side by side. And the 22 of Flores just ahead of them. Then there's the number 4, Brown. Whoa, a little touch there. Robbins Racing, as they say. Good stuff, though. I like it. Keeping an eye on Carrera. He's moved up to 11th. I was talking to Raul Hyman about him. He's a young Argentinian who's raced in Europe already and the Spanish F3 Championship, trying out America for the first time. So we welcome all comers, as it were. We've had some great Mexican drivers here. We've had Argentinians, Uruguayans, and a few Brits, as well, of course, as a host of American and Canadians. This is the first level, slicks and wings, on the ladder to racing success. So you really are seeing the young blood, effectively, of the future of racing in America, if not worldwide. And of course, these championships, F4 and F3, are national championships as well as international championships. We've got the FIA F3, which currently runs with F1 on a lot of the similar dates. And of course, that's where a lot of the Americans, like Logan Sargent, who is now signed up with one of the F1 teams, start their way. Kyle Kirkwood started just this way too, and now he's, of course, an IndyCar driver, doing a great job. I remember him doing F4.
Great battles all through the midfield, trying to get that, just a couple of points. But yeah, some amazing battles.
This is Carrera that we're looking at now, the Argentinian, and he's battling hard with Bennett. Barker down in 18th position, his first season, the man from Houston, Texas. Caceres, one of the female drivers, she's in 19th position at the moment. And Sheehan, sadly, has dropped down all the way to 21st. And I wonder if he, too, like Berg, obviously Berg's coming to the pits, that's why he's so far down. But I wonder if Sheehan's also got some mechanical issue, because he did sort of drop out of sight.
Yeah, I think he went in the pits, too, so I think both of those guys had some mechanical issues.
Whoa, Noah Ping risking it all there. Oh, and now that's Maddie Aust in the number 9 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. She spun it round, the girl from Fort Worth, Texas.
She's going to try to get it going so they won't call caution, but yeah, I think she'll be able to get it going.
Well, she's got 4 national titles in cheerleading, so she knows how to spin round, that's for sure. Sorry. She won't forgive me for that one. But no, she was telling me about that. What a career change. So, hey, girls, if you fancy yourself out there and a racing driver, you can do it from cheerleading. How about that? But she was a very good cheerleader, I may add. She was second in the world.
Wow.
So not bad at all. And Madison Aust, a name to remember for the future. We've had Chloe Chambers here last year. She's now in the W Series and going well. And it's great to see the success stories of all the drivers that come into this championship and then move on to other championships. It's always nice to keep up with them.
Ping's really pushing to get to the lead here, but Lockie Hughes just holding them, keeping a little safe distance between them.
Well, let me ask you this, We've talked about overtaking. What about the sort of opposite of overtaking, which is to try to force your opponent into a mistake? Could that be a way of doing it, or trying to get that lead?
Yes.
Bryson Morrison. So how do you go about that? Do you just keep sort of nudging?
Yeah. So like, it's all, again, like you said, it's all a mental game, really. I mean, so I mean, just a pretty well-known move to get in the driver's head is just to like going into a corner from a long straightaway, just kind of move out, get in their mirrors a little bit and then get right back in. Even if you can't complete the pass, just so they can see you.
Absolutely. Make yourself as big as you can.
Yes, and then they'll be looking in their mirrors, and when you're looking in your mirrors, you're not looking forward.
You're not looking forward. Yep. Scott Goodyear will tell you that. So how have you been working with one of the greats of American racing, the Canadian Scott Goodyear? Does he give a good talk to?
Oh yes, yeah. He's been really great, and so yeah, it's really cool to be able to work with all these huge names.
Yeah.
I mean, we're only in F4, but I mean, like, there's so many huge names here, and it's just really cool because you get all this exposure to all these greats. So,
absolutely. I saw Roberto Moreno, and I was in Monaco to name drop a little bit, but Roberto was racing historic Formula One, of course, was a Formula One driver himself, and he's now with TJ Sport right here in the paddock here.
Wow.
And then they've got little Al, of course, a two-time champion in Indy and a two-time winner of the 500. Not a bad place to be. So you never know who you're going to bump into at this racetrack. So we're getting down to the business end now. 8 minutes to go. Bryson Morris very much in the hunt after winning yesterday. Yesterday's podium was Morris, Sheehan, and Castro. Sheehan's not going to be there this time, and we're going to have a very different finish to this one. But there's still more racing to come from this. It's been clean, though. No cautions so far. Slight delay at the start as we look at Arturo Flores from Ganella Racing. Field spreading out there as they head down towards the keyhole again. This is the corner we were talking about a moment ago, getting the drive out of here, because from here all the way down to turn 4 is a long, long way. I mean, it probably feels like it's forever, right?
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it's like you're thinking like, man, how long is this going to take? I mean, you have to watch out.
Yeah. Like, do your homework.
Yeah.
So how's schooling going? Do you still do a little bit of that?
Oh yeah, just got out of 8th grade, so
okay, good.
I'll be a freshman next year, so yeah, I got to keep all A's to be able to race. So working as hard as I am on track as I am in school. So
that's good. Well, that's a good attitude, and I'll tell you what, that is a smart move too, because I know a lot of racing drivers who think that's all they're going to do for the rest of their life, and suddenly they get to 18 or 21, and it's like, now what? So yeah, keep up your schooling, whatever you do. But there's so many jobs in motor racing, and that's another side of this. It doesn't always mean that you have to be driving the car. It is the expensive part of it. But there's a whole career, there's a whole industry, and a really good fraternity in motor racing that is well worth being a part of. So if you're interested, you don't have to be the racing driver. You can be a mechanic, you can be an engineer, you can be a data acquisition man, you can even be a mechanic. There's plenty of jobs available. So car 22, Arturo Flores, at the moment, holding off the number 4.
Seth Brown.
Seth Brown, yeah. Seth Brown from San Diego, California, another J. Howard development. So do you go to the debriefs that they do as well as your own?
Yeah, so I go to their debriefs, and I have debriefs as well. Just being in there and watching their video and seeing their data is really helpful for me, just so I can see what they're doing, and see what I'm doing, and see how I can improve myself to be like them.
And how hard is learning the data? Because that is a big part of modern day racing now.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with actually driving a car fast. It's all about analyzing. Yep.
Yeah, you got to be well at analyzing, and it's nice because we go through it and we replay stuff, and just so we can get a good understanding of what's happening and how we can fix it and improve.
Okay. And is your engineer working on this series as well? Is he working with one of the guys out there?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Taylor. My engineer's name is Taylor.
Which car's is he working on now?
I think he's like, I think he's just like there to for extra
help.
Yep.
So here's the battle for the lead, Hughes and Ping. Hughes, the championship leader, leading the way, but he's not done it yet. Ping, as you can hear them locking up the wheels coming into the keyhole. And Ping putting really good pressure on him. Morris, who won yesterday, still in 3rd place. Then Christensen, who really needs the points. He's got ahead of Castro. Flores, who've been watching, in 6th place. Then Brown Fonseca. Isambard is in 9th position. Then Bennett rounds out the top 10.
Pretty impressive that VRD got that Christensen's car back together.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a pretty nasty
Did you ever find out what happened to that? Did you hear?
I think he, there's something in the keyhole. Might have lost. I think maybe lost control.
Okay.
Coming in the keyhole.
Well, it was a big crash yesterday.
Yeah.
That brought out the red flag. We had to stop proceedings while Christensen, and as you say, they've done a lot of work to get that car back in action.
Yeah, doing a good job, P4. It's pretty good.
Very good indeed. And here is car number 21, and that's Caceres, the 19-year-old from Uruguay. She's about to go study chemical engineering in Barcelona, she was telling me. And her father, in fact, is involved in the Formula E because she's from Punta del Este in Uruguay. And that's, I don't know if you've seen any Formula E, but that's one of the best races in the Formula E Championship. So it's great to have them on board. And she working for International Motorsport. This is just her first time out in Formula racing. She did a test in Arizona for the W Series, but yeah, learning her way. Looks like a slightly bent wing for Ping.
Oh, yeah.
Just slightly, that's all. But it won't help down the straight. Do you feel it when it's slightly not right?
Yeah. It's kind of weird, especially going from cars without aero. When it's slightly off, you can feel it, especially in the corners sometimes too. You get maybe a little understeer or sometimes an oversteer, depending on how it's bent.
And we always talk about drafting. We see it in the Indy 500. We see it in Formula One. We see it even at this level. How close can you be to another car before you start feeling the effects of the air that's running over his car that's hitting yours?
It's usually around like a second, and
right.
But it's not super strong there, but you can kind of feel it. It's right when you get half a second and closer, you really feel it. Really
what
pulls.
happens? Is it just sort of
moves
about?
I mean, you can tell because you have shift lights on your steering wheel, and they just a couple more light up.
That's interesting because it basically sucks you in, of course, and that's what we call the draft. And you can certainly do it here at Mid-Ohio down that back straight.
Yeah, that back straight's great for it.
Lockie Hughes looking for a victory here, and he certainly grabbed this race by the tail for sure because since he got the lead and he made an audacious move to get it, just to remember, it was Ryan Sheehan who was going for the lead on Alex Berg, and out of nowhere, Hughes just popped in and did a great maneuver on both of them to take a position. And now Ping struggling a little bit perhaps with that wing, but it isn't showing in terms of overall speed anyway, because he's stuck with Hughes. And at the moment, with 2 minutes to go, we're waiting to see that white flag, see if it comes out next time. But we're getting down to a point now where Hughes should be feeling relaxed, but this is the worst time, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Because you start thinking, oh, I'm getting close to the check. What shall I say? When Ben Sissel comes up to me, what shall I say?
Yeah,
no, that could be a death knell. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, you always got to keep focus, even when you can almost feel the wind coming. You always got to keep 100% focused and just continue to hit your marks.
Out goes the number 2. That's Wessling. Now he was involved in an incident yesterday too because one of the J had. No, he's stuck. Very frustrating.
4 wide into the keyhole.
Here we go. Here's what happened. He goes into the keyhole. He's behind 3 cars. Now what happens here? Does he touch? He just got on. I think he might. I'm not a racing driver. He looks as though he got on the power a little too early.
Yep.
And he was on the inside.
Yeah, a little too much wheel into it and got on the power a little too hard, a little too quick. So.
Well, he's stuck it now, and there's the checkered flag. So, yeah, that's going to end it there. But that's going to be a great win for Lockie Hughes, and pretty appropriate that I've got Eric. I'm going to say it again, Wisniewski.
Correct.
Whoa! Remember the name. He drives the number 5. He'll be in action in SVRA later today. I'll get your thoughts. What do you thought? Your guy won.
I mean, that's awesome. I mean, congrats to Lockie. I mean, he did a great race. Just
you know him? Do you speak to him?
Yeah. We're good friends. Yeah, he kept a good distance between him and Ping, a good safe distance, and yeah, he made a really good surprise move out of there. Everybody in the midst of chaos, he made a really good move. So, yeah, a pretty positive day for JR Driver Development. I think that's double points. I think Seth got points as well too.
Really good points.
Yeah.
And then they'll have one more point-scoring race later today. We'll be with you for that one, so stay tuned on the live stream if you want to catch that. We've also got FR action, but delighted to have 14-year-old Eric Wisniewski with me, a future star here of America, hailing out of Michigan. He's already been a star in Bandoleros. He's now doing the Junior Development Series for Jay Howard and will be on this grid in F4 next season, working with Jay Howard and the team. to see if he can become the next Kyle Kirkwood, the next Dakota Dickerson, the next champion of F4.
Thank you so much for having me. This
Absolutely,
is a blast.
my friend. Great to be part of what
Thank
you're doing,
you.
and great to meet you. Let's just quickly check out on the results then. Jay Howard, driver development with Lockie Hughes of Australia, wins ahead of Noah Ping and the Velocity Racing Development team. Dan Mitchell will be pleased. Bryson Morris is third with Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports, so he scored good points this weekend. Matt Christensen gets fourth after a disaster yesterday. Andre Castro, pole yesterday, on the podium, but fifth today for Future Star Racing. Arturo Flores of Mexico in sixth place. Seth Brown seventh. Gabriel Fonseca in eighth position for Crosslink. Carl Bennett ninth. Alan Islam. I always get his name wrong. Isambard. It's not an easy name, that one. 10 for International Motorsports. That's the top 10 for the Formula 4 Race 2, Round 8 of the series. My thanks to Eric Wisniewski, and we wish you well this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
And we wish you well in the future. Last time, give us your social. Tell everybody where to watch you.
The number 5, Jay Howard driver development car, white, red, and blue, and Instagram's Eric Wisniewski _25. Facebook is Eric Wisniewski Racing.
Am I going to see you win the 500, and will you wave to me when you do?
I will.
Good. Don't forget me.
I'll get you pit passes.
There you go. Now I like you. Now I'm definitely going to get on your social and follow you. No, I said that to Alex Rossi, and he did wave. That was good because I've been following his career all along too. All right, then. That concludes our coverage of the first F4 race of the day. They'll be back out in action later, so they'll have time to fettle their cars and get ready for another one. But we've got some great action coming your way, including our feature race of the day, the TA2, a full grid of TA2 maestros, including the man that Eric here had a good chat with when he started his racing career, Rafa Matos, our champion.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
And you know what? It'll be on you'll be able to see it on YouTube. Go ahead. I've got it now. I've turned it up a bit.
Okay. Are you going to do this again with us?
I hope so. Yeah.
Very welcome.
Thank you very much.
And likewise, SVRA, if your car's not running or something, and we got your race, I'll come and join me and Ben. You know Ben, right?
Or you can watch a little bit if you want. This is my favorite group coming up right now.
There you go. Yeah. But we're not. Come in any time. Tell us what you're up to, and even if you're not doing commentary, just tell us. Okay, welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It's a slightly cloudier day than yesterday, and there is the possibility of rain coming later today. But we won't talk about that, because right now it's absolutely glorious as we turn our attention to the SpeedTour and SVRA, all part of the Vintage Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. And talking of a vintage great, Ben Sissel's alongside me. I don't mean you personally.
No, I'm getting pretty vintage. Lots of comments on my gray hair. But this is my favorite vintage group, the small bore, lots of British cars as we're seeing there with Malcolm Ross and that 65 Lotus 23B. There's that Bobbsey. He was back with us last year. That's a 1976 of Robert Baxter. Bobbsey SR7 in memory of Jerry Mong, designer and creator
Oh, that's nice.
And then John Nash, he was with us last weekend, had bad luck at Indy last weekend. His car broke down hauling, his camper broke down hauling here, and he rode his scooter a couple miles in to get a truck to go get his trailer so that he could race with us. So Lorna and John Nash, welcome. And John's qualified. One that we're going to have to talk about is Chris D'Amico, who's usually up front in Group 5, is all the way at the back of this pack.
I was about to say, is he in this one? Because he's a perennial entry just like John Nash, yeah?
David Bauman, there he is in that 2021 Spec Racer Ford. This is a mixed group, and now we come back to our production cars, more production cars. Not that a Lotus 23 or a Lotus 7 isn't. That's Nicholas Clemens in that 8-ball, Porsche 356B Roadster. Then James Shart in this Chevrolet Yanko Stinger. James is very fast in that compared to these Porsches and Miatas. Huge car, but it's also rear-engine Corvair. Very fast in these Corvairs. Here with Forgeline, one of our great sponsors. Then there's the first of our Ben Mayer in that Mazda Miata 2003. That's an NB Mazda Miata. And we've got a great grid. Now you can see back there at back left of the grid are the Formula Vs. They will do a self-mandated split start. It's their first time here at Mid-Ohio. Elliot O'Barron is first in the Formula Bs. Hunter Barron, Chris Somerville, and John Carter. Unfortunately, Elliot Barron is not in there. Then there's that beautiful Sunbeam Alpine.
Brad Babb. That is nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I love those cars. So they're pulling out onto grid here. And like you mentioned, Jonathan, it's just a little bit overcast, which should make for better driving conditions for the drivers. And then look for the cars like the Miatas. If they work together in a group, Miatas work really well in the draft, they could move up. It should be a really good race between James Shart and Nicholas Clements with the 356B Roadster and James Shart in that Chevrolet Yanko Stinger that we're looking at right now, then followed by a small gaggle of Miatas. Love that Datsun 510. Who's in that Datsun 510? Dave Patton.
What is a Kellison?
And then this Kellison, that should be this red car right here, right?
Yeah, Kellison FV and a Kellison Mac 1. That's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, that Kellison Mac 1 is that 1969, that red, white, and black car. Look at that Bobsy. Now you can see John Nash weaving back and forth at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's keyhole turn, just trying to get some heat into their tires. That Austin Healey Sprite there, that blue and green car, I forget, but that has a body kit on it. It's an Austin Healey Sprite with a body kit. I forget the body kit manufacturer. He told me last year. I made a note, but I forgot to bring my Mid-Ohio notes. So my fault, people. But if you know and you're following us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us a comment, and I will read your name as the expert. If you know anything about these cars that we're not saying, leave a comment. We don't mind rude comments. As long as they're appropriate. Tell us where you're watching from and who you're cheering for. This is one of the greatest passing zones here at Mid-Ohio. Franklin Road Apparel, turn 4.
Yeah.
It is, like you were talking about yesterday, a little bit cambered.
Yeah,
making it a little bit easy. Yeah, it's almost the outside line. You can pass on the outside there, giving you the advantage to the next left-hander. And we're going to see that a lot in the racing today, especially in TA2. If you have the cojones to pass on the outside, then you've got the inside. Is that a special
extra mechanical part?
It is, yes. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and that's not a gender thing. Men and women can both have cojones.
Okay, good. I'll tell you, our women racers have more than most.
Yeah. Yeah, and there are a lot of...
You see Amy Ruman yesterday? She was flying.
Yeah, great women racers in our vintage classes as well.
How about Debbie Cloud yesterday?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Great shots from our drones here. We do start on the front straight here. So they're coming to the start line. James, the pace car drivers, bringing the pace car in, lights out, as they come around Optima Battery's carousel corner. And, Jonathan, I'm going to give it over to you.
All right, here we go then. The start of our Group 1, 3, 4, 5B. And, of course, that gaggle, as you say, of Miatas coming out of the carousel now to take the start. here in our first SVR race of the day, and it's the 1B of Robert Baxter who dives in that Bobsy SR7 into the lead. Nicely done, and here come the Miatas. Lovely sand. But yes, the Bobsy in the lead, very closely followed by Malcolm Ross in that Lotus 23B, and in fact the Lotus looking and sniffing up the inside. He won't do it this time though, in the number 69, or will he? They're side by side as they exit the keyhole. And who's got the grunt, I wonder? Well, that little Lotus has got lots of grunt. It's very lightweight. But the Bobsy holding his own as they head down through the kink at 3. Finally, Malcolm Ross takes the lead in the Lotus.
Yeah, that Lotus should be able to outbrake going into Franklin Road turn 4. But I noticed James Shart up ahead of the Speedster there as John Nash looks inside that brand new Spec Racer Ford at David Bauman.
Yeah, that's so it's a Spec Racer Ford. What is that? Basically defined by the Ford engine?
Yeah, it's usually, I think they're 2 liters. It's an SCCA class. There's usually 50 of them out there racing, and that is the SCCA Spec Racer Ford.
Fair enough. Looks fun. And look at him go. Malcolm Ross, now he's got the lead, is pulling away in that 65 Lotus.
Yeah, and this is, you would expect him to be out there in this Lotus 23B. Anytime in this group, we've got Doc Bundy here a lot, Travis Engen, and this is a track suited for these nimble race cars.
You know what I love about SVRA? You don't know who's going to show up. Joe Nemechek, one of the greats yesterday.
Yeah.
And he won.
yeah, he's loving this too, but look at that. You know, a Corvair versus any other American car from that era would have been considered a small car. But in this little group of small European cars, it looks like a big boat. Rear engine car, lots of weight in the rear. But James Shart always gives great battles. We've had a Corvair only feature group here about 3 years ago. And he and Logan Dernoshik just went side by side the whole race. It was so much fun to watch. But look at that Porsche Speedster 356B Roadster there with the Miatas right behind. Now, if these Miatas work together and get in a train, I think they'd be able to take this 356.
That really is a classic Porsche, isn't it? And you can see, when you look at that car, you can see how the modern Porsche developed into what it is today.
Yeah, the lines, the genesis, since the late 40s has been basically the same. That's the 67 there of Ben Mayer. This 2003 NB Miata. Looks like he's maybe able to outbrake, but that 356 might have a little bit more high-end grunt.
Yeah.
So the Miata might be a little bit more nimble through now what we're calling the twisty bits.
Yep. So down through Thunder Hill from the drone, you can see the gaps between the cars nicely, and there's definitely going to be a pass on that Porsche potentially from the Miata very soon. But there you have confirmation. Ross, Baxter, Nash, Bauman. Then in 5th, it's Shard, who we were looking at. And then Clements, Mayer, Schomer, Madison. D'Antonio in 10th position.
That's Brian Schaumer there in that NA 1992 Mazda Miata. But Jonathan, we have Jan Echterman joining us from Germany and Tanker 10 from Texas already this morning.
Well, you know, talking to Texas, I just noticed that the car number 70, I don't know if we'll see him, but that's Austin Wayne Self, and I just happen to know him because his father owned a track right outside near my parents' house, just outside Austin, and he is a NASCAR guy, and I wonder if he's here basically getting a little bit of extra practice.
He is, yeah. He's with the Nitro Motorsports.
That's right.
Up there with Brent Cruz, and they're just getting practice for the the truck races that are going to be coming here.
There you go. Clever stuff.
And I think everybody asks me, especially our Group 6, Group 10 drivers, where should I go? How do I get faster? And my answer is always spend a season in a Miata.
Yeah.
Because if you can drive high muscle cars with momentum, you're going to be a second a lap faster. And I'm sure that's what Self is doing here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Well, he's certainly on the road to NASCAR for sure. Just a youngster in the Truck Series at the moment, and came all the way through the NASA and the K&N Series, and now going all the way through to Truck Series in Xfinity, he hopes. 338, that's Justin D'Antonio in the Mazda Miata, that a 1990. It doesn't matter what year your Miata is it? Does it? They all look the same.
Yeah, there's a delineation between the NAs and the NBs. That would be the first delineation there, the NA, the pop-up headlights.
So the NA is the pop-up and the NB?
Yeah, the NA was kind of the first iteration. The NB, I think they went to 1.8 liters.
Okay.
The joke is no acceleration or no brakes, but that's not true, because the saying is Miata is always the answer, and I fully agree with that.
I think that is a good answer, but Datsun's a good answer too.
I love these 510s.
PL 510, right there with the 338. Good battle between these two, Dave Patton and Dan Antonio. And here comes the 4 Craig Seifert.
Craig Seifert, I think we've got something wrong here because so we need some Miata comments here. We might have gotten the NANB confused, or it might be confused on my paperwork. So there's some Miata experts watching, so fill us in here as we look at this beautiful Kellison, I believe.
Yeah, that's a good looking car. Yeah, Dan Antonio in that. No, I'm looking at 12. Let me think about who that.
That's Paul Gelpi.
Ah, okay.
But I don't have him on my sheet.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking the same thing.
And that's not the Kellison.
I was going up and down, going, where on earth is he?
Yeah, he's not on our sheet. But a beautiful car.
Well, we better get more progressed because the boss has just walked in. So
and
he's
leave
also
a
brought
comment.
a legend with us, so that's good.
I'm sure there are people out there in YouTube land that can tell us what kind of car this is, this number 12 that we're looking at.
You could ask Tony Pirelli.
Because it's not on our sheet. Tony says it's a red car. Do you know what kind of car it is? I don't know.
So it could be another. There's a Bobsy leading at the moment with
rare to have
Malcolm
two
Ross.
Bobsys in the race.
No, the Lotus is leading. Toy Ferrari, I like that.
Alistair Jr. says a toy Ferrari.
We'll go with that.
Yeah.
I'll take little Al's just come up with a toy Ferrari. I like that. We'll go with that. So a beautiful day here. We are potentially expecting rain later in the day. We've got Trans Am coming up, plenty of SVRA, and of course the latest addition to the Pirelli Foundation is of course FR and F4. We just saw a good example of F4, great racing in that. The youngsters doing it. And we've got a fair few youngsters in this as well.
Our friend Dave Foreman from Austin, Texas.
There you go.
Just said the Kellisons are FVs. Dave Foreman is one of our grid marshals when we go to COTA.
Yeah.
And here's that Austin Healey Sprite. Dave Foreman might be able to tell us what kind of body kit that is on the front of that.
By the way, that little interruption was Tony Pirelli and Al Unser Jr. Like I said, you never know who's going to show up to an event, and Al is here. He's going to come and do some commentary with us for Trans Am, so we are honored and delighted to welcome him to the Trans Am series. He's not done Trans Am, I don't think, but he's done pretty much everything else. IROC champion, IndyCar champion, you name it.
Look at this, 2 Barons going at it. Elliott O and Hunter Barron, and this is not
and they
unlike
are red
them.
Barons.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
They're always racing this close. Now, Elliott, the father, is not out there, but look at this draft. Now, look for Hunter to duck out or in here, coming into Franklin Road Apparel Turn 4. 2 really good racers. They race in CVAR, Corinthians Vintage Auto Racing out of Texas, but they were with us at Indy last weekend, and they're here at Mid-Ohio. Mid-Ohio, I think, is a great Formula V track, but look at them running up. So Hunter.
Yeah, those are the Kellisons I was asking about. One is a Kellison FV, and the other is a Kellison Mach 1, both from the 60s. The Kellison FV is 63, and the Mach 1 69.
Here's that Alpine.
Yeah, he looks as though he's having a nice Sunday jaunt, doesn't he?
That's Brad Babb. Beautiful Sunbeam Alpine. To me, they have kind of the look of the Ford Thunderbirds from that day.
Yeah.
So anybody know Paul Gelpi, F4M red, white, Bobsy SR23. So Tony Pirelli was right.
There you go.
Check it out.
You can't mess with the boss. He should know. He's the guy who has to put all the entries together over the years. So he should know. He's a Corvette expert, that's for sure.
I love the front end of that car, though.
Yeah, it looks nice, doesn't it?
So Al Unser Jr. calls it a toy Ferrari.
Well, it's not a bad,
It's a
you know,
Bobsy.
it's not bad, far from the truth, that, with the front of it. Looks a little Ferrari-esque, 60s Ferrari, perhaps.
So Alan Harris, thank you for your expertise.
Yes.
Because it's tough to be an expert in all these different car classes.
Well, what,
and,
500 entries?
Yeah, and
something like that
we've
on
got,
occasion?
But usually we have a bunch of experts watching it with us,
Yeah,
so I
which
love
is
it.
good. Well, let's enjoy it together. That's the whole point
And
of
we
this.
know Dave Foreman knows his cars, but here's that Bobsy again. It looks like it passed for the lead.
Yep, the one.
And it's for sale.
Ah, well, there you go. Robert Baxter. Is he selling this particular one?
I believe so.
1976 Bobsy SR7, if you're interested.
So if you want to buy a race-leading car, reach out to Robert Baxter in a 1976 Bobsy SR7.
There's your second place, Malcolm Ross in the 65 Lotus 23B. Lost a little bit of ground since the start of this one, but here on the final lap, we'll take the podium.
Lots of fans here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Love coming here. It's going to be busy here the next couple of weeks, but we're on the final lap, Jonathan, so call Robert Baxter and Malcolm Ross in.
Well, the gap between Baxter and Ross is 1.4 seconds. Nash is still third, but he's some way back now in the number 7. Nash in that Lotus Super 7, of course. There he is, down below. But it's Baxter coming towards the line now to finish his final lap and take the checkered flag. And that 1B of Robert Baxter, the Bobsy SR7. Here he comes. Out of the carousel for the last time, and he'll see the checkered flag now, and there it is, waving for him. Checkered flag waves then for Robert Baxter, who wins in his 1976, and as Ben says, it's for sale, Bobsy SR7. Second across the line will be Malcolm Ross in the Lotus 23B. He crosses the line now, and in third place will be John Nash in that Lotus Super 7, that silver car. But let's celebrate with the 1B. And a little further down, Bauman, Sharp, Clements, Mayer, Schomer in the 211. That beautiful Mazda Miata prepared car. Didn't get to see the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. But some good battles throughout this group racing. We'll have more group racing coming up, and we'll also have that development race coming up, which Eric Wisniewski, who was with me a moment ago doing the F4 race, he'll be up at about 2:55 this afternoon in the group races. And that will also include the others from Group 2. So a packed paddock, as you can see, looking down high over the pits and the podium right there in the middle. And while we've got a pause in the action, we'll do the same. We'll take a short break here from Mid-Ohio. Join us for the Vintage Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio after this.
A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
Yes! Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than 3-Dimensional Services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust 3-Dimensional Services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It's moving into the second half of the season for TA2, and it's hotting up nicely in the championship chase. Rafa Matos, our champion, leads at the moment with 140 points and 2 wins. But it's certainly not going to be plain sailing, because the men chasing him have definitely got the capabilities of beating Rafa on their day. Thomas Merrill, second in the championship, just 16 points behind. Then Tyler Casera in third position. Fourth is Cameron Lawrence. Mike Skeen is fifth. And sixth overall in the championship is the youngster, Evan Slater, at 110 points. He's leading the Rookies and the Young Guns Championship, and is more than capable of winning in the second half of the season. But what about this weekend? Well, second in the championship is Thomas Merrill. He's got 1 win, and he always goes well here. We spoke to him earlier with Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Excited to be here with Thomas Merrill, who's had quite a good few weeks. You podiumed here, LMP3, second at Le Mans. You won Lime Rock in TA2, 16 points behind the champion, Rafa Matos. What's your strategy?
Our strategy is to keep doing what we're doing. The win at Lime Rock was a real shot in the arm for us. It's the motivation we needed to push to the end of the season. But it's such a tight championship, there's no room for mistakes from here on out. So we have to make sure we keep the car in one piece, we get the best finishes possible, and we stay out of trouble.
As a sports car guy, I love Mid-Ohio because of the technicality, but you guys are racing momentum sports car muscle cars, if that even exists. So how does Mid-Ohio suit you?
Well, the TA2 car is probably the most fun car to drive that I get to drive at any given day, but Mid-Ohio is one of the more fun racetracks to race on. And it's because it's got a little bit of everything, and there's a grip challenge to it. The pavement here is sealed, and it's a lower grip threshold than we're used to, so it keeps things interesting from a tire management and slip angle perspective.
Yeah, next week at Road America, it's going to be so important that you finish this race and can drive it under the trailer under its own power. And then Road America, what's your strategy?
Well, it's Road America is going to be a really, really tricky race because we're going to have a lot of cars there. And so it's really just about managing the attrition and making sure that we're in a good place at the end of the race. But I'm confident my Mike Cope team and my Bridge Hall Mustang that we're gonna show well at these 2 racetracks as long as we stay out of trouble.
Hey everyone, welcome to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We are getting ready for our big feature race of the day, and that, of course, is Trans Am. It's a beautiful day here, although there is the possibility of some rain coming down later in the day. We're hopefully going to miss it for Trans Am, and as you can see, the action continues fast and thick throughout the day. It's a beautiful race car course, this, and certainly one of the favourites for IndyCar and all the championships that come here, including Trans Am. In action at the moment, just some FR races, but we get ready for Trans Am very soon indeed. And we'll have all the angles covered from high above. Yesterday we saw some great action in TA where Chris Dyson and Matt Brabham were doing a great job. And we hear rumor that Dyson might even be trying to get an entry into TA2 for a race that's coming up. And that, of course, is in Nashville, where TA2 are on the bill for the IndyCar race there around the streets of Nashville. And, of course, Scott Borchetta, our one and only TA2 driver, and Ken Thwaites, both helping organize and sponsor that event. In a moment, we'll go down to the pre-grid and hear what's happening down there in terms of preparation for the race. And at the moment on track, Raul Hyman doing the business as he did yesterday, came in and joined me for some commentary as well. But he has dominated proceedings in the FR Championship, so look up that on their website place, as well as F4. So let's head down. Ben Sissel's down there on the pre-grid, getting ready for Trans Am to get underway. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
So here I am at the fan walk, beautiful fan walk, lots of fans here, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Rhett Barco, the next two races are very important for you. How's it feel?
Feels good. I didn't get the qualifying that I would have liked, but I just know I got my work cut out for me today in this Berryman MPEC, BarcoCars.com Dodge Challenger. But it should be a good race, and this track has a lot of good passing opportunities, so it should be a fun race.
Nice. And all the Mopar fans here really appreciate the Challenger. Next weekend at Road America, you should have some of your friends out there. That's like your home track.
Yeah, we do have quite a big list of people coming, some of our friends, family, employees, and they're all really excited to finally see me race since they watch me all the time across the country, and now they'll actually get to see me in person.
Nice. I love it. Rhett Barco, one of our young guns. And I'm going to come over and talk to Adrian Lostowski in this beautiful Hawk Performance Ford Mustang. Then, Keith, I'm coming to you. Adrian, how does it feel to be back at Mid-Ohio? I know you've had some good luck here.
Yeah, we had good luck here last year. I feel like we had good speed last year, and now coming into this year, I think conditions got better in qualifying as the run went on. We do have the newest, freshest tires because we decided to call it early. And that's it. You know, we're hoping for a good finish. Keith and I were just talking about these interviews, and we're like, we want to do an interview about nothing, you know? We can do that. We just want to talk about nothing. And, we want to talk about how competitive the field is, how tight we are. You know, he gets nervous, so he gets in the car earlier. I don't get nervous, right? So I try to wait outside to the last minute, right, and be late to everything. Then Billy gets mad at me, and that's kind of like the attitude we go for. So
you want to do like interviews of Seinfeld, just interviews about nothing.
We
nice.
Spoke about
all right.
That.
So
interviews about nothing.
Adrian Lostowski here in the number 3. Then we go to Keith Prochuk, but your car's back here, but. I know you like Mid-Ohio. Then next weekend we go close to your home. So how does it feel to be back in Mid-Ohio?
It's I do feel very comfortable here. But like you say, next year is my home track, or next week is my home track. I want to make sure I bring the car home in one piece because I got a bunch of family and friends coming. But I'm sure as soon as I put the helmet on, that plan's going to go out the door, and I'm going to just try to charge to the front.
Nice. Well, Keith Prochuk there. Look for him in the HP Tuners Mike Cope car. And we're going to come through. Look out, guys. Sorry. Don't hit our camera guy. Keep coming. He's going backwards, guys. Next time, Tony, I'll flip around. Here's Tyler Casera in front of Barry Bowe's car. But Tyler, as a Miata driver, it seems like Mid-Ohio is really going to suit you momentum drivers.
Yes and no. I mean, you got to really turn the car and point it here. Rotating the car is really important. So there's some similarities. It's a very technical track, and there's very few places to pass. So, we're going to have to make the most of the couple of passing zones we do have.
Nice. Tyler Casera there up front in the points. We're going to come to Barry Bowes. Barry, this is good qualifying for you. What was your secret yesterday?
Well, we started off, or finished last year with a car that was down on power. We moved over to the choice motor, and we got the power problem fixed. We were running really good power-wise, but we just couldn't get the car to turn. Finally, this weekend, after several races worth of work, everybody got it together. We got the car turning, and with a car that turns and makes power, we can make some speed. So we're real happy.
Nice, especially at Mid-Ohio. Barry Bowes, nice job, man. See you up front. I love it. Then we come to Cameron Lawrence, who has had some unbelievable history here at Mid-Ohio. Just a few years ago in a different car, he got on the podium with basically the whole body panels were up in the air, tons of draft. But Cameron Lawrence, what's your plan when the green flag drops? Because knowing you might be a little disappointed with this qualifying position.
Yeah, we had a little bad luck in practice with some traffic and kind of running out of time in practice for a good qualifying spot. So we got held up in qualifying too. So we're farther back than we want to be, but we know we've got a good race car. So we're definitely, as soon as the green comes out, we just got to try to go as quick as we can and make work with some of these guys in front of us and try to get back on the podium.
So no pressure, but Turn 4 is Franklin Road Apparel Turn 4, but at the start it's going to be Franklin Road Apparel Turn 1. Green flag drops. What's your strategy?
Pass as many cars as we can. No, that's a good turn to pass in, so hopefully we do make a lot of passes there in Turn 4 in front of all the Franklin Road signs. So, yeah, it's been a good car. We're thrilled to be with Ken. Ken's an awesome team owner, and he had a great run yesterday, so hopefully make him proud today.
Nice. I love it. So watch out for Cameron Lawrence in this number 6 Franklin Road Apparel. Evan Pecor. Last year, Jonathan, you'll remember this, he was racing super fast, and we were both like, who is this dude? We found out he loves Mid-Ohio. His home track is Road America. How do you feel about your qualifying position, Evan?
We're thrilled with our qualifying position. This is the best we've ever qualified in the Trans Am Series, so it's we're super excited for the race because we know we race better than how we qualify. So looking forward to moving up throughout the race and seeing what the car's got.
Nice. I love it. Evan Pecor out here also with Value Pro, taking care of some of the vintage cars out here with Scott Graham and that beautiful Pontiac. Then we're going to come over here to Mr. Norris, newcomer to the Trans Am Series, newcomer to TA2, but definitely not new to racing. He's raced in the NASCAR Series. He's sponsored here by his father, Chuck Norris, with C-Force water, and you got to read their bottles because I think it says a roundhouse kick to the face of hydration, which I love. Welcome to the series. How's it feel?
It's very exciting to be here. I mean, the cars are a lot of fun to drive, and you know what? I'm with Scott Lagacy and his dad, and it's just a great group of people. So I'm not quite there. You know, I'm a mid-packer, and hopefully if we can race hard and stay out of trouble, we'll have a good day today.
Well, you picked one of the most competitive road racing series in the world that you could have picked. So to be here in your first time, that's got to feel good. And can you feel a big difference in the stock cars that you have experience in and now what I kind of call a stock car with a wing and a little bit more aggressive stance and a little bit lighter? Can you tell the difference?
Oh, you know, coming here in a stock car is not nearly as much fun as driving these cars. You know, the stock cars, they're just super heavy and they want to plow, where, you know, these are sports cars. They run really hard and they handle really well, and they're a lot of fun to drive.
Nice. I love it. Eric Norris with C-Force Water. We're going to be giving some of this away here at Winter Circle, so make sure you come out to Winter Circle. Eric, welcome to the series. All right, we're coming over here to Scott Borchetta, talking to Adam Andretti right now. Let's just interrupt their conversation if you guys don't mind. Adam, I was talking to you about you might have the most laps around this track, but not the most racing laps, but you were an instructor here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, the Mid-Ohio school here is excellent. Actually, you know, it's a place that a lot of the competitors will come ahead of a competition weekend because it doesn't interfere with any rules about getting the lap times or track time. And the instructors there are top-notch, you know, often led by Tommy Byrne and Brian Till, and it's a wonderfully led group of people. So it's a place to go. I mean, they do a teen school here and things like that. But it was definitely a wonderful 4 years of my life that I spent here. I learned this track a lot, and I like when the cracks in the pavement wave at me as I go by and let me know they're still here and hanging strong. But I love the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, how it's operated and ran, and we love coming here as a Trans Am Series, and I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
Nice. And Scott Borchetta, let's come up here so everybody can see the beautiful paint scheme on the car. Look, he matches Scott, you've run a lot of different series here this weekend, and now I think this is a pretty good qualifying for you. How does it feel to be at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course?
You know, I really love this place, and I was talking to Adam before and getting a few pointers, and, you know, row 4 is the Italians, so we're coming after you. But we love this place. There's high speed, good technical turns. You know, you got to get your braking right. You got to get your shift points right. And so, you know, we're really excited. This is our best starting position in a year, so we can see the leader from here.
And you've had really good finishes here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, we've done well here, so, you know, we'll just try to keep it clean. Out in mind, we're just talking about what we want to do on the start, and then let's get in line and go racing.
And will you be back with us next weekend, your birthday weekend at Road America?
You know it. That's my best finish so far. So we finished 4th there last year, and we can't wait to get back to Road America. So these 2 tracks in particular are definitely 2 of our favorite.
Now, a question we've had a lot in the comments. Are you running the 48? That's not Jimmy Johnson, right? That's Dan Gurney.
Yeah, it's Dan Gurney and Bobby Unser. Of course, everybody's a Jimmy Johnson fan, but old school, Dan Gurney.
Nice. I love it. Thank you, Scott Borchetta. We're going to come over here now. Dylan Archer. Dylan Archer, just a few minutes ago, had a collision on the grid. A car came in on the tow truck and hit him right here. He wasn't moving. Everybody was trying to yell at the tow truck, but, you know, the tow truck was trying to navigate through. It was on a swing, and boom. But, Dylan, I guess everything's okay in your FPEC TA2 car?
Yeah, everything's fine. Luckily, we escaped that with no damage, but we're looking forward to today. We didn't have the qualifying that we wanted, but we know that we have a fast car, and we'll move forward to the front just where we want to be.
Nice. I love it. Dylan Archer and this beautiful food processing equipment company, Ford Mustang. We got to talk to Misha Goikberg, if Misha's there. Misha, Mid-Ohio. I know you like this track. You've had some good luck here in the past, so tell us about when the green flag drops. What is your strategy?
I like all tracks, not just this one, but I think we're going to try to stay clean today, conserve the tires, and push hard at the end. But if we can get a position or 2 at the start, we will.
Well, you're always one of the hardest chargers at the start, especially last year when you were on like a limited basis. But now that you're running for a championship with BC Race Cars, have you gotten more conservative? Because if you have, I haven't seen it yet.
I'm about to.
He's about to, he says. Sounds like maybe Blaze had a little talk with you. Is that what happened? He doesn't want to comment. No comments, he says. All right, we've got a Porsche coming through. He's got his blinkers on, so that's nice of him. Watch out, everybody. We got a Porsche coming through with his blinkers on. Obviously not a BMW. Brent Cruz, one of our youngest, actually the youngest in our series, in the Young Guns, doing really well, qualified 5th. And you don't seem to be happy with just 5th.
Yeah, I'm always looking for better. We had really good speed in practice, going quickest, and we made a little bit of mistake with the setup and a little bit on my end. We came in and got it better, but it just wasn't enough.
Nice. Well, Brent Cruz here in the number 70. Look for him. He's out here signing autographs. We got to get a shot of this. This is a fan walk. So Brent Cruz is right here. You definitely want to get his autograph. But you know what? I'm going to take a little foray over here into one of my favorite cars. I didn't get to talk to him at Lime Rock, but if you take a look at me, you can tell that I like my ice cream. So this man right here, Aaron, I don't know where he is. Check this out. Dairy Queen on the back. I really like this car right here. Tyler Ankrum. Dude, nice to meet you. I'm Ben from Nashville. You had really good luck in Nashville this weekend in the Truck Series. Is this your first time in TA2?
Yeah, it is actually. I'm pretty excited to be here racing.
Nice. And you're having to start in the back because this is basically one of your first sessions out there, right? So green flag drops. You don't really have a feel of the car. What's your strategy?
Swing for the fences, really. I mean, there's really not much more you can do, right? Just put the pedal down and go to the front.
Ooh, I like that. Swing for the fences. That should be fun to watch. As we come over, I don't see Rafa. Wait, Connor Mosak, come here, buddy. Don't go too far. Connor Mosak on the pole. Connor Mosak also in our Young Guns, 3-time Motul Pole Award winner. Pressure's on you right now. Green flag drops going into Franklin Road Apparel turn 4, which is turn 1 at the start. How does it feel?
Feels good. Our car's really fast. High Point University Mustang here, but we've been on the pole twice already this year and haven't been able to turn them into a win yet, so hopefully today's our day.
Definitely due for a win as Connor Mosack in the High Point University HPU car. Rafa Matos, he's won here a few times, I think 2 times in TA2, one here in Indy Lights. Now, Adam Andretti thinks that you or Guy Cosmo might have the most racing laps here at Mid-Ohio. Does Mid-Ohio suit the Rafa Matos style?
I hope so. It's been a good place for me my whole career here in the United States. I have a lot of laps. I raced Skip Barber, Indy Lights cars and prototypes, everything you can name it. Then, Trans Am, we've been able to be successful here. And, today should be a good day for us. We feel that we missed that pole position by a little bit. The car wasn't 100%, but we feel that we made some good changes overnight, and we have what it takes to win.
Nice. I love it. Rafa Matos. Now, since last time, this man won at Lime Rock, but between Lime Rock and here, he goes and gets second place with Cooper McNeil at Le Mans, and now here he is second place, hoping to improve on that at Mid-Ohio. Thomas, how's it feel?
It's feeling good. I felt really good after qualifying yesterday until Connor went out there and did a great job. So full credit to him for pulling that lap out. But I think we got a good race car. The Spritz Hall Mustang is always a good race car. So I'm confident for our race today. And we might have changing conditions, which I'd be okay with.
Nice. Well, Thomas Merrill is you do well in the rain. We saw that at Lime Rock. Real quick, I'm going to come over here to Elias Anderson because I love my awkward questions. Elias, last place, man, that's not like you.
Last place? This isn't last.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, we're at the middle of the grid. Yeah, I got that totally wrong. Let me fix that. This isn't last place. You're actually doing pretty well. You got to feel pretty good about this.
Pretty well is an exaggeration, but we're not last.
Yeah, not last. He's mid-pack, I guess. Sorry about that.
Right in the middle.
I got my math totally wrong. The producers corrected me as you did. But we're here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Elias, green flag drops, mid-pack. That's a dangerous place to be.
It certainly is, but hopefully we stay clean and get some, if we can get a half a dozen good laps in and see where everybody shakes out and then really race from there. I mean, that's the strategy for me.
Nice. I love it. And sorry about that. Didn't mean to insult you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We're about to crank these things up, but right now we're going to take a little break. Stay with us.
At Ryan, we seek to understand our clients' unique business needs and offer insights from over 75 years of experience. Our menu of integrated services span the entire life cycle of your building, from financing and development to design and construction to property management and maintenance. We think like building owners because we are building owners, and we work hard to assure that your building stays functional and cost-effective for generations to come.
My name is Monse, and I am a senior at Cristo Rey. We bring high school students and corporations together to transform education. I work 1 day a week at Ryan Companies. There are Cristo Rey schools serving students across the country. Visit CristoRayNetwork.org and learn how you can become a corporate partner today.
That's it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Mid-Ohio Road Sports Car Course. And I'm looking forward to what should be a cracking TA2 race. Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, live from Mid-Ohio. Welcome around the world to you tuning in to Trans Am. And I'm absolutely honored and delighted to welcome my guest for today's race, which is Al Unser Jr. Yes, the one and only two-time Indy champion and Indy 500 winner 2 times as well. But great to have you on board, and great to have you, more importantly, still involved very much in the sport. Delighted to have you here just to commentate on this. You know IROC, you know Trans Am, you've been around this sport forever, but slightly different. I'm sure you know this course too, but you're also here in an official capacity looking after some youngsters.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanks for having us. I tell you, we're just finished second in the FR race with Matt Clark, Future Star Racing, and so far it's been a good weekend.
And Tony Pirelli now obviously running FR and Formula 4, and a great opportunity, and as I was just telling you, people like Conor Mosak coming through Trans Am. So Trans Am has always been well known for its stars, but now we're starting to get superstars of the future as well.
Exactly. There's a lot of young drivers here, and my understanding is they're kind of using this. Most of them have come from the Truck Series, and because NASCAR is doing more road course racing.
Correct.
The Trans Am is the perfect place to get additional racing in. The more that you could drive a race car in races, the better driver you're going to be.
Good point. Well, we've got a massive field, a record field here for Mid-Ohio. Let's take a look at the grid. We've got some new names as well as some familiar ones. Conor Mosak, no question about his credentials. We just saw him there. He's pole position. He was in the second group. He struggled to get a clean lap, but he got it ahead of Thomas Merrill, who was very quick also in his group. There was 2 groups, such a big field. Rafa Matos, the champion, lines up on row 2 for the three-dimensional services Ford Mustang. And we've got Guy Cosmo coming in, replacing Mike Skeen. Guy Cosmo, if you're well aware of sports car racing and American racing, Guy Cosmo, a familiar name and a real hot shoe to bring in. Brent Cruz, talking of hot shoes, just a kid, but he is more than just a kid. He's a fast one too in that 70 Nitro Motorsports Ford Mustang, starting 5th. Goikhberg in 6th position. Then Borchetta and Andretti, and as Borchetta said, it's the Italians. We're coming for you in 7th and 8th.
That's right.
Yeah. Slater and Evan Pecor, great result for him. Slater up there in 9th. Cameron Lawrence with work to do in 11th. Barry Bowes, best qualifying he's had, the man from Driftwood, Texas, in 12th. Tyler Casera, the former Miata man and winner in in Trans Am already and fighting for the championship. He's 13th. Work to do for him. Adrian Lostowski, a kind of local race for him. The man from New York in 14th position. And Rhett Barco, a former Rookie of the Year, in 15th position. And there's one of those youngsters you mentioned, Corey Heim, on his way to NASCAR and getting some real education here. Keith Prochuk, Darren Mock, Anderson and Ankrum, we heard from him. Petty Pass from Canada. Doug Peterson, who runs the three-dimensional team, he's down in 22nd, a former champion in Trans Am. Sheehan, Dylan Archer, a youngster. Eric Norris, Chuck's kid, is here in 25th position. Chris Cook is in 26th, and it's Ty Young, Rumberg, Gallagher, Michelle Abati, the only female out there today, but she'll be giving it a good go for sure. Kurt Voigt, 31st, and Bruce Raymond in 32nd position. And then Ike Keeler and Jim Gallagher. No time for him. Jim Gallagher having problems in the lead up to this race. But a massive grid, as you can see, and this tiny Mid-Ohio course. It's going to be tough to overtake. It's going to be grueling, 100 miles in all, and of course the potential of rain coming. Let's head down though to Ben Sissel as we get ready for the invocation and those famous words to come.
Well, here we are at the fan walk. It's about to get loud, but before it gets loud, we like our road pastors to give us an invocation to get our heads and our hearts right. Bill Knox, take it away.
Join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we give you all the praise and glory and thanks for this beautiful day. Father, we ask for your hedge of protection around the drivers, the crews, the fans, the officials. Watch over them, protect them, Father. Keep our safety workers, our law enforcement, and EMS safe, Father. Bless our military around the world. Help bring peace to this torn world, Father. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Mr. Knox, thank you very much. Now, local legend Patty Schwall is going to deliver the national anthem. Patty.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Patty Schwall, beautiful. Thank you so much. Now we're going to talk, come over here, our Forge Line family. Mr. Shart, you were just out there in another group in a Yanko Stinger Corvair racing. You clean up really well coming right out of a race car. How was the race at Mid-Ohio?
The race was great. We come up here for vintage racing for the last 50 years. Of course, it wasn't vintage 50 years ago, but we love this place.
So you were vintage before it was cool.
That's right. That's right.
I love it. And Forge Line wheels, for those of you that don't know, make the coolest wheels for all kinds of cars, not just race cars, but street cars. Lots of cars in the car show were in Forge Line's wheels. Let's see how loud the Forge Line family and the Sharts can get with the most famous words in motorsports. Take it away, Forge Line.
From Pirelli and the Forge Line family.
Drivers, start your engines!
We'll let you listen to the roar of those engines as we go through our onboards, including the Hawk Performance and the Franklin Road of Cameron Lawrence and Adrian Lostowski. But let's just enjoy the sound for a second, as well as the ASIO data. Barry Bowes, first time we've been on board with Barry. I'm delighted for him, his best qualifying. And Evan Slater, the youngster, Cube 3 Architecture Interiors Planning. And Evan looking for a big weekend. He's 6th in the championship and leading the rookies and young guns, I may add. Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers. What a great story. Scott Borchetta turned from the music industry to be one of our top stars. This his best qualifying. And we'll also have Adam Andretti's three-dimensional services group. Yet we've got the Unzers and the Andrettis here this weekend. It doesn't get any more fun than that. So, yes, we're looking forward to Adam, and he needs some luck. He's had a real rotten run of bad luck as Adam Andretti. But what about this man, Rafa Matos? We'll be on board with him, championship leader, and loves Mid-Ohio, and this could be the make or break of his championship. Two-time champion and current champion, of course, and he's coming in with some pretty handy help this weekend. Mike Skeen, who's won and done very well. Guy Cosmo, first time in the car, but when you have a quality like Guy Cosmo, it doesn't take long to get up to speed. He knows what he's doing in a race car, and he certainly knows what he's doing here at Mid-Ohio. Three-dimensional services group will be on board with Guy. It's going to be a big experience for him coming into Trans Am for the first time. And now I guess it's a bit like when you started IROC. You're an IndyCar driver at heart, but then they throw you in a Camaro and go, hey, knock yourself out. But you took to it and a couple of championships under your belt.
Yeah, we were able to adapt to it pretty well, you know, but then I concentrated on the guys that really run IROC really well, and that was mainly Dale Sr. So our first race at Daytona back in 85 or 86, it was 86, my first year in IROC, and I just stuck to him like glue, you know, and just
that must have been fun, less pressure. And
it was less pressure, but, you know, it was a whole different game, the drafting game and all that kind of stuff, and the big heavy car that I had never driven before, and so it took a little bit to adapt to it, but once we did, we had a great time in the IROC series, and truly
I would
loved
argue
it.
that this form of racing, Trans Am, was probably the closest you got was in IROC. But you did one NASCAR, right? The Daytona 500?
I did one NASCAR, yep, one Daytona 500 in 1993.
Did you enjoy it?
I did. It was a lot of fun, you know. Again, I
Did you
learned
get more
so
respect? Because
much.
I always think there's a lack of, not respect, but the NASCAR boys and the IndyCar boys, it's a big void because of single-seater racing. But once you get stuck in the middle of a NASCAR race, you know you've got some pretty healthy drivers.
Well, exactly, and you need to find friends down at Daytona, okay? And so
don't make enemies
back
in
in
NASCAR.
the days, yeah, it was pretty separated with NASCAR and the good old boys from the South and the IndyCar drivers. But then as time goes on, and when I got into it, that gap had closed. And so, you know, when I made friends with Dale Sr., he brought me right under his arm, right into his fold, okay? And then as the years went by, you know, Tony Stewart going from IndyCar down to NASCAR. I mean, the whole gap, exactly, Jeff Gordon. So that whole gap just totally changed. And then today, it's truly non-existent. You know, NASCAR wants all the drivers. You know, Juan Montoya comes from Formula One.
Kimi Räikkönen is going to do Watkins Glen.
There you go. I mean, Jacques Villeneuve who just run. So that's gone. That's, you know, to get into NASCAR, any kind of racing, whether it be the Daytona 500, the 24-hour of Le Mans, or Daytona 24-hour, or Indy cars, race cars are race cars. You know, which we'll talk about that one young man who ran
Brent Cruz.
Yep, who ran the midget.
Yes.
You know, the more cars, the more disciplines you can drive, the better race car driver you're going to become. It's that simple.
Well, we've just seen a yellow come out on track, and I'm not sure what that's for at the moment as we slot through the onboards. We'll be on board with Rafa Matos, Adrian Lostowski, Barry Bowes. Rafa Matos, there he is. And it's going to be an interesting race because here are the points. Rafa Matos leads on 140. Thomas Merrill, good opportunity for him and for Tyler Casera and Cameron Lawrence. Mike Skeen dropping down the board because he's not doing the full season. He's doing some INSA racing, but he's been a real factor up until this point. And Guy Cosmo coming in nicely to replace him this weekend. So keep an eye on Evan Slater, Connor Mosack, your pole man. Got a great opportunity here, and let's see where Rafa Matos and how he plays it. Last year, he and Andretti got a 1-2 here, so we know that Rafa likes this place. And here we are on board with Guy Cosmo. the sports car driver turned Trans Am. Really looking forward to this. And certainly take to it, as Al says, like a duck to water. A car's a car, a racing driver's a racing driver.
That's right.
It doesn't matter what you put them in. And I think, actually, because this is what I call pure racing, you know, it's very simple in that respect. No extra gadgets like you would have in IMSA. And so it's all about your feel and your ability as a racing driver.
Absolutely. And with these cars, they don't have a ton of downforce like the endurance cars do, and so on. So these cars, they slide around, and so you've got to have good feel with the race car, especially with the rear end.
Yeah, and I want to know physically, you did the 500 so many times. I would have said 100 miles in a car like this would be a bit like approaching the 500. Not obviously the distance, but in terms of physicality, you've really got to be on your mark here because these cars can get away from it.
To be honest, for me, the road courses were so much more physically demanding than the Indy 500. The Indy 500 is more mental.
Yes.
Because you're at such a high rate of speed all the time, right? And so if the car goes off a little bit, you have to slow down.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. Where on the road course, you know, you're driving it sideways, you're shifting gears, you're braking, you're downshifting, you're just all over it, and it makes you breathe hard out here without a doubt.
You won here in Indy. What's it like as a race track to race?
You have to get a rhythm here. This Mid-Ohio is one place because of the elevation changes, the corners going over the hills and so on like that. You really have to develop a rhythm here, and so it takes a few laps to get into that rhythm. Once you're in the rhythm, then it's a beautiful place to drive, no matter what. I consider Mid-Ohio really one of the premier road courses in all of America.
There you go. That's high compliment.
Yep.
You're listening to Al Unser Jr., and if you want to hear about the career that he had, which is an amazing career, to be part of the Unser family who've won the Indy 500 more than any other family, and of course a brilliant history, checkered past, I believe it's called.
Yep. We got the book out there.
Shameless plug. I'm trying to get my signed book, but I'll get one. I'll force Al into it. No, I hear it's a good read. A lot of racing drivers have been reading it. But let's get back to the action. And here we go. Out of the carousel, leading the way, Connor Mosack will try to steal a march on the rest of the field. And here we go to start our Trans Am 100-mile race. But we are in caution. So they are gridding up, but of course we'll start not at turn one like in Indy. That's why Al looks surprised there. We start on the back straight for safety.
Like Indy.
Yes.
Like that's where I've been all weekend long. We've been running the F4 and the FR car with Future Star Racing, and we've been starting at start-finish line. So this is really good. Actually, it's great that they start.
It's better for a Trans Am, especially with a field this big of over 30 cars. Because now, as you can see, they're starting to form up. David Hoots, a long-time NASCAR race director, is making sure that they get them together. We want them as bunched up as possible to give everybody a chance to race. Watch out for this kid, Brent Cruz. You're going to be impressed with this kid.
Yeah, all of my IndyCar starts were on the back, just like this. Yep.
Here we go then. Connor Mosack has the pole position, and he will leave it into the first right-hander at turn 4. But away we go. Merrill, though, will challenge him. Misha Goikhberg right in the middle and in the thick of it. The champion, Rafa Matos, looking for position, but it is going to be Connor Mosack who takes the lead in the whole shot into the start of this race. Merrill takes second place, and a gaggle of all yellow three-dimensional services cars as they group together and try to get Rafa ahead, and Rafa is the lead as he gets ahead of Guy Cosmo, as per plan, I'm sure. But a good clean start, and Al settling it down now, but a long way to go.
Yeah, no, it looks good. They got through that turn 5 and 6 really well, so now they're approaching turn 11 now. It's looking good.
Scott Borchetta got a good start as well. Connor Mosack looking to make hay, and a good point for the High Point University. That's where he graduated with entrepreneurial skills, or he took a degree in entrepreneurship, and therefore a very smart racing driver. Al nodding alongside me.
That was a great start. That's a great opening lap. You know, these guys are really watching themselves, you know. With the closed wheels like this, you know, rubbing is racing, and so they did a fantastic job. They know that they got a long way to go here, and that's what I see.
Yeah, really good clean start. Not a great start from Michel Abate. I see the all-yellow ghost car at the back there. Dust flying up. Somebody getting it wrong on the exit of the keyhole as we go on board with Adrian Lostowski and the Hawk Performance on board. Beautiful sand. And keep an eye on those onboards because that'll give you the throttle, the brake, and also the top speed as we look at the number 70 Brent Cruz. This youngster right in the middle of these three-dimensional cars. Doug Peterson, the former champion, he's there too. He'll try to make his way through, but what a start to this. And we've got a freight train around Mid-Ohio at the moment as we go on board now with Adam Andretti. On the podium here last year, but he's had a bit of bad luck, and Adam just wanting to turn this weekend into a decent result. If he can get a podium out of this, he'll be delighted.
Indeed. I tell you, Adam's a great friend of mine, and he's just done a superb job. Scott Bruchetta is a good friend of mine. He's doing his level has just gotten better and better and better.
It's a
with,
great
with
story
Scott
too,
Bruchetta.
because
Absolutely.
to be able to turn to racing driver. I mean, you started as a kid. You come from the Unser family. You're bound to know racing. But Scott was what, in his 30s, 40s. He loved racing, but he never had the chance to do it.
Absolutely loved racing. Was from California. Moved to Nashville to do his music business, and highly successful in that. And so now he got back later in life back into his racing, his love. And he's just done a fantastic job.
I asked Scott Borchetta when he's at one of these music awards, who's the guy that wants to talk cars? And he said, Keith Urban never stops talking cars.
Yeah. Hey, you got to love racing, man. It's all good stuff.
So Rafa Matos in a good position. He's right behind Thomas Merrill at the moment in third position, and I think he's just going to have a watching approach now to this because he doesn't need to do anything dramatic. But now it's 100 miles. Rafa's a very mature driver. He's just going to keep an eye on. He's probably not even going to hound him. He's just going to keep an eye on him for now and make sure that the leader doesn't get too far ahead because he doesn't want to get Mosak. If you were in this position, is that the kind of...
Exactly. What I'd be thinking about right now is taking care of my brakes and taking care of my tires.
Gotcha.
That's the one thing that I want. You know, it's so early in the race. Now the rhythm is starting to come to everyone, to yourself. So now it's all about running some laps. Nothing high risk at all because it's a long way to go.
And you can, when you're stuck behind somebody like this, you can actually preserve the car by using the aerodynamics.
Exactly.
That helps the tires,
Everything about, the best one is the leader. He's got all the downforce on his car. So the thing to do when you're behind somebody, try not to do anything high risk as far as a pass, and then just take care of your tires. Don't slide them. Don't use too much throttle, so on, because you're just too early in the race here.
Well, Guy Cosmo is under big pressure from our youngster Brent Cruz, who's been an absolute sensation, phenom, if you will. And he's up against one of the greats of sports car racing in America, Guy Cosmo, who's making his first entry into Trans Am. But as you can see, he's already pretty handy behind the wheel.
I love the patience that Brent just showed there. He tried to do it, just testing the waters there. It wasn't easy, so he backed out. Patience, and that's what he's doing. He's dogging him, actually, just seeing the openings. That's what he's searching for, is the easy pass right now.
And when you've got 45 laps to get it done, are you, like you say, are you analyzing the guy in front of you to say, okay, he's good there, but I'm on it there, and I can go a little fast, but I'm not going to show him that yet?
Absolutely. What's going on is the beginning of a boxing match.
Yes.
Where you're feeling things out. You're seeing what works and what doesn't, and so on.
You know, we got an instance yesterday in the TA race where we almost had the Formula One like porpoising just with the bodywork of the car flapping in the wind, literally because of the setup of the cars. And we'll see it here, a little bit of flapping. You see that there. That can be a little bit off-putting, but it's not affecting the running of the cars as we're on board with Matos.
It shows that these cars are producing downforce.
Yes, they are.
That's what it shows.
Scott Borchetta making a move on the 94. Nicely done.
Scott, yeah.
I love watching him race, and he does so many SVRA races. He's been out twice already today.
Yeah, he loves the vintage. He's got a super fast Corvette.
Yeah,
that is just fantastic. And he's out here just running and running and running, which is
Tony
great.
Give you a run if you wanted to get some SVRA time.
No. That's okay. Thanks. I like doing what I'm doing right now with you.
And I know that the youngsters really appreciate it. Whoa, Rafa gets on the grass, and that wasn't a very smart move by Rafa. How much will that affect? We've always been talking about the grass at Mid-Ohio. You know this from IndyCar racing. It's great that it's so lush here, but if you get that grass in the radiators, you're in a mess.
If you get them in the radiators, it's a mess. That is correct. But what he just did, he just set a wheel off. That's not bad at all. These cars have so much suspension travel, they can get up on those curves, and it won't bother them at all.
Fastest lap of the race is Evan Slater, 126.9, and he's currently in 11th position, so a good battle going on, but we're watching Guy Cosmo because he's under big pressure at the moment from Brent Cruz, and we've got an all-Ford Mustang top 6 at the moment with Andretti in 6th place, just holding off Guy Cosmo, just holding off Misha Goikberg, the Canadian in 7th, then Picor having his best run in 8th, Borchetta 9th, Lawrence in 10th position, and then you can see it all the way down. Heim in 16th position, the young Toyota driver looking to make it to NASCAR as we look at another youngster, Evan Slater, leading the way in the rookies and leading the way in the Young Guns Championship. A chance to win $20,000 in Peter Gregg Foundation. So a real prize for Evan Slater if he can keep this up throughout the rest of the second half of the season.
Yeah, and I just met Evan Slater this weekend here. We're in talks about him running an FR car for us next year at Future Star Racing, and so yeah, we're in talks. So great kid, great family. We truly look forward to hopefully doing something with him next year.
Well, for those of you who don't know, Al Unser Jr. was very much involved in helping Ernie Francis Jr. make the transition to single seaters, and now look at him, he's in Indy Lights.
Yep, he's in and doing a great job. You know, Ernie, I really loved what Ernie did last year. He comes here, he wins in an FR car. That afternoon, he gets in the Trans Am car and leads the race. Unfortunately, he had a mechanical. And then that evening, he went to Eldora and drove SRX on the dirt and ran up front. And so, again, the more disciplines you can drive, the better race car driver you're going to become.
I got another news story. How about this? Your mate, Scott Borchetta, just did the fastest lap of a TA2 race. 126.7. I don't think I've ever seen him put the purple lap in like that. And look at the people he's up against. He's going to be proud as punch. Now, it may be beaten as the race goes on, but we've documented it.
Yep. Scott, he works at this. He works at it. He's always thinking about racing day in and day out. And he, like I said, he's improved, and now it's just proven that he's getting successful at it.
Clean start to this one, 6 laps of the 45 gone. Al Unser Jr. and myself, Jonathan Green, bringing in the action as Connor Mosack has about a half a second lead over Merrill. Merrill putting big pressure on him in that half a second gap, but so too Rafa Matos, who's been on the grass and out of shape already, but he's right there in 3rd position as we look high above Misha Goikberg, and behind him, Scott Borchetta, the man who's fastest on track. Brent Cruz, sadly, for Scott, has just gone quicker, 126.5, so Brent Cruz now has the fastest lap, but stand by, because that, I think, is going to drop as the load comes down in the fuel, and as the tyres get to their optimum temperature and really give them a chance to run these cars as fast as they can. 170 miles an hour at top speed, and dust flying up as they passed our commentary position just that time. They're pushing on now. Mosack takes it by another 10.6 on that last lap, ahead of Merrill, Matos, Cosmo, Cruz, and Andretti in top 6.
Yeah, and just to let everybody know, there was that threat of rain.
Yep.
We've looked at the radar.
I've got my own weatherman today.
It looks good.
Okay.
So none of the teams are thinking about rain at all. They're on their normal dry strategy for the completion of the race.
Well, my producer just took a deep breath and said, I'm glad you said that because I don't want any rain. She said, there you go.
No, we don't. As a driver, you don't want any rain either. So
But these guys do run in the wet, and of course they've got wet weather tyres. That would change things dramatically. Look at Brent Cruz now. You can see these guys. You can throw a blanket over the top 5. Really close to Dean. Brent Cruz is giving Cosmo all sorts of problems. But, like I said, he's a wily old 24-hour racer, an IMSA champion. Came through the ranks during his career. He's in his mid-40s now, and a very accomplished driver. But Brent Cruz is hungry and young, and look at him side by side. Yeah. Where can you overtake safely here? For both
down into turn 5.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you just got to get through the keyhole up there and get down that backstretch, use the draft, And
that begins here, isn't it? The drive through here, getting a good drive through turn one, then into the keyhole and getting the drive out of the keyhole.
And turn one's a tricky corner too, so that's your second best place is coming up into turn 2, which we saw Brent make a move earlier. So
into the big machine, vodka, spike coolers, keyhole they go, and there is the man of the moment from Big Machine, Scott Borchetta, and side-by-side action here with the Picor and Goikberg. And the Canadian just squeaking through there as we go back on board with Evan Slater.
That's great racing right there.
Yep, Q3 Architecture Interiors Planning. I spoke to his sponsor a couple of times this year. Really pleased with the way Evan is progressing. And we've got a full course yellow now. So that's going to change everything. Al, take us through the mindset of a racing driver. Oh, sadly, that's Ken Thwaites that's gone off.
See that again, turn one.
No, excuse me. That is Lawrence that's gone off. No, I got it wrong again. I'll get it right. There's 4 cars out. Is that Ryquist, I wonder?
Yeah, that was turn 1. Again, turn 1's a tricky corner, so you really got to get through there really well.
It was really Ankrum, the youngster, Tyler Ankrum, who we spoke to. So many cars out there for Franklin Road, but that wasn't Ken Thwaites. Of course, he's racing in TA, but Lawrence of his big guy, and he is A-OK. Well, that's good news because Lawrence is still in the top 10. But Ankrum is the cause of that yellow. But Al, what I wanted you to take our audience through is what you do in this situation, because people don't often talk about the yellow situation in terms of what a racing driver does. It looks as though they're going slow and waiting to go racing again. There's far more to it than that, because there's a lot of systems checks. There's a chance to talk to the engineer. There's a chance to have some thoughts in your own head about how the car's running and how you're going to approach the next rerun.
Well, the first thing you want to do is just give the car a break. You're giving the tires a break, giving the brakes a break, and so you get to gather your thoughts here. You get to kind of reanalyze what's been going on in the last few laps, and then to think about what's going to go on once we go back to green again. But really, you want to drive. You want to stay in the groove. You don't want to get outside of the groove and have pick up on your tires or anything like that. You want to just kind of mellow out what they're doing right now, so that it gives the engine a chance to cool down, the water, the oil, your brakes cool down, all that. So,
all right, well, let me ask you a next question, because I've just heard we're going to go green on the next lap. How do you take advantage of the restart? Because in racing, you don't get these opportunities too often, and it's a great opportunity to make some places.
Absolutely. What you're going to be doing now is looking at the 2 cars in front of you, okay? So you've got that 1 car in front of you. You're looking at the other 2 guys in front of them and kind of seeing what they're going to do. So as we come around for the restart, you're going to see what they do. You're not really paying attention to the guy in front of you. You're paying attention to the 2 cars in front of him and see what they do, and then how the car in front of you is going to react, and then you go up there and make your move.
You're listening to Al Unser Jr., multiple Indy 500 and IndyCar champion, and now looking after youngsters here in the FR and F4 championships. Delighted to have him on board this weekend. And he knows a fair bit about racing stock cars. He's done the IROC
Making sure
championship.
You're in the right gear right now. Pace car is pulled off. You're ready for a green.
Here we go then. We're about to get underway. The safety car comes in. Conor Mosak leads the field. Thomas Merrill just set the fastest lap at a 1:26.3 before we went yellow, and away we go. Rafa Matos in 3rd place. Will try to defend, but Brent Cruz is through. He's made it through on Guy Cosmo. Nicely done by Cruz.
He got 2 cars on that restart, didn't he? Yeah.
Because he was, Andretti was trying to get ahead of him, and he said, no thank you, and then got Carl Cosmo on the inside. Not easy. That's not the race line.
No, he was looking at the cars in front, seeing what they're going to do when the hole opened. He was ready and there.
So Andretti now behind his teammate Cosmo, and Brent Cruz has made up a place. Has taught Tyler Casera trying to make his way around the outside of the keyhole. Casera currently chasing Slater in 12th position, an important race for him. And there's Cruz. Nitro Motorsports. A karting phenom in his time, won the World Championship and many American titles, and jumped onto the scene at the beginning of the season and has never looked back, and has been a thorn in many a racer's side since he started racing here at Trans Am, and we're delighted to have him on board. How long we can keep him in Trans Am, I don't know, because he is such a great racer already at, 15 years of age?
So now you just had a restart. You're gathering your thoughts again. You're being reminded of yourself. We're only on a lap 11 out of 45. So I got still a long race in front of me. I made some spots. Let's just maintain now. And as the race unfolds, it comes to you. That's what you're really putting yourself in position for.
And now with these single-seaters, you're now effectively a race engineer. What do you tell a racing driver? You don't want too much information. Some guys like to talk, some guys don't. But what's helpful when you're racing?
I try to answer the questions that they have out there, and other than that, I try to leave them alone. Like our young kids, too much talking to them distracts them too much. So I just let them go, let them do their thing. If they ask a question, try to answer it, and really that's about it.
Well, we just heard that Evan Slater might be trying a little bit of FR racing himself, turning into single-seaters. So that's the big news story out of today. But Evan Slater, more importantly, is now looking to try and win the rookie championship. There's Casera, and behind him is Picor, who's had a great qualifying, probably his best here in Trans Am. 12 of the 45 laps gone. More work to do for the likes of Baku and Prochuk. Archer with work to do. Dylan Archer.
Now, see, the guys in the back, I'm talking about the lead group when I talk about staying calm and running it, The guys in the back, they're trying to get up front.
Yep.
So there's nothing calm about them. They're from what, 15th on back.
Oh,
now
we're on board with Evan Slater, who gets nipped from behind. That, to me, looked nothing to do with him, but he got a nip from behind, I think, didn't he?
He did. That's what it looked like. Yep.
He got a little bit of the old Paul Tracy chrome horn there, I think.
The guys in the back, man, they're fighting hard. You betcha.
Well, we were on board with Evan Slater when it happened. I don't know how we managed to pull that off, but that was pretty impressive. But Evan Slater gave you a bird's eye view, a cracking view of just what it's like to get spun round in a Trans Am race. But the race continues, and he continues as well. On board with Adam Andretti. He's got Guy Cosmo behind him, and it looks as though we've got one retirement coming into the pit lane. We'll find out if we can from Ben Sissel. And I know my man Garcia will be on this, but we've got one car coming into the pits. No scheduled pits. Let's take a look. Al, see what you see when you see what happened to Evan Slater.
Yeah, since we were on board with him, it's hard to really know, because he just got taken out by the kite behind him.
That's what I think.
Yep.
He was
in a
going
traffic
fine,
jam, and the car behind him lost patience, like what I was talking about, and they went up in there. See, they're fighting hard here. Yep, there it is. Yep,
there it is.
Got hit on his right rear.
Oh, well, that's what happens. That's racing, as they say.
Yep.
And look at how close they are in the lead. This is brilliant racing. And already it looks as though Cosmo may well have got by Brent Cruz again.
Yep.
So
Brent
Cruz is having a
spot.
real battle with the three-dimensional boys. 13th lap, but who's going to get lucky, I wonder? Brent Cruz in a real battle. Cosmo's got past him again, and he's up to 4th place. Cruz down to 5th now, and Andretti's right behind him. Scott Borchetta making a move on Andretti. They're good friends, but not when it comes to racing. He said before the race, I'd get a few tips from Andretti. Well, Andretti will be regretting that now. Yep, he's right there. Scott Borchetta and Adam Andretti.
Scott's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah,
super proud of him.
Yeah, this is one of the best races he's run. He does like this Mid-Ohio. It seems to suit certain guys. I'm not sure what it is about Mid-Ohio. Board with Andretti as he tries. Where can you make time up here at Mid-Ohio?
Anywhere you can, simply put. Just, it's such a challenge, the whole place, with, like I said, the elevation changes, all that kind of stuff. So anywhere you can, especially on race day.
Right.
When race day comes and you get that traffic in there, you're chasing every hole that you can get into. Yep.
Kurt Voigt is the driver that got into the pits. He's up on the jacks on the left-hand side, so he's not going anywhere quickly. Here's another replay. And that was Cosmo at turn 4. Nicely done on Brent Cruz. And that's a classic overtake here. And it looks as though Andretti was thinking about doing the same thing. So, back on board with Guy Cosmo. And you can see from the onboard the speed he's going. He's going 125 coming up to the keyhole, 135 in fact, before he breaks down to the big machine spike coolers keyhole.
These cars
and the key is
run good.
getting out of here, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That determines your whole straightaway speed down at the end, and so you got to come off that keyhole especially well.
Well, he made a great move here at turn 4. I hadn't realized until I walked down there early in the weekend just how cambered that is. We saw an outside move around here. You can do it. But I've also seen moves in IndyCar as they come down towards the S's on this. You see the left-hander here? If you get it right, you can actually get up the outside of here and come around, but it's a risky move.
It's high risk right in that area, I tell you, but that turn 5 getting down in there, that's one of the premier passive places here.
Mosak, Merrill, and Matos. That's your top 3. Cruz battling with Cosmo for 4th. It's been a cracking battle too. Back on board now with the Franklin Road Apparel Cameron Lawrence car. I was worried that it was he that went out earlier, but of course it wasn't. Luckily, it was the youngster who's trying his first time out for the Franklin Road Apparel team. So Ken Thwaites drew in, I'm sure, a deep breath as he watches on the pit lane. And look at this battle. Tyler Casera around the outside again. Oh, they touch! And that's a real battle there between Cameron Lawrence and Tyler Casera. Casera getting on the outside, almost going off. But that was a big moment there in that replay. So Tyler Casera definitely in the wars. But Lawrence won that battle. And now Tyler Casera will build again. Casera in 9th. Lawrence was in 10th, but now is ahead of him. Goitberg's just behind. And we go on board with Lawrence. Wow, we're getting some great racing here. And it's right through the field too. There's nothing splitting the top 3. And as we look at this top 10 battle for Cameron Lawrence, he's right in the thick of it too. Now, Brent Cruz all over Rafa Matos. Now, this is really interesting. I remember talking to Brent Cruz, and he said the one guy he really wanted to race against, remember, Rafa Matos in his 30s, accomplished, Rookie of the Year in IndyCar, Rookie of the Year in Indy Lights. But Brent Cruz wants a piece of Rafa. He wants to race Rafa whenever he can.
Especially
now he's got the chance.
The defending champion, his proven winner. He wants to. He's especially after that guy. He's hunting him big.
Yep. So Rafa will know that, because I remember being in his pits when one of his mechanics said, "Oh yeah, Brent Cruz wants to take you on." And this was at Laguna Seca a few rounds ago, and he went, "Who is he? Who is he? How would you know about him?" And now he knows about him.
Now he knows. That's right.
This is great. And now we've got a slight gap too between Merrill and Mosak at the front, and then 3rd place battle here. So you can start to see the gaps. And Cosmo is the reinforcement. He's coming.
Yep, their tires are starting to go off now. So now is when the true handling of the car is going to start appearing, and that's why you're starting to see the gap form.
How close do you have to be able to get a draft effect, do you think?
You need to be right up their tail.
Okay.
You need to be right up their tail coming off that corner and use that. It's just not long enough to have a massive draft.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you need to be on them and within a car length at the most, so that you can get, as soon as you get through the kink on the backstretch, you can go in beside them and outbrake them into 5.
Well, this is a really good battle too, Casera and Picor. Tyler Casera, the former Miata champion, and he was saying that, interestingly enough, I don't know if you'd agree, but he was saying that the Miata is all about momentum racing, because all the cars are spec the same. He said you're used to racing at close quarters, and you're used to not losing momentum, and that is true of this kind of racing too in Trans Am.
Absolutely. I mean, the cars are so equal. It's so competitive. You need to be on your game all the way around. The crews too, in preparation of the cars. Yeah, they're looking good. Everybody's looking good. Again, like I said, the tires are starting to go off. They're really starting to really adapt to their car now because of the tires starting to go away. You got to change the way you enter the corner, the way you go through the corner, the way you exit the corner in order to take care of the tires so that you've got some grip out there.
Yeah, and you know what? As we see these gaps starting to form, certainly the leaders, Connor Mosak just did the fastest lap of the race. Brent Cruz has just beaten that with a 26.1, but all the top 4 now starting to go quicker and quicker. Thomas Merrill has gone with the leaders, so we're starting to get a gap at the front between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd now. And if anything, Rafa Matos is stuck with fighting Brent Cruz. And he's losing a little bit of ground now to Thomas Merrill, who just did a 26.2, his fastest lap. And just before that, Conor Mosak put his fastest lap in at 26.2. But the fastest man on track at the moment, Brent Cruz in the 70.
Yeah, like I said, Mid-Ohio is a rhythm racetrack, and they're really starting to get in their rhythms right now.
Yep.
And also, the fuel load is going down, so the car's getting lighter and lighter.
And does it handle less? Oh, no! Oh, that is bad news. Doug Peterson, the team leader, if you will, and the team owner for the three-dimensional services, is trying to back himself out of the gravel trap, but it's a big old gravel trap. He's almost beached it, but he's got all the experience of being a multiple champion in this sport. But, no! Doug is stuck, but now he's trying again. He's doing the smart thing, isn't he?
Look at the radiator. That car's getting hot.
Yeah. Will he get out of there? There's no other way, is there?
I think he's
got a ton. You can't go forward there. You're going to just beach it.
As long as he's still moving, he's got a shot.
He's got a shot, and he is doing. What a smart move!
Look at this.
Well, that's experience for you, Doug. Well, Doug Peterson likes his beaches, and he knows how to ride them. He got stuck in Bora Bora a couple of years ago. Now he's stuck in Mid-Ohio.
He's getting deeper and deeper. That looks like it's off at turn 5 at the end of the backstretch.
Yep. Well, that's going to bring out a full course safety, which he's going to be thinking, I got to get out of here because my 3 guys are at the front. Boom! Yellow flag. Yellow car. The pace car will be out.
So now he loses a lap. That's all he's thinking about. I tried to get out of here without losing a lap. The only thing I could do is go downhill. I couldn't go uphill.
I just saw a quick glimpse of another car that's coming. That's Aaron Pettipas, who, of course, is the Canadian who came and joined us last time out. And he's just pulled into the pits. We'll try and find out what happened to him. But now we go back to that procedure. And now you were in the throes of describing some of the things that you're thinking about. And there's more to talk about in this instance.
They're just calming everything down right now. You really want to pay attention that you stay in the groove. You stay in the clean part of the racetrack right now. Be easy on your brakes and just let everything calm down, let everything settle down. And what I'm talking about settling down, I mean the water temp, the oil temp, the brake temp. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about settling down.
Well, you're listening to Al Unser Jr., Jonathan Green, bringing you all the action of the TA2 from Mid-Ohio. Great racing so far. We're going to take a short break from Mid-Ohio, and we'll be back. You won't miss a thing.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. We're in the caution after, sadly, Rafa Matos' team owner, Doug Peterson, has gone off into the gravel and got stuck. He did a valiant job of trying to get out. He did the smart thing, which not many racing drivers think of, which is to use reverse, because if you try to use drive, you just get stuck lower, whereas in reverse, you've got a chance of at least going against the grain of the gravel and getting out quicker. Now, Kevin Allen is the crew chief for Doug Peterson, and I know that Ben Sissel is down in the pits. Let's see if we can head down there and get a word with his crew chief. Down to you, Ben.
Here I am with Kevin Allen, Doug Peterson's crew chief. What did he say to you over the radio to end up in China Beach like that?
Well, he said that he might have gotten some help from the car behind him. He wasn't exactly sure, but that he just got lost and got stuck in there. Almost got out, but couldn't quite make it. So...
yeah, we saw him hard on the gas trying to get out, but it is deep out there.
It's deep, yeah. It's a rough spot to be, no doubt, yeah.
And then we got reports that maybe the 88 touched the wall somewhere. Have you heard that?
I didn't catch that. Nope, sorry.
All right. And how are the other three-dimensional services group team members doing?
I think we're doing pretty well, yeah. I mean, guys talked a little bit about his engine's a bit soft, but I think we're okay. I think we're doing good.
All right, well, I'm going to go to Al Unser Jr., our resident expert. What does a soft engine mean, Al?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Al's just taking a toilet break, so we'll get his opinion on that. But yeah, a soft engine. I'll keep it in mind, and I'll ask him. Don't you worry about that. We're looking at Guy Cosmo at the moment as we're under caution here at Mid-Ohio. A scintillating start to this one. What a cracker so far, and we've got a long way to go yet. We're under caution, and everybody, as you can see, there's how far that gravel trap is. It's a massive gravel trap. Big gravel trap. So Doug Peterson stuck in the gravel here at Mid-Ohio. Look at the rope they've got to get him out of there. Going to have to drag him along for 100 feet or so. And that is at the exit of turn 4, I think. And it wouldn't surprise me if he got a little helping hand to get in there, because it is a breaking point. And I'm glad to say the weather we expected at some point in the day has not yet come to fruition. So it looks as though we're going to stay dry. But look at this wonderful sight. A big crowd here. You can't see many of them because they're all in the woods in their RVs. And Barry Bowes having the ASIO data on board this weekend. Delighted to have him and delighted to be on board with him, given that this is his best qualifying of the season, if not over the last 2 seasons. Him and Elias Anderson have come from SCCA and came together into Trans Am, and they work together, work out of the same pits. They're not official teammates, but they kind of work as a team. But it's a small car effort, a family effort, if you will. Now, Thomas Merrill obviously is the man wanting to win this race desperately in terms of the championship. So let's go down a bit.
So I'm with Travis Cope, owner of Cope Racing Team, Mike Cope's son, who's talking to Thomas Merrill, Thomas Merrill's crew chief. Thomas currently in second. What's he saying? He seems to be in kind of a relaxed stance right now.
Yeah, we're kind of biding our time right now, letting the car come to us and seeing what happens with Connor and trying to wait it out and see if he can come back to us. We got a little damage on the right rear from the 88 car. It hurting our exit a little bit, but I still think we'll be better than 28 at the end of the race. Thomas just came off the podium at Le Mans. He's at the top of his game right now, so I think we're going to be all right.
Yeah, and Thomas being kind of an endurance driver and sprint car racer, he's in good shape here. He won here, I think, in 2020, so he sounds pretty passionate, or is he pretty calm on the radio?
He's calm, but he's always calm. He shows excitement on the racetrack, but over the radio, he's always calm and collected.
Nice. All right, Travis Cope, Thomas Merrill, good luck. You heard it here.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on that. So this is the quality of driver. Thomas Merrill on the podium at the famous 24 Hours of Le Mans. And I've got a 24-hour winner here from Daytona, Al Unser Jr. And we just got a question for you. What is a soft engine?
It's an engine that is getting tired. Okay. It's slowing down. It's lost that knife edge, performance.
Gotcha.
And so it's just off, maybe 2-3% of what it was at the beginning of the race.
Now, I know the answer to my own question, but I'm sure there's a lot of fans out there. I picked up on what the engineer was saying. He said, we're just waiting for the car to come to us. Now, explain that to some of the people who may be coming to racing for the first time.
It's mainly the fuel load, because that's truly the only thing that's really changing in the car other than the actual tires. Okay, so you may start with the tanks in the rear of the car. You may start the race on a full tank. The car will be a little loose, the back end sliding out. As the fuel load starts coming down, it'll start balancing itself out where it'll tighten up the back end without that fuel being back there.
And also, when he says the car to come to us, he's also referring to the fact that it kind of hits a sweet spot, if you will. And that's why we're starting to see some really good fastest laps as well.
Correct. It's the balance of the car. It's the front end gripping with the rear end. That's what it's all about.
All right, we're getting a good schooling here from one of the greats. Great to have Al Unser Jr. looking after some of the juniors. Who are you looking after this year? It's Castro?
We got Andre Castro. Was our first his first time here with us. He did a fantastic job. He ran third yesterday, and so him and Matt Clark is in our FR car.
I like that kid.
Matt Clark
Canadian,
from Canada. Yeah, he's really special. We're looking at him. And from the performance of Andre Castro this weekend, is the first time with the team. He's done a fantastic job. So we've got 2 superstars, future stars, Future Star Racing.
You know, we got a great future. We got a star in the race director. I don't know if you ever heard of him. A guy called Scott Goodyear.
Yeah.
You ever raced him?
Once or twice. Yeah,
I have to bring it up.
Scotty does
look
a
up
great
your history
job.
books, folks. The closest finish ever in the Indy 500 was Al Unser Jr. and Scott Goodyear, who's upstairs right now.
Yeah, Scott, he always gives me a hard time.
I bet he does. I would.
Yeah. So
inches. But you guys are good mates now, I know, and it's great to have people like yourselves on board looking after these youngsters.
Yeah, because we're still the closest finish at the 500. We've become better and better and better friends.
That's great.
It's been a real God thing. It's been truly good.
Do you still follow current Indy? Do you watch it closely?
Absolutely.
I love racing. Who impresses you?
Of course, Colton Herta.
Yeah.
Right away. Pato O'Ward. He's the next one. Those 2 guys are the future stars of IndyCar racing. Joseph Newgarden is just, in his prime right now and doing a great job. Of course, the elder Scott Dixon is one of my most favorites. I mean, he truly is rewriting the record book in all of IndyCar history.
He could actually challenge A.J. Foyt's record.
Absolutely. He's in great physical shape, great mental shape. He's tough to beat week in and week out.
Yeah, no question about it. Let's go back to, again, the restart, because we only just touched on it. Let's say you're Guy Cosmo, or more importantly, Rafa Matos in third with Brent Cruz behind him. How do you go about both defending and getting aggressive?
You're just trying to make the moves going forward, okay? So especially on these restarts, like what we're going to be coming up on, all you're thinking about is what's in front of you, So if you can get the guy in front of you, then you're not defending anything. Okay, so that's what it's all about. The only one who's defending anything is the leader.
Yeah, good point.
The leader is the only one checking out his mirror, seeing what's going on behind him. Other than that, it's all about passing.
Yeah, and there's no question that the Scott Legacy Racing, Nick Taylor sponsored M1 race car of Conor Mosack at the wheel, the 23-year-old has been ice cool when it comes to this sort of thing. He's only a kid, mind you, just 23 years of age, but already an accomplished racing driver and will be taking the pressure nicely. He's got Thomas Merrill behind him, Rafa Matos in third, Brent Cruz, the fastest man so far with that 1:26.1. Then it's Guy Cosmo, Scott Borchetta in the top 6, Adam Andretti 7th, Goikhberg in 8th position, Cameron Lawrence 9th, Tyler Casera also vying for the championship in 10th. Then the Toyota junior driver, Corey Heim, getting some practice for when he comes back here for NASCAR in 11th place, but also a regular in Trans Am. Delighted to have him. Evan Pecor in 12th. Lostowski 13th. Barry Bowes 14th. Elias Anderson is mate in 15th. That's the top 15 at the moment. They're still getting Doug Peterson's car out of harm's way.
Yeah, seeing that, that was just a death trap down there. A death trap sandbox is what that is. And so since we're under yellow here, I got a text from my wife, Norma. She wants me to say hello to her, so I'm going to say hello to her right now.
That's about the most important thing you've said all day. Let's head down to the pits because Ben Sissel has got Conor Mosack's engineer. Let's hear what's happening with Conor.
Hey, I'm with Mike with Conor Mosack's team, M1 Race Cars, Team SLR. What's Conor saying on the radio?
Everything's doing great. Car's handling great. And we're out front.
Nice. So our pole position still holds first place here with M1 Race Cars, Conor Mosack at the lead, but Thomas Merrill right behind him. It could get dicey here at the restart, gentlemen.
Conor Mosack, so we've got the intel there. And, of course, he's sponsored by High Point University, and that is a really good story, actually. He went to that university, he studied entrepreneurialism, and I'll tell you what, that's not a bad idea as a racing driver. I bet you never thought of that when you were racing, coming up through the ranks. Oh, I should really get an education, or should I just hang around racing?
Yeah, no, I was all about racing, I was a professional race car driver, driving sprint cars when I was a sophomore in high school.
Wow.
And so
How did you get into it?
I paid the price for it too, because I'm in high school. In the morning class was world history on a Friday. They're talking about Napoleon. I'm racing sprint cars that Friday night, and I went, how is knowing about Napoleon going to help me win the race tonight?
Yeah.
And the answer
you can do
is
it
not
one
at all. So anyway, later in life, I paid the price for it because of the business side of it and all that kind of thing. So.
Well, we're expecting green, and that's how your father and Bobby started on the dirt.
Exactly. Yep. Up at Pikes Peak.
There you go.
On the dirt.
Yep.
Which is the slickest road course that I had ever raced.
And am I right in saying Bobby was an absolute genius?
He's king of the mountain.
Yeah, king of the mountain.
Yep.
Well, we're about to go racing again. Who's going to be king of Ohio? We wonder. Who's going to be the Buckeye State's #1? Well, Connor Mosack is vying for it. Brent Cruz is also right there. This restart is going to be important, though. You can see them putting temperature into the tires. Merrill will want to spring one on Connor right from the get-go. He's got 2 three-dimensional cars right behind him and a third waiting in the wings just behind. But Brent Cruz, we go green, and already Merrill is close. Very close indeed. He eyes an overtake, possibly at the keyhole coming up. He looks already to the inside at turn 1. Could it be on? Brent Cruz goes through on Rafa. He's done it. The kid. This is really, really good stuff because Rafa Matos has just been pounced on at the restart of this by Brent Cruz. And look at this. Connor Mosack defending to the nth degree here because he just can't hold off Thomas Merrill, who's really got a run on him out of the keyhole, as has Misha Goikberg, who just gets slightly out of shape but holds it all together. Now, as we come down to turn 4, which will be the Franklin Road Apparel turn 4, is Merrill going to make the move? He's got the inside line and takes the lead. No, he doesn't. Back comes Mosack. Great racing.
Yeah,
he's taking that risky move, I told, round the outside.
Yep.
Oh!
And with those two up there fighting back and forth,
this is playing into Brent Cruz's hands.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was about to say. Yep.
Wow, what a race! Well, I said it. You said it last lap. It's a risky move around the outside, but it can be done.
It can be done. Yep. And these restarts, they're on the top of their game. This is the best opportunity to pass those first 2 laps of a restart.
How hard is it as a racing driver? And I know Rafa, he's a Brazilian. Come on, they're all... Oh, somebody's gone big time off at the carousel just out of the corner of my eye. We both saw that, so we'll keep an eye on that. But we've had a big accident at the carousel. But here comes Merrill again on the inside. He tried it last time. Yep. That's the accident, and I think it's Cameron Lawrence of the Franklin Road Apparel car has gone off. But that car, yes, it is.
Hopefully
Cameron Lawrence,
get it
sadly.
Started.
And I don't think he's going anywhere, which will cause another caution. But meanwhile, at the front, it's all going on.
Cautions breed cautions.
Cautions breed cautions. They absolutely do.
They do.
Let's take a look at what happened. Al, when you see it, see what you see. Here we go. From they came together with Mish Goikberg and Lawrence came together, and he tried to get it back.
He tried to get out of there and lost it going in. So he didn't want to take out the guy in front of him.
Yeah, here we go. We'll see it. They're coming through Thunder Valley now. You get a little wiggle here from Misha, so he can see an opportunity.
And it's stacking up. See, it's stacking up, which allowed him to get up next to him right here. He left the door open,
boom,
and he just,
Whose fault?
No one's fault. It's pretty much always the passer.
Yep.
It's always, like when you rear end somebody, it's their fault. So that's what happened here.
Oh, we've got another one in the kitty litter, sadly.
Oh, the death trap. That's where that sandbox.
There really is a big one, too, at turn 4. And that's Barry Bowes, sadly. And he was having one of the best races. But look at this. Now, Merrill leads the race. We saw that overtake at the beginning of it at turn 1 before we went back to the carousel. So Merrill, in the interim, if you will, has taken the lead of this race. Barry Bowes is stuck. He's got the door off. He's out. And that's a real shame because he was having one of the best races of his career in Trans Am. And he's parked it, sadly. The car stuck in the kitty litter. And sadly, we're under caution again. So Lawrence out. Bowes out. And we've also got a very badly damaged Evan Slater car. What was that?
Yeah.
You saw the right-hand side of the car.
That's a shame.
Flailing in the wind. Well, you came for the right race, Al, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're starting to get it. You know, what lap are we on right now? We're got to be close to half
lap
distance.
27, yeah, of the 45. So we're just passing that halfway point. Yeah.
So now it's go time. It's go time.
Put you in the seat of Rafa Matos. I was about to talk about the fact that he got overtaken at the restart there by Brent Cruz, the kid, and it's going to make him furious. He's the current champion. Yeah. He's got years of experience over the kid. But now how does he gather his? How do you tell your driver, stay calm, buddy?
Yeah, even the best in the world, they do have bad restarts. You know,
yep.
you're off just that little bit on that one restart. I think Rafa was, and so Brent was not, and so he overtook him, and so now.
Yeah, look at the right-hand side. This side looks fine, but when you see the other side, you won't see EPEC.
That right front fender.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
that's gone.
It's gone.
But
and now it's out on the track somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah. So we're on board with Evan Slater, but that shouldn't affect him too much. It's not a part of the car that really overly affects the aerodynamics.
No, he's going to be all right. It's still going to perform really well. And then Rafa's going, okay, I was asleep on that start. I'm not going to be asleep on this next start.
Oh, yeah, you don't bite Rafa twice.
That's right.
He'll be mad.
That's right.
I know Rafa well enough.
Yep, me too. Yep, there's that fender out on the
there you see it. Yeah, they're all avoiding it.
Yep.
So it's come off on the main straight just by our commentary position, actually. So Evan Slater, an important race to keep finishing as well, because he's leading at the moment in the rookies, and he's also leading in the young guns. We've got a special competition. We had something like 11, 12 young guns, all vying for some $20,000 for the Peter Gregg Foundation. So that's no mean feat. That's a handy bit of money there.
Yes,
and
it
so
is.
Evan Slater is looking at that. Pretty much, you know. Let's not beat about the bush. It doesn't matter what your name is. When you're starting out in racing, it's all about trying to make as much money as you can so you can keep going.
That's right. That's what it's all about. I mean, that's what sponsors are all about. That's why it's become so important to not be just a good race car driver, but you have to be a great spokesman for the company that's sponsoring the car, because they're including you as their front man. So it's most important for the sponsor, for the driver, to do really well outside of the car for the sponsor.
Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He is with Evan Slater's crew, so we'll find out the latest from them and how the car is. Black. So we have just been told that there is a black flag out, which will give us a delay while we clean up all the mess that's been going on. We've got Cameron Lawrence being towed away. We've got Barry Bowes in the thing. We've also got that debris. But Al, I want to draw your attention to this particular maneuver. And this will see Barry Bowes going off here, I think, going down the back straight. So get ready for this, because he's going to go into the gravel. But let's see it for the first time. We didn't see him actually go on.
Right. We were talking about the one that was in the car.
Wow. So he got hit from behind.
He got hit from behind.
And it's probably Evan Slater, by my estimation.
Could be, with his right front fender being gone. It could have been.
That makes a lot of sense.
Could have caught Evan off on surprise when he got out of the throttle. Yep.
Let's join Ben now in the pit lane as they come in for a black flag situation, which means they all come back in single file and they will stop the race, basically, for now.
Hey, I'm with Nick Middleton of Cube 3 talking to Evan Slater. You've had a little bit of bad luck today.
Yes, we have. A little bit unfortunate. Got a bit of a shunt, spun out. Took him down to currently in 17th, but doing really well. He's fighting back. He's faster than most people in front of him, so we'll claw it back. You have a tendency to come to me when we have some incidents with Evan.
I do, but you know what I got to say, Cube 3 Nick, you seem to be one of our sponsors and marketing partners that is the most into this, as Evan parks right in front of us.
Yeah, very much so. I'm all about young drivers, being fully supportive of Evan. This is a huge opportunity for a sponsor to be seen nationally as well on this tracks around the country. So it's been an awesome opportunity, and hopefully we'll be back again to do it next year.
Nice.
But Evan is doing awesome. Thank you.
All right, well, stay with me, guys, because we're going to show you this. That was Nick Middleton here with Evan Slater. We're looking at Evan Slater's car, but as you can see right now, Tony's getting great shots. They're getting the grass off of the front of the cars. The reason why is because the grass is going to block the airflow into the radiator, cooling the engines. And if these engines get too hot, as you know, they will overheat, and we don't want anybody overheating. So right now, it's only the officials, per the rules, are allowed to touch the cars. The crews are not allowed to touch the cars unless they go into their pit box. Race control did allow Trans Am officials to come out here and come out and brush off. We're looking for car 0. I've heard that car 0 has a lot of damage. I'm not seeing that. But you can see that the Trans Am crew, here's Eric coming through here, and Jeff, we've got people coming out and brushing off the grass. But gentlemen, I'm going to give it back to you as we see the back end of Tom Sheehan's car super dirty.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing that the Trans Am officials went out there and cleaned all the grass off of the front of all the cars. So, you know, it helps their cooling. It's going to save a pit stop. And you see the damage, yeah, you see that damage there on Evan's car. So
I like Nick. He drew attention to the fact that we're always talking to him when Evan has a problem. But now you see it close up. Tony Garcia, my main man. Now
it came from the front.
What do you think? Is there any problem for the radiators here, though?
No, not at all. The only problem there is possibly the air,
right,
putting it against the tire
and the bodywork on the tire.
Yeah,
but can they pull that away?
Not right now. You're under red. Not right now, so he'll probably have to come in and make a pit stop.
That's a good point.
We'll see what happens. If he starts seeing some smoke coming off of there, then yeah.
So a little bit of body work for the young Evan Slater, and this is never easy for a youngster too, because you don't need a distraction like that with the body work of the car and then having to discuss it and so on and so forth.
Any kind of damage. You don't want any kind of damage. It's a distraction.
And here's Rafa. That's a side he does not want to see, which is that man in front of him.
Yeah.
Little whippersnapper.
Yeah. Rafa, he's chomping at the bit right now to get going and have this next restart to get that position
back. That's Tyler Ankrum, who, of course, was involved in that earlier incident in the number 4. But his car, actually, has got a bit of rubbing and racing, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Look, rear fender's taken a bit of a beating too.
That's
again,
not bad.
it's not going to do any harm, is it?
Nope. As long as it stays there, everything will be all right.
Yeah, that's a good question. When would us now look here? This is what you were talking about. See these metal things? They put these on here to try to stop. Also, they let change sometimes. Try to get the grass.
Those are supports for the air
Splitter,
dam for the splitter on the front. Yeah, that's what that does, is give that some support to help the downforce.
Yep. And that's Patapas, who had come in and done a pit stop already. But they are just basically vacuuming the grass away from the Trans. And there's a good reason for that. Here at Mid-Ohio, you can see the lush grass, but when you get it in your radiator, it can easily heat up your engine.
It's good the Trans Am officials are doing this. I applaud them for doing this.
Yeah, good for them. Little wipe from Adam Andretti. Getting a bit of a clean-up. You can see how bad. Now, Dylan Archer is one man we've been watching. He's had a torrid weekend. Ben Sissel is down with him. Let's go down there.
Hey, I'm with Dylan Archer, and as you can see, Tony was giving great shots of some front-end damage. Dylan, what's it like out there? Looks like maybe somebody's gotten into you or you've gotten into them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of mayhem out there. I don't really want to say what happened without looking at the footage and everything, but definitely an incident that we didn't want to happen, and now we just got to battle back to the front.
Nice. Little confidence there, battle back to the front. As we move up, you can see the damage here. And very intelligently, Dylan says he doesn't want to say anything about what happened there until they can review the footage. We saw Kurt Vogt come in earlier with some rear-end mechanical damage. Looked like they were looking at the differential or the axles. We've got Bruce Raymond here. I did hear that Race Control has cleared the crews to come over here and actually touch the cars. Only one crew member can cross. Ty Young is doing really well out there. Ty, nice job. We're going to come up here, talk to Michelle Abadi, see what she thinks about Mid-Ohio. Her car, her beautiful Ghost car, looks pretty good. Michelle Abadi, what's it like out there at Mid-Ohio?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. There's a lot going on. I started way in the back and feeling pretty good out there. It's my first time here and just happy to be a part of such a talented field. This has really been great.
Nice. Michelle Abadi here at Mid-Ohio. Then Eric Norris. Eric Norris's car looks really good. Nice job. First time in TA2, and his car looks pretty clean, and that says a lot here at Mid-Ohio. But we look here, there's some oil coming out. I think this is coming out of Tom Sheehan. Tom Sheehan, I don't know, Ironman Tom Sheehan, it looks like you got a lot of oil on the rear end. Do you know what that's about?
Yeah, the Dairy Queen car in front of me was just putting it down bad, and just spraying up all over everybody's bumpers. He went off, and track's getting a lot better.
Nice. So is it slick out there, Tom? I know you've done this track many times with us.
Yeah, it's typical Mid-Ohio. Not too bad. Pretty decent grip, but just it changes over the course of the race, cloud cover, whatnot. But no, we're setting a pretty good sail, and just had a little trouble coming up. Got into that oil, quick spin, got it going again, and we'll just have to keep digging.
Nice. Tom Sheehan says it's a little bit slick out there. Lots of oil. Darren Mock in this beautiful car, racing in memory of Gavin Cox. Getting some water as we go. We talked to Evan Slater's crew. Here, Evan, you've had some bad luck this race. Can you hear me? Tell me about the race so far.
Yeah, we were racing hard. We had some contact. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I have to look at the video before I make any comments on that. But yeah, close racing, and now we got some work to do to move up through the field.
Well, if you're taking notes, it seems like our young guns have really know what they're doing and how to answer these questions, not giving us too much information until they can review. Keith Prochuk doing well here. Get a little thumbs up from him. Rhett Barco's car looks good. We'll keep walking up. Elias Anderson up in the field. Elias, what's it like out there as you put your glasses back on?
It's a little bit treacherous out there. There's quite a bit of debris on the track from cars going off and bringing loose stuff back on, and it's been a wild ride so far, I'll tell you that.
Man, I'm sorry, Elias. I keep calling you Elias. It's Elias Anderson. Adrian Lostowski, and here you can see the crew just wiping everything down, which means it's getting dirty out there. There must be some oil somewhere out on the track. As we look at Adrian Lostowski, I can hear the electric fans going in the cars, but other than that, they're shut down. He's got a timer here on his dash showing see that? It's at 917, 918, showing how long he's been sitting here. Evan Pecor doing really well. We're going to talk to Tyler Casera, because I heard reports from race control that Tyler Casera was getting bumped around a little bit by one of the cars. Tyler, do you feel like you were getting hit out there?
What's that?
I heard a report that you were getting bumped around out there by one of the cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough out there. We're obviously kind of in the kill zone here, running 10th. Yeah, just trying to survive, really. I mean, I think we're quicker than the 5 or 6 cars ahead of us, so it's just so hard to pass anybody who's anywhere close to the same speed. So the restarts are interesting. We're trying to make the most of those. We'll see what we got on the restart here.
Nice. Tyler Casera, he thinks the 77 car is really fast, but he's got to get around some of these drivers up here. Corey Heim, kind of new to the Trans Am series. He's been with us 2 or 3 times, runs in the NASCAR series. Corey, what's it like out there?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun for me so far. It's a learning experience. Like, I'm here in 2 weeks with the Truck Series, so I kind of put myself behind in qualifying, qualified 16th. This Nitro Motorsports car has been great all day, so if we qualified a little bit better, I think we'd be racing maybe hopefully right outside the top 5, right inside the top 5, but overall just having a blast out here.
Now, Corey, how does this TA2 car compare to the Toyota you'll be in 2 weeks?
Honestly, it's really not that much different. I think these have a good bit more downforce, so you can kind of attack corners a little bit more aggressively. It's not as heavy, so it's a little bit different, but I think it's the closest thing to a NASCAR, vehicle, and you can't really test those nowadays, so this is the best thing that's closest to it.
Nice. Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The closest thing to a NASCAR stock car and they're not allowed to test a lot of those, so that you can get a lot of good seat time if you're trying to make it in stock car racing. But a man that's made it in every kind of racing, Misha Goikhberg, seems like you're in a position that you like to be in near the end of these races. How does it feel at Mid-Ohio, Misha?
Oh, it feels great. I just can't wait to go back racing. I think we got a decent car for the end, so hopefully last 10 laps will come on strong and try to shoot for the podium.
Nice. Try to get up on the podium. That's going to be a tall order here because you've got Adam Andretti in front of Misha. We're going to talk to Adam Andretti. Adam, you know Mid-Ohio really well. What are the conditions like on track?
Track conditions are actually pretty good. I mean, we've had, a few offs here and there, so you get a little bit of, some John Deere sponsorship, I guess, is trying to be picked up out there. But there's some grass on, but other than that, the track surface is really good. We got good grip, and I just like to, I think we all would like to get racing there a little bit, and have a little bit long of a run. But, I commend Trans Am for bringing us to a stop and stopping the clock, so hopefully we can get this whole thing in for the fans.
Nice. Well, I notice a lot of grass inside Adam's car, so it's coming from somewhere. I'm coming up to talk to Scott Borchetta in his Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler. Scott, you've made a lot of really good passes out there. You're having some water. What are the conditions like to you?
Well, it's a normal hot day here at Mid-Ohio, and trying to keep the tires on it, keep the brakes on it, and see if we can come home with a good finish.
Nice. See if we can come home with a good finish. You'll notice that when we did the fan walk, he didn't have a wiper on, and they've put the wiper on. So I don't know if their crew and Dylan Hellman is seeing something we don't know about, but the clouds are getting darker, so it looks like they're prepared for just about anything. Guy Cosmo, man, impressive. First time in TA2, longtime GT driver. How's your shoulder with that standard 8 shifting, Guy?
I could tell you that I'm tough as nails, but I got to tell you, it hurts. I'm hanging in there. I'm having a blast. I almost chucked this thing a couple times, managed to keep it underneath me. Was a little impressed with myself, got to tell you. That's some car control right there. But these guys are racing hard, but they're racing clean. It's really fun. It's a shame that some of these guys got knocked out, especially our boss, Doug Peterson. But, it's game on, man. Once we go back green, I'm ready to get up to that front of that field.
Nice. I love it. And how about the honesty from Guy Cosmo, one of the best names in racing, out there telling us like it is. Now let's go to two-time winner at Mid-Ohio, Indy Lights winner here at Mid-Ohio. He's got his gloves off. Rafa, how's it feeling out there?
Everything feels pretty sleek at the moment. There's a lot of grass all over the place, so we have to be careful not running over the grass and overheating the engines. But right now I'm playing safe. I don't think we have the straight line speed to keep up with these guys. We're gonna try our best here, but it's looking like today is not a good day to win. Well, it's a great day to win. I don't think it's gonna be possible, but we're gonna try our best here.
Nice. And sometimes when you're working for a championship like Rafa is, you just try to get the best finish. If your car is a little bit slower, you're just trying for the best. We've got 3 minutes to restart, but I got to talk to Brent Cruz real quick. Brent Cruz, so impressive. Started out 5th, and it seems like Mission Foods turn 1. He keeps coming through and passing one of these cars. Brent, how's it feel out there?
Yeah, we got really good speed. If they can get all this stuff off the track, we're going to be a problem for everybody else. We got a really good race car. Nitro built us a fast piece, and I'm just looking forward to the rest of the race.
Nice. Well, he's looking forward to the start. We've got about 2.5 minutes till we restart. The cars are going to fire up soon, but in the High Point University, we've got Connor Mosak looking at the rear end of Thomas Merrill. He was in the lead for most of the race. He's got it out for Thomas Merrill. He's not going to give me any secrets on where he's going to pass him, but look for Thomas Merrill, Connor Mosak, Brent Cruz to really go at it there at Turn 1 and Franklin Road Apparel Turn 4. Jonathan and Al Unser Jr., I'm going to send it back to you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Ben. Excellent work and a really good insight as to how everybody's feeling. And it's interesting to see as Tony Pirelli shakes hands of all the drivers. He always does that. I'm really impressed with that and wishes them luck. But always interested to see what the drivers think. Some think it's great conditions, some think it's terrible conditions. Rafa says there's a lot of grass, some think it's slick, some say it's got grip.
Hey, I loved Brent's answer.
I told you you'd like him.
We're going to be a problem for everybody else.
Yeah, I can see. He's channeling his inner little Al, I think. But I knew you'd like him. He is just a kid, but he oozes confidence, and he's not overawed by the company he's in, and he is the fastest man out there with that 126.199.
He's a racer.
He is a pure racer.
Yep.
And funnily enough, he has done a lot of karting at that level. He also did the Chili Bowl, as I mentioned, so he is a dirt guy as well.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it.
Did it for Trackhouse Racing, of course, one of the NASCAR teams, which Justin Marks runs, and he's been running with us before now. And
we're pulling away.
Here we go.
Yep.
Now, what kind of car condition will they be in now when they've cooled right down like this? 20-minute gap between...
It won't be changed at all. Everything is as... If anything, there was a heat soak issue, which would maybe have them a hard time firing up. But as long as everybody fires up, which it appears that they have, then it's going to be all good. So
I saw you light up when Scott Borchetta was interviewed because he said all the right things, right?
He did. Taking care of his tires, taking care of his brakes. We'll save it for the end.
There you go.
Yep.
And that's what it's all about. It's a 100-mile race, this, and it really is duopoly between a sprint race and an endurance race because these guys are on the limit. They're setting lap records lap after lap, and yet they've got to make it 100 full miles. So, you know, it's a double-edged sword. Anything around 60 minutes, 45 minutes, that's a sprint race. Half an hour, sprint race. But when you get a little bit beyond that,
that's right.
That's pushing the mechanics of the car.
You've got to save your equipment. You truly do. Yep.
That was what always impressed me with Ernie Francis Jr. It didn't matter what he had underneath him, or if he had a problem, he would drive around it. But that's how you win 7 titles at the age he did, was to be able to nurture it. And I think he's a mechanic at heart. He mechanics all the cars, and I think that was one of his pluses.
Yeah, you're not so much nurturing or being kind to anything. You're taking care of your equipment. So they're race cars, and you go out there and you drive them as race cars. So you use the equipment. You don't abuse the equipment, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you have a race car or a Honda Civic. I know a couple of people who drive a Honda Civic like it's a race car.
Yeah. So. and they don't last long that way.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
And they tend to have a few dents in them on the right-hand side. And that's Jim Gallagher being dragged away. A horrible sound of the car. And it looks like there'll be one more formation lap to get everybody up to speed.
Yeah, that's
David Hoots being sensible.
Yeah, I was paying attention if they were going to go green first time by. They are not. The field is just too spread out there at the back end of it. See, they're still now just trying to catch up to the pack. So there'll be one more lap before they go green.
Got to ask you about Conor Mosak because he has been just overtaken, as has Rafa Matos just before we stopped. So both of them need to pounce. We're very, very close to the last 10 laps here. Before we know it, we're going to be sprinting towards the end.
Absolutely. They're looking at this restart as their best opportunity to make some moves.
All right. Well, this has been a fascinating day. Jonathan Green and Al Unser Jr. bringing you the Trans Am TA2 race from Mid-Ohio. A cracking circuit, one on which Al has run many times and won at in IndyCar, of course. Double IROC champion, 2 times a IROC champion.
Yeah, we
so
won
you know
IROC.
a little bit about
As a matter of fact, I won an IROC race here at Mid-Ohio.
Okay, who was that up against?
Rahal runs second.
Oh, Bobby Rahal, not Graham.
Bobby Rahal runs second, and this is basically his home track.
Yes, it is.
Mid-Ohio for Bobby Rahal.
And it's Honda's home track, isn't it? Just down the road.
Yes, it is. That's
so,
right.
A really important place, and of course FR and F4 both running Honda Civic engines, hence the reason also the Honda Civic pace car. So Honda very prevalent here as we go on board with Cameron Lawrence. Boy, has he been in the wars today. And it's an important race for Cameron because he's in that fight for the championship and needs a good result out of today. He really does. Looking forward to see what he can do, see if he can come forward a little bit. Doug Peterson and out. Barry Bowes is out. Cameron Lawrence was involved in that incident. And I'm not sure if they got him going again, but he just spun on the entrance to the carousel while trying to overtake Misha Goikberg. He is one of the reasons, as is Barry Bowes, that we came to a stop, and quite rightly, they decided to clean up the track and give it a black flag for the moment. So we get ready for the restart. Coming down through Thunderhill and getting everything up to temperature. You've also got to get your race face on after that little pause. It gets hot in those cars. The pace car comes off. We come through the carousel. Merrill leads the pack. He's got to defend from Mosak, but he's not also going to have to defend from Brent Cruz, who's already side by side with the second place man, Mosak. Cruz and Mosak, the two youngsters, and Cruz is through. Look at him go, up to second already. Boy, he said right at the get-go, I'm going to be trouble for everyone else, and that's exactly what he is. Rafa Matos, though, trying to attack on Mosak. He does outbreak him into the keyhole. Will Rafa do that? Oh, back comes Mosak, back at you. Rafa, no respect for the champion. Rafa in the battle, absolutely. But, boy, we've got some good racing here.
There
is
really
some
great
good stuff.
racing right there. Like I said, those restarts, that's your best opportunity.
Yeah, it's the best opportunity.
And Brent was awake.
Yep, he was, totally. Look, now he's in second place behind Thomas Merrill. From Salinas, California, Thomas Merrill, one of the most experienced drivers we've got in Trans Am, and Brent Cruz is taking him wheel to wheel at the moment as we go back on board with Andretti into 6 now, through the S's. Andretti looks as though Borchetta's lost a place. As we go on board with, what, 5th place, Guy Cosmo? Ooh!
Oh, there's some damage.
That is not a very happy Liqui Moly number 77.
It's good that he's in the pits.
That's Tyler Casera.
We'll
He's
stay
going to
green.
be furious.
Yep, we'll stay
As
green.
you can see, the face says it all. Tyler was going good, and I don't know what happened to him, but he is looking just as perplexed as anybody would be. But across the line they come. Brent Cruz up to 2nd place now. Conor Mosak is the man that lost the most out, but Tyler Casera, that's a big loss to the championship there for Tyler. He's lost big points there because he was going to score well there. Onto the dirt and grass goes the 86 of Andretti. He's under pressure too. Andretti under pressure from Corey Hine, the youngster, and Scott Borchetta. Borchetta up the inside of the youngster. He sponsors a youngster in Xfinity, but he has no respect for him on track. Good for you, Scott.
That was a great move, Scott. Way to go.
Scott, we joke about Scott being out there with the youngsters looking for the next talent, seeing anybody who might want to sponsor coming in the future. But it won't be Corey Haim, he's just overtaken him. Now, here's a look at what happened to Tyler Casera. Watch the 77 here. Boom! Ah, he went straight into Misha Goikberg, who just braked. It was like a weird kind of...
They stacked up on each other.
Concertina effect, wasn't it?
Accordion effect,
Yeah, accordion.
Yep.
No wonder that the 77 of Tyler Casera is furious, because really that was nothing to do with him.
Right.
Now, back with Rafa Matos. Is he going to turn this into a classic Rafa last 10 laps? That's what we usually see. You've been saying it all day long, Al. One thing Rafa is brilliant at, he's in 4th at the moment, is that last 10 laps and going for it. Saving the car for when it's needed.
That's what champions do. They plan their whole strategy to win the race or be in the best position for points at the end of the race.
Yeah, you heard a really good interview that Ben did while they were stopped. He kind of said, I'm not sure we're in a position to win the race today, but the points are what matters. And, you know, that's a champion talking.
That's right. You take the wins when they're there, and you get the most out of it when they're not.
Borchetta's on a stripe. Look at him go. Borchetta now behind Andretti as well. There's Red Barco, the only Dodge Challenger out there, but going good. On board with Lostowski. Hawk performance on board. Beautiful sound. Best lap of 1:27.06. And as he comes through the fastest part of the circuit, just up to 160 now in traffic with Goikberg ahead.
Yeah, you could see how it kind of wiggled on him getting under braking. So this is the time of the race that the brakes are starting to go away a little bit. Definitely the tires are on their last stint. So
let's head down to the pits. Ben Sissel, it looks as though he's got Tyler Casera. Let's hear what happened.
Well, I'm with a very upset Tyler Casera in that number 77 Liqui Moly Turn 14 distribution car. Tyler, what happened out there?
I don't know. We were coming to the restart, and those guys are playing games up front. They're brake checking people, trying to slow up and create a gap for the restart. And I don't know. Misha was just dead stopped in the middle of the track. Brakes, smoke everywhere. Before he went to the right, and I was like, I just had him locked up at that point, and I had nowhere to go. So I hate it. We had such a good car there. I felt like we were going to make some progress on the restart. Huge thanks to Stevens Miller Racing, Liqui Moly Turn 14. You know, we'll try to recoup something here at Road America, but this really hurts us in the points. So, you know, and it didn't even happen, you know, racing on track. So I'm really, really upset and frustrated with those guys and the way they're taking these restarts. So
bad luck for Tyler Casera. Back to you guys.
You know, I don't know what you think, Al, but I'm with Tyler on that one. You know, when you get beaten in a race when you don't even do it on the racetrack, and that was literally they were playing games. You can't break stuff like that.
Yeah, it started up in the field. Not the top 3 guys, but the 5, 6, 7, and 8. They started doing that kind of thing, and it just gets worse as it gets back. And it's really a shame. It's like a knife in the chest right there.
Literally come to a hole in the middle of the track.
Yeah.
Oh well. Racing's racing, and he'll be back. Tyler Casera, a runner-up in the Sim Championship a couple of years ago, and a winner at VIR last a couple of years ago too, but very much one of our regulars, and as he says, it ruins his hopes of really going for championship points this weekend. And on board now with Cosmo, who said he's having a ball out there. Got a bit of a shoulder problem because he's not used to driving these heavy Trans Am cars, but he'll deal with it. I think he's enjoying it. But look at this. Great battle between the top 5.
Oh, yeah. They're right with each other, and we're...
Borchetta's passed Andretti. Look at that.
Good job.
Good job, Scott.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good scout to have. Andretti, no mean feat, and knows how to get wide is Andretti, that's for sure. Good battle here. Adrian Lostowski putting some pressure on here. Lostowski, of course, has been around. He's a champion in production side of Trans Am and then turned to TA2, and he's never looked back since he got involved, and I'm really impressed with Lostowski at the moment. He's got Pecor in front of him. That's Evan Pecor in the 94 in the 9th position. Slightly different line through 4.
Okay, we're officially at the 10 to go, so we've entered into the
go
zone.
Huh?
That's
go
right.
zone.
Go zone.
Now you do say that on the radio. Okay, go zone. Oh, that's not a go zone. Misha Goldberg. Now he was the man who effectively was in the middle of that Tyler Casera incident, and he banged into the back of one of the three-dimensional services cars, and then Tyler hit him from behind. So it's no go for Misha Goldberg.
Yeah, real shame that happened when they weren't even at green flag yet.
And he's out the car and done. I'm sure the man from British Columbia in Canada, and so too the team. A nice little car they put together each and every weekend for Misha Goldberg. He does a lot of IMSA, a lot of sports car racing, Daytona. He's always at the 24 hours. And Misha, one of our regulars. Now, what's going to happen at the front? Brent Cruz has got into 2nd place. They are, at the moment, for now anyway, dropping 3rd place, Connor Mosack. And it'd be interesting to see how close Scott Borchetta can get by the end. His next victim, if you will, is Guy Cosmo. And I wonder if Scott can claim that scalp. That would be really interesting. Meanwhile, Pico... Oh, no, another big incident. Let's head down. We've got this accident. Chandler Smith is out for Nitro Motorsports of the Ford Mustang. That's a big off, but we do hear that down in the pits, Ben has got Misha Goldberg. Let's hear from him.
Well, I'm also with a very disappointed Misha Goldberg. Before even the restart, Misha, what happened out there?
I think the leaders are trying to play games on the restart, so they kind of go, then they bunch up, go, try to separate the field, I guess, and 3-4 cars back. It's an accordion effect. I had nowhere to go. Car in front of me broke really suddenly, and that's what we have to deal with. We have to rebuild it in a week and go to Road America, but the rule is that after the pace car leaves, they have to maintain same speed, and that didn't happen this time. So I don't know who did it, but that's the end result.
So we had a little bit of an accordion effect. Tony, get a shot here. Tom Sheehan can't get started in pit lane. We've got all kinds of things happening here. Full course yellow's coming out. Jonathan and Al, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Yeah, I'm afraid the race director is going to be a busy man this afternoon because I think you just heard it twice there. We've got a full course yellow as expected. Petipas is in the pits, so too Sheehan. Let's have a look at what happened to this car here because looks as though he's bounced out of the tyres. Let's have a look at it now.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm just trying to see where he's gone off. Yeah, okay. Yeah. He's got turned around by the car behind him. And that's Brett Barco, actually. Excuse me. That's a different off. So we've got plenty of incidents going on. That's Brett Barco.
It looked like...
So we've also got... No, maybe it was Smith. Well, who knows? Either way, we're under yellow.
We definitely have one car stopped out there in the grass somewhere, and it looked like the entrance of 12. Okay. So we'll see.
What a cracking finish we're going to have, though. This lap... it's going to take a lap or two. What do you think? Maybe 5-lap sprint?
Yeah, yep. It's going to be a lap or two. I can see the wrecker going out to 12 now, so it's going to be a 2 to 3 lap yellow for sure.
So that means by my calculations we'll only have, we'll probably have 5, 6 maybe laps to go.
Yep.
We always like to try to finish.
Shootout.
It's going to be an absolute shootout here in Mid-Ohio. Wow, we've had a big attrition rate. Is it hard to keep, when you have a stop, start, caution, is it hard to keep concentration? You're getting tired physically, you want to get to the end, but you've got to hold that focus, haven't you?
Like I said in the beginning, Mid-Ohio is a rhythm track.
Right.
And you got to get in that rhythm to make the most out of all of Mid-Ohio. And so with these yellow greens, it messes that rhythm all the way up. And so, there'll be a lot of rubbing going on out there.
Yeah, you're right. Turn 12, that's where the car is.
Yep.
Good thing is, once they pick him up, they'll be able to scoot him off to the top of the screen there.
Absolutely.
And get him out of harm's way.
Exit.
So we may get we will get one more lap under caution, if not 2, but then we'll be going hell-bent for leather for the finish. Rafa Matons knows it. Alan Jr. knows it.
Yep.
And I wonder if Brent Cruz can keep going and maybe pull it off.
Yeah, I tell you what, his restarts have been fantastic today.
Yep.
Why not have a pass for the lead on the next restart? There's
one of
no
those
reason
things
why you can't do that.
You know what? I know you get a lot of restarts in karting and any form of racing, but it's not something you can really teach, is it?
It's not. You have to be awake. You have to be anticipating what that guy is going to do in front of you, meaning when is he going to get on the throttle, and you got to time it just before he gets on the throttle. Right. And you can't get caught at it, too. So, looks like we got a black flag situation
I
again.
see that.
Yeah.
And so we've got a black flag situation, which means we will bring them all in. And that's how we work it in Trans Am. And we stop them all again, and then maybe, if we're lucky, we should get maybe a 1-lap, 2-lap sprint to the finish. But that's a real shame because I prefer that we were out there and going and maybe get a 5-lap thing. But there obviously is some serious situations. You only do a black flag when you feel that the corner workers are under pressure to get their job done, and it is dangerous for them to work under those conditions. So we bring the cars in, make it safe.
Yes, sir.
Are you enjoying this?
I'm having fun. Yeah. I'd really like to do
we're happy Norma's let you out.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to do a shout out to my owner of Future Star Racing, Mark and Alora McAllister.
Oh yeah.
They too are a true believer in young adults climbing the ladder in racing. They started a foundation. It's called Wings and Wheels Foundation.
Yes, I have heard of it.
And we've got it's all to support the young adult drivers that have the desire, have the talent. They just lack the funds to do it. And so Mark and Laura started this foundation. We no donation is too small for us. It's just a fantastic
and is it any form of motorsport, not just drivers, right?
Not just drivers, any form of motorsports. We've got interns working with us right now from IUPUI to learn about engineering, marketing, all aspects, PR, all aspects of what it takes to go racing. we just love helping the kids.
That's a great initiative. Really pleased that you're involved in that, and good shout out. And like I said, if you want to know more about, because there's probably quite a few youngsters out there who don't know your career, Checkered Past. Read it. It's a goodie.
Yeah, thank you. Yep.
And there's a reason why it's called Checkered Past. It's not just a play on words with checkered flag.
No, not at all.
It all looks great and rosy on the outside when you're racing and winning and spreading the milk,
right.
But there's a lot more to it. It's a tough world out there.
That's what the book is primarily all about. You know, I've had my challenges outside of the race car, and we share it with the world. And just simply put, if my story can help another individual that's struggling with addiction or substance use disorder, which is what I had, the book, it's for me putting myself out there, it's worth it if we can help just one, and so it's turned out to be a great thing.
You know what? Thanks. Kind words from Alonso Jr. Get the book. It's well worth a read and an inspiration to anybody, and I mean anybody. You don't have to have motor racing in your blood at all. Well, on that note, we're going to take a short break from Mid-Ohio. We've come to a complete stop again, a second black flag, quite unheard of, but that's what's happened here at Mid-Ohio. But it's been a cracking race so far, so don't go away.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Welcome back. We're in the black flag situation here in our Mid-Ohio race from TA2. So all the drivers, all the cars are in the pit lane. And as I can see, Andretti getting a little bit of water from his chief engineer and mechanic and his partner. Good to see her out there. And a great drone shot there, looking high above. Who says you can't put sponsorship on the roof? This is a great place to go. In the world of drone racing now, or drone coverage of racing, you don't necessarily just need to put the number on top. But the number is suffice. But you can put some sponsorship up there, and Hawk Performance are getting some good coverage from high above. Now, Ben Sissel has been beavering away all day. Let's head down to the pit lane during this black flag situation and join Ben Sissel.
Thomas Merrill, who seems to be a little bit disappointed that we might get restarted here. Thomas, what's going on in your head right now?
You know, by my math, this race has ended on time twice already, and with a minute and a half left, I don't see how we could even get to the line for a restart. So I'm waiting to see what the series does here, because I feel like we've earned this victory. We've been in the lead at the right time. The car's been awesome. I'm super proud of Brent behind me, looking real good in second place as well with another Mike Cope chassis. So I feel good about where we're at, but I'm just waiting to see what happens next. It's definitely out of character. I mean, the rules say that the race ends at 70 minutes, so we're well beyond that.
So, Thomas, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'm hearing from the race control that they've stopped the clock under these black flags.
Yeah, they've stopped the clock with 1 minute and 40 seconds, and a pace lap is 2 minutes and a half. So I'm curious to see how they're going to make that work. Because honestly, as we come to the flag, the race should be ending.
Well, hey, Tony, if you don't mind, come around here. I got a funny shot. If you've been paying attention to Thomas Merrill last couple races, I think it was Nashville last year, they've got a fix for Thomas Merrill's door coming off. This little lock hinge right here. It's pretty funny. You see this lock hinge? There we go. And then we're going to come back here and talk to Connor Mosak, who I'm sure has a totally different opinion from Thomas Merrill in this M1 car. We spoke to Brent Cruz earlier, and it looks like he got 3 passes into Mission Foods Turn 1. Great pass there at the restart. And I'm sure Connor Mosack, exactly opposite of Thomas Merrill, is itching for a restart. Connor, what's in your head right now?
Well, I hope we get a longer run there. I feel like our car was getting better as those laps were getting down. When we lost the lead, there was all that debris on the track that they didn't clean up, and it was just all over my tires. Nothing we could really do with two corners to clean them off. And then the 70, I think, just jumped that restart there at the end. So hopefully our car is good enough to get one of these spots back.
Nice. So exact opposite. Connor Mosack in third, started first. He's hoping for a restart here, so he gets a chance back at Brent Cruz coming into turn 1. It's another black flag here. We have stopped the clock. Al Unser Jr. and Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, obviously differing opinions there. I can understand what Thomas Merrill is feeling. I tell you what, we've got Eric Norris out there. He's in 21st place, but, you know, while we've under flag situations, I've been reading my Chuck Norris quotes. And Chuck Norris has one quote that says, there is no finish line. When you reach one goal, find a new one. So I'm with Chuck on that, so that's a good one. I'm sure Eric lives by it. But I think we have just heard from race control that the race will be called, and that is good news for Thomas Merrill. So we have finished this race. As Merrill pointed out, they've done enough of the timing, and really there isn't enough time, because if there is just 1:40 on the clock, he's quite right. Let's head down to Ben. He's got our winner.
Yes.
Well, Thomas, I don't know if race control was watching or what happened, but how does that feel out here that you're getting the checkered flag?
You know, nobody likes to win under yellow, but everybody likes to win, and I'm certainly in that second category. So 2 in a row for us is awesome. I think this is where we should have been all season long. We got to keep rolling here. We got our eyes on the championship. This Bridge Hall HP Tuners Mustang has been amazing. And shout out to Brent Cruz and another Mike Cope car behind us in P2. So really proud of the work we're doing. We're going to keep rolling, baby.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, well, Thomas, I'll see you at the podium. We'll do some more interviews. Jonathan and Al, back to you.
Yep, a worthy winner, and Thomas Merrill is on an absolute roll at the moment. The man from Salinas, California. Yeah. He grew up racing at Laguna Seca. In fact, his first ever experience of motor racing, and you'll appreciate this, his mum took him around in the lunch break. She was doing the Porsche Carrera Cup races, or Porsche races, club races, and she took him around with his brother, you know, in the seat there, and he said, I love this, and
yes,
he's never looked back.
Indeed. Yeah, congratulations to the whole team. That's a team 1-2 finish, and it doesn't get better than that. Way to go.
So Brent Cruz, second place, a really good result for him too. You got a feel for Connor Mosack, Rafa Matos. I think we'll be happy enough that he's got a result out of this, because he said it himself. He didn't think he could win it.
Right. And then Scott Bruschetta.
Yep.
Fantastic drive
today. That is
today.
the best result of his year, without a doubt. Sixth place.
Super good job.
And you missed out what Merrill was saying. I don't know if you heard it, but Thomas Merrill was saying, you know, how can we restart this? He said, I understand the black flag, which is you stop the clock, but by his estimations, they only had a minute 40. So once the clock starts ticking again, you're not going to get a lap in.
You're not going to get that lap in, and so you know, it's a shame it finished under yellow, but like our winner said, you know, a win's a win no matter what. A W is a W. So.
Got a feel also for Misha Goikberg and, of course, Tyler Casera, who didn't get what they wanted out of the race either. And I think they will have a little bit of a steward's inquiry into that one. Because
yeah,
it
I
didn't
think
look
the
right,
stewards are going to be busy after this race, no doubt about it.
Well, listen, Al Unser Jr., it's been absolutely a pleasure to have you on board. What do you think? You've seen, since you've been a lad, you've been watching Trans Am right from the days of Mark Donohue, who you used to race against. What do you think? This
is the Trans Am that it was back when Willie T. Ribbs was winning the championships, and Scott Pruitt was in there. This is exactly what that is, the heyday. The heyday has returned. Well done, Tony Pirelli and everybody at Trans Am.
Well, listen, you go and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Go and talk to some youngsters, give some inspiration, and You can come back anytime. You're always welcome.
I've got an F4 race to run and an FR race to run, and so Future Star Racing is not done racing yet today.
Good.
So.
Well, we'll be watching both those races and commentating on all of them. So good luck. Thanks for coming in. Love the ring. Got his 500 ring on. But let me give you the results then, and confirmation of the result then. Thomas Merrill with the win for the Bridge Hall HP Tuners Cope race cars. Wins the race in the Ford Mustang. Brent Cruz in the 70 takes second place. The youngster doing a great job for Micro Motorsports. Connor Mosack in third place. Rafa Matos in fourth. Guy Cosmo in his debut for Three Dimensional Services takes fifth. Scott Borchetta, what an effort by the 48. The Big Machine Spike Vodka Coolers Ford Mustang taking sixth place ahead of Adam Andretti, his good mate. Corey Heim eighth. Evan Pecor in ninth. Adrian Lostowski in 10th position. Great racing throughout. And a little further down, Elias Anderson in 11th place. Keith Prochuk, Darren Mock, Slater, Ankrum recovered to 15th. Archer, Abate up to 17th. Good job having started at the back. Ty Young, Barco, and Bruce Raymond in 20th position. And a lot of guys going by the wayside. Eric Norris taking 21st place in his debut. Well done. Chuck Sun, Tom Sheehan in 22nd. Lawrence, 23rd. Voigt, Smith, Gallagher, Pettypass, Goikberg, Casera, and Bose, unfortunately not making the checkered flag. And a little further down, Chris Cook, Doug Peterson, Luke Rumberg, and Ike Keeler, all DNF, and Keeler not even starting the race. So, plenty to talk about. Let's take a look at the highlights of TA2 Mid-Ohio. And as we got underway in a rolling start, as always, down the back straight, it was a neck-and-neck battle between Connor Mosack and Thomas Merrill. Mosack getting the lead, Brent Cruz putting all sorts of hurt on Guy Cosmo, and Scott Borchetta absolutely flying today. He was in the zone. Adam Andretti in the wars, fighting both with his teammate and plenty behind him. But sadly, the team owner going into the beach of turn 4, Doug Peterson going out of the race. Rafa Matos overtaken by Brent Cruz, whose restarts were sensational. Cameron Lawrence off at the carousel, going round and round and round, just like a carousel does. Talking of going round, Barry Bowes was as well, and out of the race. At the restart, another good restart from Brent Cruz as he dives from third to second. And that's where we would finish when his teammate went out. Another black flag, but it was Thomas Merrill who is king in Ohio. Plenty more racing to come from our Speed Tour weekend, though, so stay with us. We've got single-seaters, as we mentioned, and we've got more SVRA coming your way. Looking forward to the single-seaters, but we'll take a short break here from Mid-Ohio, so stay with us because we've got more action coming up from this famous circuit.
Is my house. My parents helped build it. Now we don't get wet when it rains. I don't get too hot or too cold inside. I can play with my sister, I can play with my brother, I can play with my mother, my father, my family. This is my house.
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 Visit Habitat.org to find out how you can help more families like mine.
My name is Monse, and I am a senior at Cristo Rey. We bring high school students and corporations together to transform education. I work 1 day a week at Ryan Companies. There are Cristo Rey schools serving students across the country. Visit CristoRayNetwork.org and learn how you can become a corporate partner today.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio, where the flag is flying and the wind is picking up because we are expecting maybe some weather a little bit later, but we're chilling out, as we always do. And it's time for our chill out moment because our chill out systems chill move of the day, cool move of the day is coming up. And it has to be the chill out, keep cool move of the race, and it will be Brent Cruz. He may as well have been Tom Cruise. Look at this. Cool as you like. At the restart, Brent Cruz in the white car on the right-hand side by side with Connor Mosack, and dives into second place. And that's where he would finish, and he was doing it all day long. But Brent Cruz, a man of the moment, wins our Chill Out Systems Chill Out Keep Cool move of the race. And as you can see, we're getting ready for the podium, so let's, without further ado, head down there as we await the winners of our brilliant TA2 race. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Wow, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. TA2, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It is hot. Somebody bring me a Sea-Force water, a cold Sea-Force water. We have one around here somewhere. It is hot, and if you've seen Chuck Norris lately, you probably want to drink what Chuck Norris is drinking. Oh, look at this. A representative from Sea-Force Water out here. Unbelievable. Good timing. Thank you very much. Everybody gather around. Get a little bit closer here. We've got quite the celebration to go, and I want to celebrate one of my longtime friends in racing, the president of the Shelby Club in Masters TA2. Let's hear it. Kurt Vogt, the number 23 white Mustang. Kurt, get up on the top step, man. Hey, I'm proud of you. Nice job. And you had some early race issues, so take the mic. Tell us what it's like to be on the podium at Mid-Ohio in TA2. You're used to it in the vintage side.
Well, this is a surprise, a real nice surprise. I want to thank my guys for fighting with me on the car all weekend, and for Trans Am and SVRA putting this together. This is a surprise to be up here. I'm really happy to be here. The car's in one piece. We didn't run the race we really wanted to, but it's an honor to be here anyhow, and awesome day.
Nice. Did you thank all your crew? I did. Okay. All right, Kurt Vogt, Masters. Come on, get loud. Let's go. That is hard fight. It is hot out there. Kurt Vogt, Masters TA2, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. He's been fighting with this for a long time. He raced in Trans Am years ago, came back just a couple of years ago to race with us. Let's hear it. Cobra Automotive, Kurt Vogt, Masters, number 23, white Ford Mustang, fittingly for the Shelby president, right? Kurt Vogt, congratulations, man. Nice job. All right, Mid-Ohio, we got to get a little bit louder than that. Started off in the third Motul Pole Award that he's gotten this year. Started off at pole and slowly got passed throughout the race. He's disappointed we didn't get to a restart. In third place, let's hear it for Connor Mosak, number 28. And Nick Taylor, Custom Fit Underwear, SLR Fields Racing in an M1. Connor, nice job. Brent Cruz absolutely loves our Mission Foods Turn 1 here because he just slowly picked off driver after driver in that number 70. The youngest in the field, doing really well in Young Guns. In second place, let's hear it, Nitro Motorsports, Brent Cruz. And then first place again at Mid-Ohio. He won last time in TA2 with us in the rain at Lime Rock. Then he flew to Le Mans to get a second place finish, and then first place today. It's been a good month for Thomas Merrill. Bridge Hall, Mike Cope Racing. Connor Mosak, in a normal situation, drivers are ecstatic to be in third place, but I can tell by your body language you're disappointed in one of the most competitive fields in road racing.
Yeah, I feel like we, had a good shot to win all day. I feel like I was taking care of everything, the first half of the race, but when we needed to go, we really just couldn't pick up the pace. And then that restart where we got past, just had junk all over our tires from the track, just having so much, debris on it before we went green, and I feel like there wasn't really much we could do there, and then just didn't get a good restart there at the end. So I was hoping we had one more chance. It's, it always sucks kind of to end like that, not under greens, but is what it is. And our High Point University Nick Taylor Mustang was fast all weekend, and still good to get points for the pole and be up here on the podium.
Nice, and I think you're going to be on the top step soon. Connor Mosak, third place. Brent Cruz started in fifth, and it just seemed like you found something that nobody else did in that Mission Foods Turn 1. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, we had really good restarts. Everybody calling them did great. Nick just called perfect restarts, and I just could get a great run and pass people. I mean, we're disappointed for sure, having to end the race under a black flag after just being the fastest race car, basically the whole race for sure. It's heartbreaking. We ran him down, and then to get a black flag in the pits is just terrible.
Nice. Brent Cruz, ladies and gentlemen. And now, as I go to Thomas Merrill, let's hear it from the Mike Cope crew. Come on, get loud, Mike Cope. Thomas Merrill, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Well, it was a long, hot race in the early phase. Connor had great pace out front, and we knew we had something for him, but it was just so close. It was hard to make a move around this racetrack. So at the restart, we were able to get close enough to make a move and get out front. And then it was just about clicking off the laps, staying clean, and taking care of the car. It was tough on the restarts because everyone heat soaked in the pit lane, sitting there in the sun. So it was about cooling back down, getting the temp back in the brakes and the tires, and going again. Fortunately, I got a good restart. So did Brent. Brent was an animal on those restarts, and my eyes were on him all the way to that black flag because I knew you were coming. I knew you had pace, but proud of both of us and our Mike Cope chassis. It's a great day for us.
Nice. All right, let's hear it now. Next, let's have a shot. Hold up the trophies. Thomas, grab your trophy. We got some cool hats to give away, and the Sunoco hats. Let's hear it. Connor Mosack, Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill here on the podium, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And now, Eric, let me show these. Eric, let me show one. This is a C-Force hat autographed by the Chuck Norris. Eric Norris ran his first race with us in TA2. He got his dad to autograph these hats for us. How cool is that? C-Force water bottles. These are autographed. Don't drink these. You know, those are special things you want to put in your trophy case. Let's hear it. Connor Mosack, Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill in those C-Force hats signed by the Chuck Norris. That is something cool to put in your trophy case. Now they're putting their Pirelli hats on. If you're wondering about the somberness of this podium, I think we've got two young guns here that we're really hoping for a restart. That's what's going on here. But usually we have drivers a lot more happy to be on the podium, but they wanted that restart to happen. Let's hear it one more time. Connor Mosack, Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill here on the podium, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We're handing Brent Cruz a cold C-Force water because he's not of the age to because Brent
Well, we just lost Sam for a moment there. Ben in his full song as he hands out the prizes, but a slightly somber podium simply because they all wanted to race some more. But anyway, we'll take a short break here from Mid-Ohio. More racing to come as the wind starts to pick up.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than 3-Dimensional Services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust 3-Dimensional Services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio as we turn our attention once again to SVRA. The vintage cars coming out, as you can see. Tony Garcia, our man, on the ground, getting the low-down shots of these beautiful cars coming out in our latest race from SVA. All group racing, of course, and this is Group 8 and 12B. I hope to be joined by Ben Sissel for this one, but they've been waiting patiently as we enjoy our Mid-Ohio SpeedTour, all part of the Vintage Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. That's not a vintage car, that's a modern Honda. Honda just down the way, of course, is where they put these cars together. So it's a big racetrack for Honda. And of course, that's why IndyCar come here. Honda and Chevrolet, the two big engine manufacturers for IndyCar. And we've got a really interesting group of production cars in this one. Looking forward to it as well. They get 2 feature races each weekend most of the time, if they've got the time anyway. And generally speaking, they do. Quick warm-up lap to get everything in order. And Ben Sissel is going to join me for this one. He's just come roaring into the booth. And I'm just trying to find my sheets for you on this one, Ben. But you pretty much know all these Alphas and BMWs. And some lovely Alfa Romeos out there. We've got a few Porsches. And this, of course, our coverage of Group 12B.
Here we go.
There you go. Ben Sissel, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for finding that sheet. I was wondering all over for the sheet for this one. So I can give you the identity and the colors, cars, and years of all these wonderful cars. Our pole position man is a 1994 BMW 328. That's the orange and white. But like I mentioned, we've got a few different Porsches out there. We've got some lovely little Alphas out there.
Yeah, we talked to Steve Sharp before the start of the TA2 race. He is with Forge Line Wheels. And then we have Lisa Hansen. Look for her, our fastest in Group 8, Porsche 911S. Brian Thomas Himes in the 1989 Ford Mustang in Group 12. Ron Pauly, Group 12, Lexus IS 300. Drake Dittman in a BMW 318 IS. Very fast driver, Drake Dittman. Nicholas Clements in a 1967 Porsche 911S. Chris Rader, Alfa Romeo GTV, beautiful car. Dan Witzak in Group 12 BMW M3. Jim Lenahan in a 1976 Porsche 9146. Greg Galdi in a 2003 BMW E46. And then Rob Davenport, watch out for this number 22 in a brand new motor, 1972 Alfa Romeo GTV. But, Jonathan, they're coming around the Optima Batteries carousel, so I'm going to give you the call.
Yep, just a couple more names to get in there, but we'll get them in as the race gets underway. But the safety car has pulled in, so that means we are going racing for our Group 8 and Group 12B as they roar past our commentary position and into action here as the lights go green. Steve Sharp leading the way, but he's under pressure already from Lisa Hansen on the outside in the 110.
Brian Thomas Himes, though, took the lead. Lisa Hansen made a pass as well over Sharp.
Yeah, he came from nowhere. He came from, what, third on the grid, and the Ford Mustang taking the lead.
Look at that snorkel on the top there. Lisa Hansen now, once they get after turn 4, she's going to have a little bit of an advantage. She is a very good driver, and that's a very nimble car.
Yeah, and Lisa's definitely tucking herself up behind the Ford right now and looking for a way past as they head down towards the kink at 3 and then down to the first real overtaking place at turn 4.
That's Lisa Hansen there in that 110. She is our 2021 SVRA Driver of the Year. Well-deserved, really hard-charging driver. And Ron Pauly comes next to chart there.
Do you get the special helmet for that?
You get a painting commissioned after your car. And it's a huge honor in all of the vintage racers. But there is Steve Sharp, 1994 BMW 328, obviously sporting some Forge Line wheels, followed by Ron Pauly, and then that 07 Chris Rader. Look at that. Putting it all on the line with Drake Dittman.
Nicely done. That was very nice. Just dropped a wheel down, did Chris Reeder in the 07 and the Alfa Romeo GTV, but no harm, no foul. Down through Thunder Valley once again. And heading towards the Optima Batteries carousel.
Okay, so now look for Lisa Hansen to try to make a move here. She's trying, look at that, hanging out her wheel. See that right front tire about 6 inches off the ground. You know she's giving it everything.
Awesome.
Brian Thomas Hines in a 1989 Ford Mustang. I had a 1989 Ford Mustang GT as a kid. They are quick cars. Not as nimble.
You always start your sentence with "I used to have." What do you do with all these cars? Do you rag them to death? Or?
It was my parents, so they sold it.
I see.
They sold it for a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Oh, no.
Yeah, bad move.
Oh, you're going to have to get new parents.
Yeah. There's Steve Sharp at number 54, BMW. And now, if you're wondering about this group, these cars are pretty equally yoked as far as time goes. They're production cars like Ron Pauly there in that Lexus, and he actually owns Toyota dealerships in Arkansas. But it's basically 1972 or older is the vintage Group 8. 1972 or newer is the newer Group 12 class. But we have a lot of Group 12 classes and beautiful cars like this E30 here of Drake Dittman. 1991 BMW 318 IS, and he was in tough contention last year for our Group 12 champion.
Got the classic Bavarian colors. I love it. The BMW, of course.
This is always a really popular Group 8 12 track. It suits them well because some of these Group 8 and 12 cars, like that Mustang, like that Lexus, are a little bit better on the straightaways.
Yeah.
But then the other cars are a little bit better, like the Alphas and the BMWs, in the twisty bits, and it's a pretty equal track for straightaways or twisty parts.
I noticed there's a Lotus Super 7 and a Ginetta G4 out there as well, and actually a Ferrari 308.
Yeah, man, Magnum PI's racing with us. There's the number 81A of Nicholas Clements, followed by Jim Lenahan in that Porsche 9146. Jim Lenahan has been racing with us a long time. I actually met him here 10 years ago. He was in a Datsun 240. And then there's that Rob Davenport. See that beautiful Alpha there, Rob Davenport from Louisville. And he said, keep your eye on me this weekend. I've got a new engine. And he says he's going about a second a lap faster. And then I want some minty green Tic Tacs right now.
Do you want to hear a funny story? I don't know Rob Davenport, but I know his name. But guess what? I went to college with his wife.
No way.
Yep.
Oh, that's crazy.
She might be here this weekend.
I think so, yeah. That's Dan Witzak in that Tic Tac car. And there's another one of those four-leaf clover Alphas that we keep talking about of Raymond Nichols. 1971 Alfa Romeo GTV. Beautiful car. Look at those flares on the fenders with gold wheels. How crazy is that? You went to college with his wife.
She got in touch with me and she said, oh, my husband's away at some sports car race. You know, he's always racing. And I said, what, you mean vintage? And she said, yeah. And I said, what do you mean SVRA? Yeah. She goes, he's always away racing his dash cars and I have no interest. And then she goes, I'm going to Mid-Ohio. And I said, Laurie, I'll find you. I haven't found her yet, but I'll find her. Isn't that funny?
That is really funny. There's the 74 of Donald Wanagat, 1973 Alfa Romeo GTV. He's been racing here, and that's Rob Mocha. Mocha's in front of him. Rob Mocha's is a SVRA Driver of the Year award recipient from a few years ago.
Full course caution is out, so that's not good news in a vintage race, is it?
It isn't. I don't see what that is about. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on our YouTube channel, SpeedTour TV, leave some comments where you're watching from. Tell us who you're rooting for. I believe that might be Dylan, the flagman there at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers corner. There's that Tic Tac car. There's Rob Davenport. So you knew his wife in college. That's pretty cool.
Isn't that wild? And he didn't know her then.
Small world.
It is a small world.
Yeah, Rob, you kind of alluded to racing his dad's cars. He races a lot of different historic cars. In fact, he was with us in a Datsun that his dad raced in the SCCA back in the day at Indy with us last weekend. Then he went home to Louisville, not too far from here in Indy, and picked up the 22, fresh engine, and is having a blast here this weekend. So we're under full course caution. And remember, leave us some comments. Oh, we're getting all kinds of good stuff.
What we got?
we've got people from all over the world watching us and trying to explain to me quickly what kind of cars these are, because sometimes, you know, they slip by us. We've got some Drake Dittman fans joining us on YouTube, as well as some Rob Davenport fans, so that's pretty cool.
Good.
As they come around there, Franklin Road Apparel, turn 4. There's Rob Mokas in that topless Alfa Romeo. We'll call it that. So we'll go back through the field. We stopped at Rob Davenport, 1972 Alfa Romeo GTV. Raymond Nichols in a 1971 Alfa Romeo. Rob Mokas in a 1969 Alfa Romeo Spider, like we saw in the movie The Graduate. Hope he doesn't run out of gas. Donald Wanigat in a 73 Alfa Romeo GTV. Peter Raganetti, fittingly in an Italian car, an Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint, 1966. Lee Poseidon, 1966 Alfa Romeo GT Veloce.
He's on an adventure.
Yeah, exactly. Poseidon's adventure. Scott Birkland, 69 Porsche 911. Glenn Maurer in that Marlboro-looking Penske Alfa Romeo GT V6. Beautiful car. They swept our trophy presentation last year at Circuit of the Americas. They had to get a bigger trailer just to bring all the trophies home. Stuart Long in a 1971 Porsche 9144. Terry Miller in a 1986 Porsche 944 Turbo. Tracy Shepard, Lotus Super 7 from 1962, an early Lotus Super 7. Russ Rosenberg in a 1976 BMW 2002. Roy Crowninshield, a 63 Jetta G4. Roy Crowninshield has one of the prettiest Austin Healey's that you'll ever see, but I don't know him in this Jetta G4, so great for him to be out here. And then Tom Vale Jr. in a Ferrari 308 GT4.
I've yet to see that Ferrari yet.
Yeah. I saw it out there earlier, and whenever you see that, you just want to see him pop out with the Detroit Tigers hat on, a Hawaiian shirt, and some short shorts.
Of course.
And a mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, we've got some Drake Dittman fans. Eric Kohler there. Akiri, Mark, and Mary watching from Wisconsin. Go Lisa and Nick. They were with us, and she brought out her beautiful T-Bird. But they're back in Wisconsin watching Lisa Hansen, the car that they take care of, the car in shot right now, that number 110. She's kind of a Group 8 car in a Group 12 sandwich.
What's this Jaguar flying by me?
Oh man, the number 78. I don't have that.
That's not on the board
list, but that's a beautiful car. Looks like an XK150 from what I just saw.
So right at the back of this group, we'll see if we can pick it up. But just catching up with the rest of the group is this lovely Jaguar, all white. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's right at the back at the moment. Here it is.
Look at that.
Look at that. Cracker.
Well,
that I like.
Found my favorite car in the field. No offense to these other cars, but if you ever drive, especially a British car, with wire wheels, that's pretty much all I'm ever looking for in a car. Beautiful car. I'm going to try to get some information and find out who that driver is.
Yeah, he's not on our current list, so he must have been lastminute.com.
Yeah, and I came right from the Trans Am podium to be out here. I'm guessing that's Tom Raganetti, and maybe his other car wasn't going. No, that's Peter Raganetti in the Alfa, so I'm thinking that's Tom Raganetti out there in a Group 8 DP. I don't have any more information. So if any of you are watching, yeah, see, even
Paul Gelpy, we reckon.
Cat Industries.
Paul Gelpy, we reckon.
Okay, yeah,
how about that?
That could be it. I don't see it on my list, so let's see. Paul.
Well, I've been, but the voice of reason has just been in my ear.
But why would that be a Group 12? That's before a 72. That's a 50s car. There might be some improvements done to it to move it to Group 12, though.
Okay.
And I do believe you're right. I remember thinking Gelpy with that, what you call a Jaguar, right?
Love to drive the Jaguar. He also plays the mean guitar.
Beautiful car. Still got the leather trim around the cockpit.
Yep. Oh, those are crackers. Those are really beautiful cars. Like you say, the wire wheels, the wood interior, the Jaguar emblem on the front. That's when men were men and cars were beautiful.
Yeah, I believe the XK120, the 49, was the first car to break 100 miles an hour, production car.
Well, in
Jaguar,
fact,
long
if you
history.
remember, the Pebble Beach races were dominated by Jaguars like that with the likes of Sterling Moss before they even built Laguna Seca. So they got a lot of fame and notoriety in America because they were one of the first big imports into America during the 50s.
All right, here we go. Here's a true professional. Alan Harris is saying the number 78 Paul Gelpy 12 BMP white Jaguar XK150. So thank you, Alan Harris.
There you go.
I love all the experts that we have out here.
Alan Harris, you got the job.
Yeah. Very nice. So you, people leaving the comments for us on YouTube, thank you. You will act as our producers right now. Tell us about these cars. There's Rob Mokas there in that beautiful, and see the Marlboro. Looks like a kind of a Penske paint scheme.
Yeah.
Livery, as you'll call it.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there's that cat coming through Big Machine's vodka spiked coolers. A good day for those Big Machine vodka spiked coolers.
And how about Scott Borchetta in the TA2 race? What a result. 6th place.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever think you'd be in a room with Al Unser Jr. all by yourself calling a race? What a moment that must have been for you.
It was actually quite sensational because he's a lovely man. You know what the funniest part is? He was looking at the weather. He was doing his weather check for me. He's doing about 15 different things. But I tell you what, his insight into what is going on out there as a racing driver and what you should and shouldn't do was fascinating. And I'm so glad he's working with youngsters here in the paddock right now. He's going to have a couple of races. He's got Andre Castro he's looking after in the Rising Future Stars racing team. And, of course, he looked after Ernie Francis Jr. And Chloe Chambers last year. So he's part of the furniture now.
So we were talking about my 1989 Ford Mustang. I went to the 1989 Indy 500 where turn 4, it was Fittipaldi and Al Unser Jr. Two of them went into turn 4 and only one was going to leave. And it just happened to be Fittipaldi, and Al Unser Jr. got out and gave him the thumbs up.
Yes, that's right.
And
that's absolutely right.
And from then on, I've been an Al Unser Jr. fan, and it's one of those moments where, you know, a lot of time people say don't meet your hero. It's been nothing but great hanging out and talking to Al Unser Jr. Just a real gentleman. Great to be out here, and like you said, a great influence on these young drivers because he's just got generations of knowledge in his blood.
And if you haven't been on Amazon and got it yet, get on and buy Checkered Past because it's Al Unser Jr.'s book. Came out in October last year, and it's his life story, warts and all, as they say. He doesn't leave anything out. And if you know anything about the both on and off career of Al Unser Jr., you'll know that it's well worth a read. If you're interested in motor racing and American racing, well, he's royalty. He comes from the greatest family, you would argue, in motor racing in America, the Unsers. And it's a pretty close second or whatever with the Andrettis, but between them, they have done so much for motor racing in this country.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, you know, I always hear from my friends and different people, oh, you work in vintage racing. Isn't that just a bunch of old cars doing parade laps?
Nah.
And it is not. These vintage cars
As
are
they do
out
a parade
there
lap.
racing. But this is, you know, just bad circumstances here. But this is not normal racing. So don't think you're tuning into what normal vintage racing is.
No, it's a rare
All
caution.
of these drivers, especially this one here, Lisa Hansen, would like to be driving in anger. But
That's
we're
a pretty
behind the
little
pace
car,
car.
isn't it?
Oh, it's a great car. Really well prepared. And I was talking to Aaron with a Curie, and he wasn't planning on coming here, but somebody said, hey, you want to go to Mid-Ohio? And he's like, I sure do. And so here they are. So we really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the caution's for, to be honest. But
I see a safety vehicle coming into pit lane now, so hopefully we're going to be able to get back up to green for at least a few laps and see if Lisa Hansen can do anything with these Group 12 cars that she's surrounded by.
Yeah, I've got a feeling, though, that we could be finishing under caution.
You know, we want to talk about that. We were talking about Debbie Cloud Racing here and all the females that race in motorsports. And it's not like any other sports. There are no lady tees in motorsports. You know, this is, She's driving the car just as it would be prepared for
Absolutely.
anybody else. All the women out here. So this is equally yoked racing, and here she is at the top of her class in Group 8. As normal, she and the Ballbacks, who are also in her garage and stable, just go back and forth with us. But it's really strange to not see her in a race and getting either at the top step of the podium or on the podium. And that's why she was last year's SVRA Driver of the Year. And Debbie Cloud was an SVRA Driver of the Year as well.
And I can see the checker flag being prepared. So that will end our Group 12B and 8. So not the way they wanted to end it, but hey, safety is safety. And they'll get another chance to do it again in the next race. Where else are you going? Because you do a lot more SVRAs than we get to see. Where else are you headed?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Next couple of months, we go to Portland for the Portland Speed Tour at Portland International Raceway. Next weekend, I'm at Road America with TA2. SVRA's going to Portland with the Portland Speed Tour with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli West Coast Championship. And then we go for the first time, New Jersey Motorsports Park. First time for me.
Oh, I've been there.
SVRA was there a few years ago.
Yeah, I've done I've done bike racing there.
Yeah.
Good one. They've got a little leap they've got over there.
Oh, nice. We'll be there in July, near the end of July, with FRF4. So if you're an SVRA driver up in the Northeast, make sure you visit us at New Jersey Motorsports Park for the New Jersey Speed Tour. You can get on SVRA.com or SpeedTour.net for more information.
So then that is going to be a win for the 58, who got the lead right at the start, Brian Thomas Himes, and doing a very good job with that Ford Mustang, and confirmation then. We finished under caution, but that's how sometimes it goes, and it's Brian Thomas Himes who wins ahead of Lisa Hansen in that beautiful Porsche, Drake Dittman in third place, Chris Reeder in fourth, and then Nicholas Clemens fifth, and in sixth place, Jim Lenahan. Seventh was Dan Wichzak. Rob Davenport takes 8th position, Raymond Nichols in 9th, and Gregory Goldie in 10th position. And that concludes our coverage of 8 and 12B. So without further ado, let's take a short break here from Mid-Ohio. More coming your way, though, so stay with us.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. I'm Jonathan Green, alongside me Ben Sissel, and we are looking forward to some more action from this Vintage Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio, all part of SpeedTour. It's been a lovely weekend, but the winds, they are closing in, and so are the clouds. But we have more racing for you, and it's in the form of SVRA. Ben, we're not going to get any rain, are we?
I hope not. No, that's Dan Cowdery there. 2 thumbs up from Dan Cowdery. He is all the way from California, was with us last weekend at Indy, had a great race with Jimmy Vasser in this Group 2. And then that's Eric Inkrot there in Winkleman. And you'll notice there are a few Winklemans in this group. Also from California, also from the West Coast, but I believe maybe Nevada or Arizona. That is Kim Jong. 1986 Swift DB1FF. She was also with us at Indy and has found a lot of speed here at Mid-Ohio. Then a big gap there to Kim Madrid. So far, every person on our grid is from California or the West Coast. There's Kim Madrid. Her daughter Dana there in the background with the mohawk as Kim and the helmet. You'll see the Deadhead sticker on the side of the, there it is.
That's not a Cadillac?
That's not a Cadillac, no.
I saw a Deadhead sticker on a Cadillac.
Yeah, so did Don Henley. Tom Linton in a 1969 Winkleman WDF1.
That's not a vintage car.
Now this person, Eric Wisniewski, you've got the news on him, right?
I do. He's 14. He's a great kid. He's from Michigan. He is a junior development driver. He's not old enough to do Formula 4 yet, so he's getting his experience down. Tony Pirelli has given him a dispensation to race in SVRA, and that's how he's out there, but he's getting a lot of experience, and he's a good kid.
That's the 73 of Michael Spence. Look at this beautiful car. I was noticing this one in the paddock. That is that's a Ralph Zaponjic in an Lexus MK14 from 1968. Bob Hatley, usually at the front of these grids, but didn't finish yesterday. So you're going to see Bob Hatley from California move up to the front. He had a great race here a couple years ago. And then the number 82 of John Bush, 1967 Group 2 Formula B starting in the back. So he must not have finished yesterday either. But we have a lot of drivers here that drove to Indy from the West Coast, and they thought for twofer. We were at Indy last weekend. Might as well go on to Mid-Ohio, and these Formula Fords love Mid-Ohio. It's a great momentum track, very intricate and technical. So there should be some really good racing here. And Dan Cowdery looks like right now none of the other Formula Bs stuck around. So looks like he's going to take them out with the Fords. That is green grass here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's great that it's so lush here, but boy, it can be a real pain if you get off on the grass because there's no, it's too easy. If you get it wrong here at Mid-Ohio, you're in that grass and you're collecting it.
So let's do a little trivia here while we're sitting here.
Oh.
We talked about the Deadhead sticker on the Cadillac.
Yep.
What is the name of the song? For our comments on YouTube, who can tell me the name of the song that line is from?
I know.
Oh, our producer knows.
Our producer knows.
That is.
Yeah, he's absolutely right.
But the comments don't know.
He went to Anfield and saw them play.
But don't tell us who yet, because we don't have any comments yet.
Wow.
That's
cool.
pretty cool.
I've seen them play. The question is, are the Eagles as good as they were without Glenn Fry? And I think the answer is yes, because Fry Jr. is in the band.
Oh, well, that's pretty cool. All right, look at that. Dan Cowdery.
Oh, whoops. I saw a deadhead stick on a Cadillac.
Boys of Summer, first one in from Shop Cat Industries.
There you go. Well done.
And then Elliott Stevens right behind. And then somebody else put Tiptoe Through the Tulips. No,
Manxie from the Isle of Man. Boatless Manxie's just written in.
Tiptoe Through the Tulips? What's the guy with the ukulele? Now I can't think of his name.
Yeah, that's a good.
We're not singing it.
Oh, I just did a couple of, oops. The account was in my ear then. Shut up singing.
All right, so here they come. Look at that, warming up their tires. Now, Dan Cowdery up there in front in that Titan. Very fast driver, but so is Eric Inkrot. Now, Eric Inkrot raced here last year in his Crossley that he is fixing up from an off that he had at Auto Club Speedway just a few months ago with us, all the way in Fontana, California.
You know what I like about having Eric Wasinski out there right now is that you really do see the progression from 1969 of single-seater small engines all the way up to the most modern. His is a 2017 version with that Honda engine and Ligier chassis. But it shows you just how far Formula Ford and how the single-seaters have developed, doesn't it?
The evolution. But there are drivers out there that have told me that they have grandkids much older than Eric.
Yes, true.
Look at how pretty it is here at Mid-Ohio. Just outside of Lexington, Ohio, there's a lake back here. Beautiful green farmland. The sky is bluer here, and the grass is greener.
Yeah.
Especially where you're from, Austin. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. We're down a little bit too south that you don't get blue skies this time of year.
Actually, this is what England looks like, sort of spring and May, before it gets hot there, but before the 2 days of summer we get in England, which, by the way, starts next week. It's Wimbledon, so we have our 2 days.
Yeah.
And the rest of there's 2 days of Wimbledon that are dry, and the rest rain, and that's summer. And everybody gets out in their tank tops, and that's it. Thunder Valley, they go through, but yeah, you're right, it's very lush and green, isn't it? It's almost like Ireland.
So unfortunately, only a few of the Formula Bs have shown up, and it's at the end there. Watch for the green car, the very last car.
Yeah.
Second to last car right now to move up front, Bob Hatley. I think a lot of the Formula Bs left because they thought there was going to be rain, and now Eric Inkrot is going to do what he can to dive bomb into Mission Foods Turn 1. I'm going to turn it over to you, Jonathan, for the start.
Here we go then, and it's going to be a run to the line as they come out of the carousel to start the race. This is our Group 2 feature race.
Oh, there
and just slotting into line. Away we go then. Group 2 and Formula Development. And a good start from the Formula Development man. He's made up one place already in the number 5. That's Eric Wisinski. Wisinski. I'll get it right in a minute.
I think it's Wisinski.
Wisinski, yes. I had it right this morning. And he's about to go ahead and try and get ahead of Kim Madrid on the inside of the keyhole. And he's done that. So he's up to 4th place already. Madrid comes back at him.
He's got 2 Kims to pass. We were talking last group about all the females in motorsports. So they're in that flaming orange car. The 0 is Kim, followed by Kim Madrid. But this is Dan Cowdery, followed by Eric Inkrot, going into Franklin Road, turn 4. This is a great passing zone here.
Yeah, the top 4, you could throw a blanket over them because Wazinski's just joined them there. And now we've got a 4-way battle at the front as they leave the second group of 3 cars, which is led by Kim at the moment. Kim Madrid and the all pink, and of course the Mohawk helmet, very famous here in SVRA times.
Yeah, she's at a lot of races with us. She runs the Formula 4 Challenge out west. But right now, Dan Cowdery seems to be running a tidier line than Eric Inkrot. You can really see the difference in racing lines and closing speeds in these cars. Kim outbraking Eric there. And man, Kim has really shown us some speed from Indy. She's new to this car. This is only her second weekend in this car, and she is adjusted very quickly.
So they come to the end of the first lap. 53 of Eric Langbein in that Chevron B15.
Oh, he's not out there right now.
Oh, he isn't out.
No, it's Dan Cowdery is our leader.
Yeah, 38, yeah.
And Eric, followed by Eric Ingrot. So it's Dan Cowdery, Eric Ingrot, then Kim in the 0. Then Wisniewski, Eric Wisniewski there in fourth place. So there's
9, so he's done well to be up that far in just a very short space of time. He had a really good start, and now he's going for third. Down the back straight, using the power of the more modern car. And his next combatant will be this lady here, Kim Madrid.
No, Kim Madrid's behind him. So he's in third place behind Dan. Oh, and there's Bob Hatley passing Kim Madrid going into Franklin.
Hatley.
Franklin Road, turn 4. Bob Hatley and Kim Madrid carpooled out here from Southern California. Bob Hatley won our Court of Lucas Oil at drivers meeting because he drove the farthest to be here. He's in that green car just ahead of Kim Madrid. And some little bit of drifting happening there, but they are really close friends, and Kim knew he was coming.
Starting to spread out already in this one. Cowdery, Inkrot, and Tajong. Is that how you pronounce it?
You know, I'm not sure.
Keep Tajong.
I'd say Chong.
Chong, yeah.
Chong?
Chong.
I'm not sure. Kim, I'm going to ask you that, though. I want to find that out. There's Bob Hatley. Oceanside, California.
Interesting nose to that, isn't it?
Yeah, very aerodynamic. Big advantage aerodynamically over that Crossley, and then that Winkleman there of Linton's very pretty car, and that came out with Jens all the way from Arizona. So we've got all these drivers here, and none of them are from the Midwest. At Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, there's the number 28, Bruce Domick, Lola T342. Big, huge air snorkel on that car. I love these shots where you can see their front suspensions giving as they come up into this little weird off-cambered keyhole turn.
Michael Spence in that Crossley 20F.
Uh-oh, look at this. Good draft from Linton over Kim Madrid, and that Winkleman thinks a little bit better of it. Knows that Kim Madrid likes to late break anybody, but he's looking inside now, has the advantage.
Should do. Oh,
and
she's still in
now
there.
She has the advantage.
And she's lost out finally.
See. Yep.
I like that progression from 4 to 5. It's really neat. Cowdery still leading then. Titan Mark 6.
Look at them slide through the Optima Batteries carousel turn here at Mid-Ohio. Nice. The tires just fight for grip. That line at Mid-Ohio is just so polished from years and years of wear. Oh, it looks like Wisniewski is the new leader.
Yeah.
So from 9th to 1st.
That's pretty impressive. Now he has got the more modern car, but he is just a kid.
And he's
learning his way.
He's got the downforce as well. And downforce
I told him to go out and win after doing the commentary with me. And yes, he has got the advantage of the downforce. And probably a newer engine, obviously.
Oh, you hear the tires just fighting for grip.
Yeah, you can hear the squeal, can't you? So simple, that design, isn't it, with the suspension? But so effective.
Who is the camera person at Camera One that's getting this backstretch?
That's Gorgeous George.
That is a steady hand on that person. That was a good shot there coming through that back straight at speed like that. That's the number 73 of Michael Spence, 1972 Crossley 20F. We're getting some beautiful images here from the green light camera persons all around the track. So that's George there?
I think so.
Good job, George.
Yeah, George, our senior cameraman, he's been with us for, what, 40, 50 years now?
Since black and white. Here they come around the Optima Batteries carousel turn. This is probably the best battle right now in the field. They get a little bit slight there. You can see the different patches of asphalt as they cross the start-finish line coming into Mission Foods turn 1. Here's that car we were talking about. Beautiful car. Ralph Zaponchik. And that is a 1968 Lexus MK14. The little brake light. So what's your favorite in this one, Jonathan?
You know, I'm just trying to work that out, to be honest. I like the Crossley. And like I said, what I'm really enjoying is seeing the progression of cars through the years. You know, from Swift, you've got a Brabham out there. Can never beat a Brabham. And we had our own Matthew Brabham winning here this weekend in a TA car.
And a karaoke contest.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he won the karaoke contest at Tito's with the song Stroke It.
Oh, my word.
Beating Chris Dyson.
That's, well,
yeah, so
I would never have had him pegged for a big singer, Chris Dyson.
That is a beautiful car. I love the red nose on that car. Matching his helmet. And Dan Cowdery and Eric Inkrod are really giving a good show in second place overall.
Yeah, the field pretty spread out now as we look at the 71A. Lexus Mark 14. Yeah, I agree with you. I like that. I like the blue and the red together like that. So simple, these early versions of single-seater racers. And Wisniewski is pulling away now. He's got a 14-second lead, so he's off and running. And I think he's going to have a pretty good start to his F4 career next year with the J. Howard development team. He's got an engineer from the team working with him now in SVRA, and that always bodes well because you're learning all the time then. Back to the 82.
That Formula 2 of John Bush, 1967 Brabham BT.
Yeah, that's my favorite. The Brabham. It's got to be. Look, it's a classic Brabham. You know that's a Brabham.
And I love the way the Formula Bs look as he comes around Mission Foods turn 1. It's a beautiful car. Look at the air cleaners there on the side. You can see the Guibos holding those rear axles down. His Hans device just barely blowing in the wind. It looks a little bit offset there. That is a beautiful car.
Look at Lake. That's our man at the keyhole.
Oh, he's getting some good shots, too. You heard us say that about George. He's like, all right, look at this one. But now George is like, look at this one, guys.
Well, Lake's our bike expert as well as car expert, so he knows what he's doing. He can follow anything at speed.
But that's a tough shot there. That pan at different speeds to the right. George, it's good stuff.
And into the dog leg where Ron is.
Uh-oh. Eric Wisniewski coming up on a Formula B. Let's see if the DRS zone opens up for him. That's what I keep looking for.
Now, how does he play this? Nicely done.
Very well, yep. And I think that was John Bush saw him coming in his mirrors. Eric Wisniewski made sure there was a safe place to pass, and there they go. Nice job by both drivers.
Yeah, and he's cut some nice lines. You can see it from over above, from the drone.
Got a little squirrely there coming into Optima Batteries.
He's struggling with the carousel. I've noticed that. That's not the first time he's done that.
That's how you learn.
Exactly. And here is the leader. Nice and smooth through turn 1, using the wheel, fighting it just a little bit to keep it all together. was telling me about there. Whoa.
Come on, hold on, Eric. He's giving it everything.
He is. He's trying hard. He was telling me about the fact that he's just going to be a freshman in high school next year. So that's a good story for those in his class, isn't it?
Yeah.
What did you do this weekend? I was at Mid-Ohio, thrashing around.
You can really see the downforce on that one.
Yeah, and if you listen in, you can hear how he's using the gearbox and how much he's getting out of the car. You can tell he's learning. Still fighting it a little bit. Smooth is fast, as they always say. Little Al was here earlier, and that's exactly what he was saying.
We've had a lot of changes, though, for the lead in the vintage side. Dan Cowdery and Eric Inkrot keep changing back and forth. So Dan Cowdery is in the yellow car. Eric Inkrot is in the Winkleman.
That was better at the carousel for Eric. But either way, he's pulling away. He's 24 seconds up the road now. That's really good, impressive. I said to him he had to go and win the race after doing his commentary this morning, and he's doing just that.
There he is. There's Eric Inkrot holding it back right behind Dan Cowdery. This is going to be the race to watch.
Swinging that car
This is for
around.
first place. So that's Dan Cowdery in the yellow car. That's a Titan MK6. Eric Inkrot in the 1969 Winkleman WDF1. This is the race to watch. Look at his suspension unload there as they come over.
And they're both pushing on, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Really impressive.
Passing a Formula B. Now Eric's going to try to get behind him through this Big Machine Vodka spike coolers keyhole. Dan got it a little bit wrong there, hung up his right. Now if he can get behind him in the draft, he might have something here.
Don't think he's close enough, but he might be getting there by the end of the straight. He's looking in his mirror, see if anybody else has
got less
coming.
air on him. Look at the smile on the front of that Winkleman. These are two of our best Formula Ford racers just sliding through Franklin Road Apparel Turn 4. Both from the West Coast out here racing in Mid-Ohio on these polished line pavement.
Yeah, no question the 42 is really pushing that car.
Yeah.
Sliding it at every chance. And let's see what he does through front of the valley. Not a place you want to slide, really.
His sponsor is here watching, Eric Inkrot's. So he better behave.
Now watch him through the carousel. This is where he really lays it down on this right-hander coming up. Here we go.
And if you're watching vintage racing for the first time, that was a joke. His wife is a CPA, and she is his sponsor. Her sticker's on the side.
I see.
Yeah. So she came out with him, and she sponsors his racing efforts by putting her sticker on the side and doing his taxes.
Yes.
Look at that. Using all of the track, this is going to be a good finish to this race.
Yeah, he's not holding back now. He's got a chance to win this one. And
Dan Cowdery moves his head to the right. Lots of G-force, lots of balance. He gets that one better than he did the last time, but Eric Inkrot really seems to be charging.
Got a lap to do it. One more lap after this. Great battle for first and second. Wisniewski is up the road by some 30 seconds, but Cowdery and Inkrot going for those podium spots.
Oh, lap traffic ahead.
Yep.
This could get interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
At the worst part of the track, too.
Yeah, this is a tough place.
Well, one of them's through. Is the other?
No,
yes, just.
Good driving there by Ralph Zaponchik in that 68 Alexa. Seeing what was coming up behind him. This battle's been going on the whole day as well. And there's Eric Wisniewski behind these two cars. Ooh, that's close, gentlemen, going into the keyhole.
Yep, and they're giving him the signal of pass on that side. That's what he's done there. And Eric duly does. Nicely done by the youngster.
Okay, we're on the final lap. I saw. Oh, look at this.
Here we
Eric
go.
Ingrot looking inside. Big Machine Vodka, spike cooler, keyhole turns, got the inside. Dan Cowdery sees him. Jonathan, what do you think of that pass?
That was perfect. That's a keyhole classic. That's brilliant stuff for the lead as well. Now, can the yellow and green come back at him down the back straight and into the Franklin and
He's
Road
got the
Apparel
line.
corner, and he's done it. What a ding-dong battle this is. And he's going for it again. Go on.
Oh, that's sliding through Franklin Road turn 4.
Great stuff. Well, Wisniewski is going to take the checkered flag and a win. The former development driver for Jay Howard.
Yeah, congratulations, Eric Wisniewski, but it's not over. This is the vintage side of the racing here with Dan Cowdery and Eric Inkrot.
And who's going to finish on the podium in second? Well, he's done it after getting back the lead. He's holding it for now. Ooh. Time running out, though.
Here it is, last
into the
corner.
carousel. Oh, dangerously close. But great racing to finish it off.
Nice. I got to give it up. That's great racing from Dan Cowdery, but Eric Inkrot, way to not collect everybody there at turn 13. I saw you get hard on the binders and not hit both of you out. I'm sure Sarah's happy about that too. And look at them. These are good friends, and they just had the time of their life.
Yeah,
and that's
you could
what
tell they enjoyed that.
SVRA is all about. Really, we all consider, all the SVRA employees consider ourselves to be in the hospitality industry. And that right there, what you're seeing, is exactly what we're looking for. That's going to be something they'll talk about for years.
Yeah, oh, no question about it. Certainly in the bar tonight and over the meal.
That was awesome. Eric Inkrot, Dan Cowdery, Kim, nice job.
And remember the name, Eric Wisniewski from Michigan. Winner of this race, and he'll be in F4 next season for the Jay Howard development team. And so with that conclusion, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action to come. Don't forget, we've got some great single-seater action to come as well as we look at both the F4 and FR America's Championship. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio SportsCar course. The clouds are coming in, but I'm glad to say we've had no rain so far. Was anticipated, but it hasn't actually shown up. As we look ahead now to our next race on the calendar, and that is Formula 4 for the USA. And this is where most of the young superstars of up-and-coming American racing start their quest to become an IndyCar driver, an FIA Formula 1 driver, or just basically a professional racing driver. It all starts here after maybe doing a little bit of karting, a little bit of sim racing, and then you finally get the chance to do the real thing in F4. Now, we are getting ready for their third race of the weekend, and we've had some good racing so far from them. Ben Sissel is standing by, and he is going to take us through what we're about to see as we get ready for our competitors in F4. Down to you, Ben.
Hey, welcome to the grid here at F4 U.S. Championships. We're here with points leader and last race winner Lockie Hughes, all the way from the Gold Coast of Australia, here racing with us at Mid-Ohio. But first, I want to explain what F4 is. If you have a son or a daughter that's currently in racing, mostly karts, F4 is designed perfectly for driver development. And I know this firsthand because I've been to Scott Goodyear and Jeff Luckritz, their drivers meeting, everything that he does. Scott Goodyear, if you know anything about Scott Goodyear, ex-IndyCar racer, IndyCar announcer, he's very detail-oriented, and everything is to develop these drivers into what they call the ladder system. Then it goes from F4 into FR Americas, which is the F3-based chassis, both Ligier chassis. But this is the F4. You're going to see a little bit of ground effects, a little bit of ground force and wings on the front, no brake ducting. It's a little bit smaller tires, but it is the Honda K20 engine, the same engine that was in my Civic Type R, non-turboed in these F4 cars, and a little smaller wing back here with some ground effects. But we're going to talk to Lockie Hughes, because Lockie, coming here, racing all the way from the Gold Coast of Australia, what does the F4 series mean to you as far as driver development goes?
I think it's a great series. Obviously, it's a great first stepping stone, and I'm loving every minute of it.
Nice. And doing a very good job, I might add. He won at NOLA with us in the first round. He won today in the earlier race, did really well at Road America. But we'll walk up. We have 22 cars in this, and the great thing about F4, they can race really close. The aero packages in this don't give the kind of wash that most ground effect cars and wings and slick cars give. So you're going to see really close racing. Jason Alder's in the booth. He did really well with us in F4 last year. He's going to be able to explain how you can draft on these long straights here at Mid-Ohio. Bryson Morris won the first race here with us, all the way from Nashville, Tennessee area, a really good driver. He had his first race win with us last year in Brainerd, Minnesota. And so I'm going to give it to Jonathan to introduce Jason Alder, and then Jason Alder, you're going to be our resident official on the F4 platform because you did so well with us last year. So, gentlemen, I'm going to you.
You know, I've got a feeling he's not going to be scared of that mantle because, yes, he does know a little thing about Formula 4. He knows about half, if not most, of the paddock in Formula 4 currently. And he, of course, will be racing later this afternoon in the FR Americas. And that's the progression. Jason, what did F4 mean to you when you took it on?
Oh my goodness, F4 was incredible for my development as a road course driver. It's essentially the best stepping stone that you can really be a part of, especially early on in that career, being the first, kind of step outside of go-karts. So a lot of these drivers were in their first year of F4, some of them are in their second year, but there was a whole lot of talent across the board.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm sure there's a lot of people tuning in, maybe some dads and some kids, wondering, well, what kind of qualifications do you need to be able to drive one of these things, and what could help you get to a point where you could do it well?
to be honest, there's not that much requirements for being an F4 driver. However, it is very beneficial to have a lot of karting experience as a background. It is a good foundation that you can use to go from that karts to cars, kind of career, especially those 2 strokes, things like that, because these cars do have a good bit of torque, and it's very important to get that power down out of those corners.
And I guess working on a sim and learning the tracks, that's another key, and you can do that without a lot of money and a lot of testing time. It's an expensive sport, as we all know, but now there are cheaper ways of learning the way to racecraft. Have you done sim racing?
I have. A lot of sim racing.
Getting good?
I'd like to be better. It's very difficult, honestly. There's a lot of things that you can learn in the sim for real life, and there's also a lot of things that you learn in real life that you can use in the sim. It's kind of a balance of both. They help sharpen each other.
So tell me about your season so far in FR. You've got another race today, but let's go back to NOLA and Road America, and now here at Mid-Ohio. How's it going?
I feel like we've made steady progress throughout the whole course of the season, kind of itching our way towards the front of the pack. Typically Raul, who has been pretty much fairly dominant all season long. I know at NOLA we started off around a second to a second and a half back, but we've just been cracking away at that, and I think this weekend we've been closer than ever, with the exception of that last race. But I am super confident for race 3. I think that we're going to have a good race car for the event, and I think we can do some damage from 4th place on the grid.
Now, we've met before. I know your parents. I've known you pretty long now. And what is your ambition? Tell the folks what you hope to gain out of this sport.
I would love to be an IndyCar driver, an F1 driver, a NASCAR driver, even pretty much anything at that top level. I would love to make it to the end. It's been a dream of mine since I was a young boy, maybe when I was 4 years old or something like that.
I was going to say, what's my next question? What gave you the bug? How did you get into it?
Oh, man. My dad, actually. So I just to give a little bit of background, I do not come from a family in racing whatsoever. My dad was a little bit of a NASCAR fan, but just casual at that, so we really didn't do much. But we ended up finding a go-kart in a yard sale many years ago, and we ended up buying it and fixing it up together. And we took it to the elementary school parking lot, and at first I was scared to the death of the thing, but I soon fell in love with it and popped the question on my dad, Dad, I want to race cars one day.
That's awesome, and I bet you had that sinking feeling of how the heck am I going to afford that?
Oh my goodness, we had no idea what we were getting into.
Well, I'm going to talk to you some more about your career and some of the sponsors. You've got some unique sponsors that you're involved in, including some, is it diabetes that you have a foundation with?
Yes, my eldest sister Jessica has type 1 diabetes.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad you've got that as part of what you're doing as well to help her and awareness of that situation. There's our drone base right by our commentary booth, doing a heck of a job from high above. They have trouble landing the damn thing, though. They're doing point prizes to try and land it in these winds, but they're doing all right. Anyway, Formula 4 United States Championship. It's round 9 of the series, and in pole position it is the championship leader from the Gold Coast. You just heard from him there, and that is Lockie Hughes. Do you know him?
I have not had the pleasure of meeting Lockie. He is one of those few drivers out there that I have not made the pleasure of meeting yet. But he has done an incredible job all season long as a rookie. It's his first year, and here he is leading the championship and coming off a fresh race win.
Now, what happens here for the 53? Because he's way out of his pit box. And how did he get there, I wonder?
That is not good. I don't know. But I guess as long as he's behind the line, I don't know if race control would have a problem with that.
Could be interesting to see if he gets to start from there. That's not where you want to be at all. It's a long way back on the grid, but let's see. I think they might roll them around again. Yeah, they will. Well, that does give me a chance. First and foremost, tell the guys how you get your sponsorship and tell us a little bit about your unique sponsor or your unique foundation in terms of watching diabetes.
So a couple of years ago, that's when I had the pleasure of meeting Brent and Lacey Cool from Drive for Diabetes Awareness. It was at a Legends car race at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and they were handing out these pamphlets raising awareness for diabetes, and this instantly struck a heartstring with me and my dad at the time, as my sister has type 1 diabetes, and we didn't really do much then, back in 2019, but as the years have progressed, and here we are now in Formula Regional, there was a massive opportunity for both of us to kind of work with each other, for me to spread awareness about diabetes, as I'm so passionate about doing so, and for them as well, because they're huge race fans at heart, and they have an awesome setup here at the racetrack that they bring. They were at NOLA as well, and they couldn't make it to Road America, but they have a great setup. So for anyone who's in the stands or around in the paddock, please stop by the trailer, talk to Lacey, talk to Brent, they'll talk your ear off.
Now, I just heard that from race control, this will be a rolling start now. Does that help? Would you prefer a rolling or a standing start?
I am very familiar with rolling starts. That's what we did for a couple of years back in the Bandolero and Legend car days. So I knew that when I had to do a rolling start earlier this morning, I was very excited to do that, and we had a good start off of that. So I think that this is going to be a pretty good opportunity to see some of these drivers adapt, as some of them may have never done a rolling start before.
Yeah, just to repeat that, we'll have a rolling start here instead of the standing start, as you saw. Car number 53 that's just gone through shot. That's Alan Isambard had a problem on the start there, and now they've decided to keep them going because obviously the main reason for that, if I'm right, is probably the clutches. You don't want to mess with these clutches too much, and if you do too many standing starts, you can kind of burn out the clutch, right?
That actually happened to me here last year. After the start, my clutch actually welded itself together after the first or second lap, and we came in for a red flag, and I could not come to a stop in the pit lane. We ended up DNFing in that race. So that was a very unfortunate incident, but here we are. It looks like the cars are getting in their 2x2 lane in turn 11 and 12. I'm excited to see this start.
And that's going to be tough, though, for Lockie Hughes, because he's got Noah Ping, who's a very experienced driver himself, and he will be on the race line. It's ironic that the pole position is on the inside, which is an advantage, but it is the dirty side of the track here at Mid-Ohio. And so Noah Ping will be thinking to himself, you know what? I've got a chance here to take the lead. Here we go, then. Out of the carousel. Race 3, Formula 4 Americas from Mid-Ohio. Jason Alder and Jonathan Green bringing you the action here as away we go, and it's a good start from the pole man, Lockie Hughes. Hughes on the inside, on the right-hand side for James, for Howard Development, and he got a good start, but here comes Noah Ping. But Ping hits the dirt for a moment, so does the number 2. And not a good start from Westling there, but he gathers it back together. Here comes Ping on the outside now. Neck and neck as they head into the keyhole. Great racing. Just with a nose ahead, just is Hughes. Now, can he make it? Who's going to make it to the turn 4 first, do you think, Jason?
Oh, it's looking pretty close. I think Noah Ping might have a wing out in front at the moment, but it's essentially a drag race to the finish.
Here we go then, down towards the famous turn 4, and it is the pole man, Lockie Hughes, who's going to hold it into that turn 4 and take the... Oh, no! He's hit the grass, and that is disaster for the Australian. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
I've heard a down under, but that was an up and over. What on earth happened? He just touched the grass. Simple mistake, but that's how easy it can go wrong in motor racing.
I can't recall seeing any kind of contact between the car of Noah Ping and Lockie Hughes, but I can't imagine that Lockie is very happy right now.
Absolutely not. We'll see if we can have another look at that, and I want you, Jason, to see what you see when we see it in slow-mo. But that is disaster. Right from the get-go, leading the race in a great position to take this one out, and he's just gone nowhere, and he's right at the back now. Bryson Morris picking up second place behind the VRD driver as they come through the carousel again.
Looks like Noah Ping had a little bit of a wobble in turn 12 there. Let's see if Bryson Morris can capitalize on that and get a good run through turn 1, maybe a pass in turn 2, or maybe into turn 4. I guess we'll have to see.
Well, everybody else nice and clean through the field, but Lockie Hughes, the championship leader. And by the way, the championship is very much on a knife edge at the moment because there's plenty of guys all chasing down and a lot of races still to come. I believe the championship finishes at Kota later in the year, am I right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Let's take a look at it, Jason, because it was a strange incident because we don't often see accidents there, and really, whether he actually had a touch or not, we'll find out. Jason, take a look at the incident just a moment ago. Side by side here, Ping on the right-hand side, but here comes your leader, Hughes. What happens?
Oh, I don't see any contact until after Lockie was already kind of in a spin there. I would say that the 6 just maybe carried it a little bit too hot, maybe a little too deep on the brakes.
I think he was anticipating Ping making the move, so he braked later than perhaps he normally would, and was a little bit hot on the exit of turn 4 and then just spun the car.
It can be really tough to kind of tell where you can brake, especially when the cars are cold at the beginning of the race.
So here we are, Ping, Morris, and Sheehan. Sheehan has a good weekend so far, the man from Texas. And he is in 3rd, Flores 4th, Fonseca in 5th, Bennett, Christensen 7th, Berg, Brown, and Castro rounding out the top 10. First weekend here for Andre Castro, doing a really good job. He's being looked after by Al Unser Jr., who was here in the booth just an hour ago. Wow, look at this racing at the front as well. Everybody battling for positions. Look at this.
Looks like Bryson Morris pulled out to make a move potentially in turn 1. but he looks like he backed out of it there. Look at this. The top 5, 6, 7, 8 cars basically nose to tail. That just shows you how close these drivers are.
Yeah, really good and a nice move by Christensen on the inside. Hasn't quite made it stick on the 76 of Fonseca, who closes the door, and back down the straight they come. Can you get a draft, and how close do you have to be?
You can be within about 3/4 of a second. That's where I've noticed it kind of the most. But yes, these drivers are absolutely getting the effects of the draft. However, when the guy in front of you is also drafting on the car in front, then essentially negates your draft. And it looks like Bryson Morris also pulled out a move going into turn 4, but couldn't quite pull it off.
Yeah, it looks as though he's settled for second place. No shenanigans there. And he's now looking up the inside. This would be bold.
Yeah, Bryson Morris is all over the rear wing of Noah Ping. But again, the car behind is right there on Bryson Morris. Ryan Sheehan is there to capitalize in case Bryson Morris puts a wheel out of line.
Jason, what's the biggest thing you learn in F4?
I would say that the biggest thing is the braking, honestly.
Yeah.
It's so far different from anything that I'm familiar with, especially in karting, where you tend to carry the brakes kind of into the corner. And these Formula 4 cars, you brake very hard initially, but then you bleed off the brakes as you approach those corners. It can be very tricky.
Good to know. So, karters out there, if you're listening, that's what you need to learn. So, Noah Ping leading the way at the moment. And Morris in second place, already a winner this weekend. Bryson, and the man from Nashville, Tennessee. And Sheehan from Texas in third. So it's no change at the front, but if anything, the lead pair just slightly pulling ahead of Sheehan. But Morris really wants by quick, doesn't he? And again, another move by the 45. Christensen likes that move on the inside. He didn't get it done last time. Can he do it this time? Not quite. And again, these two going at it. Fonseca good at closing the door and getting the drive.
Looks like Fonseca dipped 2 wheels off the exit there. I have a feeling that Christensen might be able to capitalize on that into turn 4. Turn 2 is a very difficult place to pass. As you have that long straightaway after that, it's essentially a drag race to the apex of turn 4.
You're listening to Jason Alder. He'll be up in action in the FR Americas race in the 77. Where do you start?
We're starting P4 on the outside.
All right, looking forward to that. And there's Alex Berg. He's been doing some commentary as well, but the young Canadian, just 15 years of age, and had pole position for the second race, but it didn't all happen for him, unfortunately. He did well for the first 2 laps, and then he got into problems and had a suspension issue. And I don't know what caused it, but it wasn't what he needed, that's for sure.
I think Ryan also had an issue early on in that race
as
well.
He's
got to be happy to be up in the podium spots right now.
Well, the Crosslink boys have fettled that car and got it all together. Mo, his engineer, I'm sure was working hard to get it right. And again, they come out of the carousel. Look in the mirrors from Ping, but he doesn't really need to look because he's going to get a face full of grey cars coming at him, 39 and 66. Flores, 22, is right there too, as is Bennett. Berg, up to 6 now, ahead of Fonseca. Christensen still 8.
Ryan's looking to the inside of Bryson Morris here, thinks twice about it. Oh my goodness, this racing is so close. It looks like the biggest gap within the top 15 cars. It doesn't span over a second between any of those two. This is one of the closest races I've seen in recent times in F4.
I was about to say, that's another thing it teaches you is how to race fast at close quarters and not be intimidated and know where your limits are, right?
That can be very tricky, but yes, absolutely, especially when there's cars behind, there's cars in front. You don't know where some cars can be at times.
How about that for a move?
Oh my goodness.
That is textbook stuff. Nicely done, a la Sato from a couple of years ago in Indy. But that is a move you can make at turn 4. Use the camber, get up the inside, make a block pass, and the next is a left-hander. And if you can keep it hanged in there all the way around that left-hander and down that hill, you can take the lead. And that's exactly what Bryson Morris has done. Textbook racing.
What a brilliant move, and what a good set of corners in the infield. Looks like he stretched a lead out, actually, and that is a rare thing to see so far in this race. So if I'm Noah Ping, I'm thinking about all I have to do to hit a couple of these corners right and make sure that the car behind can't get around me. Here's the move for the lead.
Jason, you see what you just see.
Wow, look at that. That honestly, like you said, textbook move by Bryson Morris.
You know
that
what?
was a full send on the outside. Yeah, he tried. He was there, but just wasn't quite enough.
Well, unfortunately, Ryan Sheehan had a situation in race 2 where he did exactly the same thing, almost pulled it off, and then got beaten up effectively by the fact that he didn't pull it off at the end. And unfortunately, a little bit of debris coming out of one of the cars there. I don't know what that was. But it knocked Sheehan out of the race in race 2 and dropped him right back. There's Berg in the middle of that green.
There's Andre Castro. He has not had the best of races so far, but I think it is incredible qualifying on pole in your debut weekend.
Now, we got a full course yellow, and I think we know the reason why. Let's find out, and we'll see it from the drone. And yep, there you go. Excellent stuff. That's the advantage of having the drone. We don't miss a thing. Excellent stuff. Just in front of the carousel there. So that's that's just by our commentary booth, or not far from. But that brings out a full course yellow, and everything settles down now. You catch your breath, I suppose, both mentally and physically.
Yes, absolutely. It's very important when you have moments like this to take advantage of that and kind of just rest your hands a little bit, take a couple of deep breaths, keep your heart rate as low as possible, and just focus on keeping heat in the car for when we go green again.
And physically, is there anything you can do to help your own physicality? Can you move about a bit or relax a little bit? Or are you just there's Al Unser Jr.? And is it his car? It could well be. Could it be Castro that's gone off, I wonder?
Oh, actually, I think Andre Castro just drove by. But you know who I did not see? I did not see the green car of Fonseca.
Ah, good point. Yes, and he's disappeared. You're right. Absolutely. Fonseca is the man.
What a shame for him. He was having such a good race so far.
Okay, but he has got going again, I'm glad to say, so he doesn't need to be looked after by the trucks. But he will recover, Fonseca in the 76, back to the back of the group. We'll see now. Now, what's going on here with one of the J. Howe development cars? He's got a lot of plastic hanging off the car there for a moment.
I see that. It's damage to the front wing with a lot of plastic. I wonder if he hit one of the brake boards somewhere.
One of the boards, yeah, good point. Well, there is Fonseca, and yeah, Fonseca has done a couple of seasons in F4, but yeah, that is not how he wanted to end his weekend, and he got a good start as well. So Gabriel Fonseca from Sao Paulo, Brazil. We've had a few good drivers over the years from that part of the world. He says with tongue-in-cheek, because there's been thousands of great drivers from that part of the world, especially in the junior categories over the years. But of course, we all remember the names of the likes of Ruben Barrichello and of course the Ayrton Senna. Now, let's have a look at what's happened to this car, because there was some plastic hanging off the car. There's the broken wing. You can see the side end plate on the right-hand side of that car number 6. And how will that affect him? And that's Hughes we're talking about now. And there's that plastic. So, yeah, I think he's picked up a hoarding as well as taking a bit off the front wing. So, Lockie Hughes there, the championship leader, in trouble.
I think if I were him, I'd be a little bit worried, as if that falls off of the suspension, that's going to go right over top of either the radiator or the oil cooler, which would not be good. That actually could warrant coming in for a pit stop, assuming it moves out of that position.
Well, he's down in 16th place, so there's not a lot to be gained. He can't gain that many places, I wouldn't have thought, and especially with that damaged wing. And it won't take long to put a new wing on, but you risk that in a pit stop, and, well, we're under caution. Yeah, interesting. We'll see what happens here.
And for Fonseca especially, Mid-Ohio is notoriously difficult to pass at. I know in FR it's extremely difficult, but even when I was here in F4 last year, it was a tough place to pass at.
Does that change your game plan a little bit, knowing that? Because, you know, if it's that much harder, do you sometimes settle for just, you know, position rather than trying to be too aggressive and failing?
I think it depends on kind of where you are on the racetrack. If you're in 22nd, then yes, because essentially it would be very a point scoring position. But if you're in the front, especially if you're a championship contender, I mean, those 3 points for that pass could be the difference between winning or losing the championship. So if it's in the coming stages of the race and there's an opportunity that kind of presents itself, you have to capitalize on that.
Good point. So we're under caution here in our final F4 race of the weekend. Jason Alder joining me, Jonathan Green, as we take a look at these youngsters coming through. And we've had some great success over the years, those that have gone on. Hunter Yaney, an F4 champion. He then went on to FR. He's now racing in FIA F3. And obviously we've got people like Kyle Kirkwood, a former champion in both F4 and FR, and now going on to IndyCars. So do you keep an eye on those guys that have gone through the same ranks as you have and see how they're achieving and what they're doing and how they go about their business?
Absolutely. I remember when I visited the racetrack for the first time back in 2020. It was at VIR, and I saw Linus Lundqvist winning all 3 races. And now I see him doing pretty much the exact same thing in Indy Lights. I know I watched him all last year, but absolutely watching David Malukas and Kyle Kirkwood in IndyCar is nothing short of incredible, because I know that me as well as a lot of the drivers in this field could follow in those footsteps.
Yeah, Bjarne Pedersen, another one. We've had some really good Swedes and Danes over the years. There's Hughes again, and he's staying out there for now. And let's see what happens in the restart of this one. The lights off on the safety car. Now, how far away from the safety car do you need to be able to see those lights, I wonder?
That's a good question. You can see them from pretty far away, okay, I would say.
So everybody trying to get up to speed, get those tyres up to grip as they come through Thunder Valley. We'll get a restart here. Morris leading Ping, Sheehan third, Flores, Berg and Bennett. Watch for Berg in the 08. He's up to 5th already. He's disappointed after having pole position and not being able to capitalise on it. And so Berg's definitely got the bit between his teeth. Bryson Morris, though, already a winner this weekend, so he knows what to do at the restart. But Ping is going to be all over him.
I know Bryson Morris, if I were him right now, I'm thinking about the earliest point at which I can go full throttle without the cars behind being able to do the same.
Right. And away he goes then. Yep, and he slings straightly to the inside to defend that position. Now back on the race line. That was a good restart, a smart restart too, because it really didn't give Ping any opportunity to dive bomb him, and that opportunity may come. But again, Morris is wise to it. He's weaving from side to side, and that really is just tactical to make sure that Ping can't make a dive up the inside and leave it to the keyhole at least. A side-by-side action here as the number 4 of Brown goes side-by-side with Alex Berg. And Bennett, excuse me.
Looks like Morris and Ping had very good restarts. The gap to Sheehan opened up quite a bit after that restart.
Now Sheehan's under pressure now from the 22 of Flores. Arturo Flores. And here are the leaders, and just holding on Bryson Morris for now. But look at this, side by side again. Flores just getting through in the Flexi-sponsored number 22.
Flores is actually going to keep that position there.
Alex Berg fancies his chances around the outside. Can't quite do it, the Canadian.
What an incredible race for Arturo Flores. He might be on for his maiden F4 podium.
Yes, that would be impressive. But boy, what's really impressing me right now is how close all of them are. Look at this group of 5 cars below us. Fantastic. There go the leaders. They've got a nice gap now.
Oh, no!
And another spin. 2-car spin.
Oh, no, that's Alex Berg.
And that is Alex Berg.
In the wall.
What a disaster. I feel for him. He's had a rotten weekend in many ways. And he, of course, was one of the championship contenders coming into Mid-Ohio. He's got the car going again, so no major damage. But I think the suspension is out of whack. Yeah, he's done. He's done. Absolutely done. He manages to grab back to the pit lane, but that's not going to help him at all.
What a shame seeing that. Oh, he was having such a strong weekend, such a fast car, but just unfortunately, it just didn't go his way.
Jason, take another look at it.
Oh, that's a tough call.
Yeah, it's weird how Berg, he just hit the grass on his own. He wasn't like he was affected by that. I think he was racing hard and maybe too hard, but there you can see how badly damaged that suspension is. What a shame.
I don't think I saw any kind of contact between any of the cars through turn 11 there. So the fact that we saw 2 spinning, I wonder if something was on the racetrack. I wonder if the racetrack was a little bit dirty, perhaps, because I know in my FR race, there's a lot of dirt that gets spit up there.
He's not happy. Oh, well, that's racing, folks. And as you can see, Tony Garcia zooming right in on the action and showing us exactly what has gone wrong with that car. But Alex Berg is down and out, sadly. But back to the action. And it's fast and furious at the front as they come into the carousel again. And absolutely nothing between the 2 leaders, who pulled away from Sheehan in 3rd place. He's got back up to 3rd place, but he's got damage too. Oh! If it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any.
I think that's definitely the nail in the coffin for his chances of winning this race. It looks like it's going to be a shootout between Morris and Ping with only 5 minutes to go.
I think you're absolutely right. 5 minutes less than to go, and it is going to be a battle for the podium, as sure, because Ryan Sheehan is not going to be able to hold on without that wing down the back straight. Here they come to the keyhole. You'll see exactly what I mean. The leader's already on that back straight, and they're looking in their mirrors. Is Morris. Ping coming at him, very strong indeed, and he's going to try to take the lead here at the end of the straight. But let's watch 3rd place as well, because Ryan Sheehan has got a damaged wing and he can't hold the rest of the field off. Whoa, big dive from Ping. Can't quite do it though, but he tried to intimidate Morris into a mistake. And they'll have a couple more laps to do this dogfight, which has gone on through the last few laps. And I wonder if Sheehan's still there in 3rd place, I wonder. 2 seconds behind. No. Yes, he's still there. Just Well,
Yes.
he's done a good job.
He has done a great job trying to keep that car as fast as possible with that damaged front wing. It's going to be really interesting to see if Flores can get that third place position back from Ryan Sheehan to get his maiden podium.
So here we go, the leaders coming through. Now take a look at the wing of third place. Ryan Sheehan really struggling, but can Arturo Flores, well, he's got his own work to do because he's being chased hard by the Rising Stars racing car of Andre Castro in his first weekend of Formula 4. He usually does USF Junior racing, but Sheehan doing a good job because that car can't be easy to drive.
It definitely cannot, and he's actually pulling away a little bit from Flores. I'm sure he has his mirrors full, but it looks like actually Matt Christensen is making a move potentially on the 8 of Andre Castro into turn 2.
Yeah, they're side by side coming into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers keyhole.
Oh,
no! And sadly, Castro goes off. And, well, that battle was going to end in tears. He got hung out to dry on the outside, tried to keep his foot in, but that led to him going wide. And now he's lost several places, and that's just a real shame.
Oh, what a bummer to see.
Now, I would have thought that Al Unser will be on the radio.
Oh, we're side by side for the lead.
Whoa, look at this. Fantastic racing. Bryson Morris and Noah Ping. But Noah Ping in the 65 has finally made it stick and takes the lead. But for how long? Will Ping hold it or will Morris come back? They're coming in to the Thunder Valley right now. And luckily for Morris, he hasn't lost too much ground. But that was a good overtake.
Was a very good move by the 65 of Noah Ping to get that front position. It's going to be all in Bryson Morris now. There's only 1 or 2 laps to go. So Bryson Morris is going to have to capitalize and drive to his absolute limits.
It'll be white flag next time round. And Sheehan doing a miraculous job here in third position. He's still holding off Flores. Castro's gone off. Christensen's now coming at him. So there's still plenty to come. Let's take another look. And here we go. What did Castro do anything wrong? No, they touched. That's
Actually,
what
a little bit of
wrong,
contact, yeah. It looks like Matt probably had a little bit of understeer on the exit of the corner and just had nowhere to go and unfortunately squeezed Andre off the road. That's a real bummer to see.
Would the stewards have anything to say about that?
Potentially, yes. You really shouldn't be doing something like that, especially when Andre was as far up as he was in that corner. I don't think he should have backed out there. I would say that Matt maybe should have backed off a little bit, given Andre a little bit more room. Oh, we have a spin.
Whoa, another spin. And that's
Flores. Oh, what a bummer.
So it goes from bad to worse for the Flexi sponsor number 22. And he's right in the middle of the track too, and that doesn't help. That's a scary place to be.
It sure is.
So Flores with those dirty tyres as well, that could be a factor in this because he's gone off into the dirt there. Let's have a look at it, Jason. Here come the leaders. And then you'll see just behind. There we go. Yeah, all on his own.
Yeah. Typically when I see stuff like this, although there was no contact, typically that is made to avoid contact with the car on the outside. It looks like he went for a potential move on the car in front, but realized he didn't have enough, and in order to prevent contact, he just had to brake again, and that sent the car around.
White flag is out on this one, so we've got 1 lap to go, and it's a cracking finish to this. At the moment, Noah Ping pulling away in the lead. Ryan Sheehan in third place, doing a really good job of the 66. And he is going to hold on to third place, which is going to be a great result. I know his dad well. He'll be delighted with that. Ryan in his second season of Formula 4. The man from Horseshoe Bay, just outside Austin, Texas. Went to a Formula 1 race a few years ago. Saw what he liked and said, I want to have a go at that. And here we are, just a couple of years later, and he's doing the real thing. He put some great sponsors together locally. They've worked really hard in the Austin area. I just happen to know that because I live in Austin, so I'm well aware of how hard Ryan Sheehan and his team are working to stay on this grid and stay in the hunt to be a professional racing driver. But Noah Ping is doing the business, and I would have said he's comfortable. He's got a, 3-car length lead as he comes down into Thunder Valley. And Jason Alder, this has been a good performance. He chose his moment, chose it right, and he's taken advantage.
Yeah, Noah Ping really did a perfect job there. There was a lot of pressure from behind. He had to make some moves in order to get to the front, and he did it and pulled away from Bryson Morris just enough so where he couldn't get in the draft to make a move into turn 4 on this last lap. But it looks like Noah Ping will be your race winner in race 3.
Brilliant stuff then. Noah Ping wins at Mid-Ohio, takes victory over Bryson Morris, who had led for some time. Ryan Sheehan takes third place with a damaged front wing and a miraculous job done. Christensen takes fourth place. Isambard takes fifth. Carrera, his best result of the weekend. The Argentinian taking sixth place. And Lockie Hughes recovers well despite the damage to his wing and takes seventh place ahead of Castro in eighth. Boland ninth. Brown in 10th. And that was a good race. Some good racecraft, some good comebacks, and some good racing under pressure as well.
Definitely. There were a lot of good moves there, a lot of respect between these drivers. I really like how we only saw that one yellow that we had. That's very nice to see. You know, one thing that we didn't talk about was International Motorsport just had a 5th and 6th finish. Yeah. That might be their best result in terms of a double result of the year. That's very good to see for them.
That is very good. You're absolutely right. Good call. But good racing all the way through, and especially by Noah Ping. VRD, Dan Mitchell will be pleased with that. He, of course, the Englishman who runs the team. And VRD have put together an excellent run. They were the ones that run under Yaney, of course, and they've always had some very good drivers and some good development within their ranks.
Yes, indeed. I know I had a blast driving for them last year.
Here we go, side-by-side stuff. This is where Noah Ping took advantage, and he did it with style too. Look, waited for the braking point, had the inside line, kept his foot in, and that's where he took the advantage by staying fast, and then he'll have the inside run, and that is excellent racing. That really is. That's not easy to do when you're wheel-to-wheel like that, and that's a tricky part, that Mid-Ohio circuit, probably the hardest part of the track to go racing.
Certainly. Going side-by-side through madness is definitely tough, and Bryson Morris did a great job. Noah Ping did a great job, and it was side-by-side all the way from turn 4 through turn 5 into turn 6, but Noah Ping just had just enough to stay out in front of Bryson Morris.
Well, that should inspire you for a move at turn 4. I'll be waiting.
Absolutely.
Well, I've got Ryan coming in here to talk through your race, so that'll be fun to talk to because he knows all about that, having tried it twice. It didn't come off in race 2, but it did come off for him in race 3 because he's got a podium. Well, while we take a breath, let's take a look at some of the highlights from our F4 Race 3. And at the start, it was side-by-side action right from the get-go. And sadly, Lockie Hughes going off on his own at the exit of turn 4, just a little too hot. Hits the grass, and that's where it all ended. Fonseca in a great battle. And the 45 also going very well. That's Matt Christensen. But he got tight at the front. Very tight indeed, as Bryson Morrison had the lead. Bryson Morris had a win already this weekend. And then 2 spins there going round. Berg involved in that one. Alex Berg. And then more battles going on, and that was Castro going off, but he was actually taken out a little bit by Christensen. And then right at the end, Noah Ping taking the lead away. And once he got that lead, he never looked back, and that was brilliant stuff by him. He wins, Noah Ping. Let's head down to our man, Ben Sissel, who's going to talk to our winner, Ping. In fact, it's John Phippen, of course, the series commentator and the man, of course, who looks after Mid-Ohio as well. So let's head down to John Phippen, who's going to talk to our man, Noah Ping.
Noah Ping getting a well-deserved sip of water and his hat. Noah Ping, what an exciting race it was. A great start. You took the lead early. Bryson got by you, and then you were able to pay him back at the closing stages.
Yeah, definitely. It was an up-and-down race. It was a bit crazy. I don't know what happened to Lockie there at the start, but I think he lost it. We made a little bit of contact when he spun back on the track, but luckily the car was okay. And then, yeah, Bryson got by me. I think I was a little bit in my head because of the contact. But it actually ended up getting like a little wet in the keyhole when I got the pass. So he ended up out-braking himself in the wet, and I kind of like waited for the car and then got back to power and was able to pass him on the inside.
Congratulations on your second win on the season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Noah Ping, your winner, Jonathan.
Great stuff, John. And, yeah, nice words from the VRD racer. And, yep, got in his head a little bit. And, Jason, you know what that means. It basically he got him rattled, didn't he?
Did, absolutely. It can be really difficult, especially when there's something like that. Seeing a car spin right in front of you can definitely, get in your mind, and especially when there's pressure from behind, and now you're the new leader all of a sudden when you weren't thinking about making a move or something like that. It can be very difficult to focus on hitting your marks.
Well, listen, Jason, I know you need to get back to your team and start preparing yourself for your race. I know there's about an hour to it, so I'll let you go and prepare. We'll be watching fourth on the grid, car number 77. You can't miss him. I've still got the hat at home you gave me from last year or 2 years ago, so I will treasure that and make sure I keep watching you. For your socials, hang out, tell us everybody how to follow you.
You can follow me at I am Jason Alder on pretty much every form of social media, so please head over there. We have awesome content, and please also go to Drive for Diabetes Awareness. Check out their setup there, and if you're on social media, check out Drive for Diabetes Awareness on Instagram and Facebook.
Good words, and if you keep in touch, you might send you a hat. Thanks, Jason. Best of luck in your race 3. We'll take a short break here from Mid-Ohio. We'll be back with more action very soon. In fact, we're going to take a short break.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event. Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. What a change in the last hour or so. It has changed dramatically. You can see the clouds for yourself. We did hear that was going to be storms in the area throughout the weekend, but we turn to our Formula Regional final race of the weekend, and I'm delighted to welcome into the commentary booth for this race a man who's been at it all weekend long. His name, Ryan Sheehan, and he hails from Austin, Texas, just like myself. But he's the real deal. And he has been doing the real deal stuff in F4 this weekend because he's been on the podium and he scored some big points. He just came away from a podium in the last race with a damaged car, I may add. And let's head down, though. We'll talk to him in a moment, but I just wanted to give you an idea who's going to be with me. But let's head straight down to the pre-grid because Ben Sissel is down there getting ready to tell us who we're about to watch.
Well, man, thank you so much because a lot of excitement has happened since we were last on in just an hour. The skies have opened up at Mid-Ohio. It rained hard for about 3 minutes. Now it's stopped, and the strategies have all changed. We're in FR, Formula Regional Americas. We talked about F4. You can see a bigger front wing. Then there's these little winglets here. There's the brake ducts. But notice Raul Hyman, who's had a great weekend on reins. It looks like from the naked eye, half of the field is on reins, half of them aren't. That's going to be the huge strategy as we're going. Raul just shut off his engine. The other big differences here are these air ducts, these air inlets, especially this halo here. Adds a little bit more rigidity, but also the safety factors to these FR cars. And then it's a K20 Honda engine, but this one has a turbo. There's a lot more downforce, a lot more aero in these cars, making it, from what I've heard from Ernie Francis Jr. and other drivers, a lot harder to pass because the aero wash that comes out. Then we've got Indy, two-time Indy 500 winner right here, Al Unser Jr., who was talking to Matt Clark. Matt Clark is going out in slicks because Al sees that a dry line is forming. So what were you telling your driver, Al?
Just to be super careful there at the beginning of the race until it dries out. We feel that the rain has stopped, and so as long as he keeps it going straight, he can let the guys go with rain tires on, and once it dries out, then we'll have the advantage.
Nice. You hear that? Because he thinks if people have to come and put on dries, that's going to take a long time for them to go into the pits, change their tires. So great advice from Matt Clark. Starting second, it's just he's going to have to be patient enough to let the guys go by probably that are on wets, because right behind Matt Clark with Future Star Racing is Dylan Tavella, who's been really fast with us. He won a race at NOLA this year, and obviously Dylan's rain tires actually look less worn than Raul's. Raul's weren't wearing these little hairs from the manufacturer like Dylan's are. So Dylan's going to go out there in the wets. And then it looks like everybody behind Matt Clark up until about 8th or 9th position are on slicks. So Dylan, what has your team told you about the rains and the tire line and the driving line out there? Is it wet? Is it drying?
Well, I have a first-hand experience here in the rain, and so I know what to do in these situations, and hopefully we can get the job done today.
Nice. He says he knows what to do in these situations, and we can get the job done today. We'll move up here just a little bit. Jason Alder, who just called the F4 race. We've got 5 minutes on the grid. They're going to fire up their engines. Drive for Diabetes Awareness there with Jason Alder. He looks pretty game-faced. He's got brand new Hankook race rain tires on. Nick Persing, rain tires, and I'm doing this also for the commentators because I feel like this is going to be such a big part of the story. So Ryan Sheehan, Jonathan Green, Nick Persing is on reins. Cooper Becklett seems to be on rain tires with Hankook rain tires all around, obviously. We're getting good shots from that from Tony. Cooper Becklin with Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports had really good showings with us at Road America, as did Persing. Ryan Yardley, Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Now these don't have the hairs on, so they've been a little bit scuffed rain tires, you can see just from the grooves, but still have a lot of tread life in them. So it isn't until we get back to Marco Kasich, number 95, other than Matt Clark starting at the front, Marco Kasich has made the decision to go on slicks. And so, like we heard from Al Unser Jr., that might be a good long-term strategy as long as he's patient. Now watch out for the formation laps at this one. I've driven around Mid-Ohio, and we were pointing out all the places you can go off and high center in these low-slung cars. We've got 3 minutes on the grid, gentlemen. I'm going to hand it back to you, and this is going to be a crazy race here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Brilliant stuff, as always, Ben Sissel, and that is exactly what I wanted to know, because the choice here, this is going to be a dramatic race as we look at Ryan Yardley, of course, who is in your team, Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. And, of course, you know a lot of the guys out here right now. But it's going to be risky on slicks, but could it be a good decision?
Yeah, if the track dries up like they think it will, it could be a race-winning decision.
Yeah.
If Raul has to come in, Matt could walk away with the lead.
Well, Ryan, how's your weekend been? We were talking a little bit about the fact that you got a podium in the last race, but it's been up and down because you've had some great results, but then one went wrong.
Yeah, we had a really good race one, finished second, just ran out of time to try and get the lead, but still a really good result. Race two didn't really work out, had a bit of a racing incident, caused a puncture, so it really just turned to setting a lap time for the race three starting spot. And we started fourth in race three and finished third. So it was a pretty good weekend overall. I had a bit of a damaged car, a bit damaged wing in race three, and so it was good to get that result.
Because I was really impressed how you managed to stay on the pace, and because I thought Arturo Flores was going to come past you. Because when you see a damaged wing like that, I said as soon as he gets on the back straight, he's going to be history. But you managed to stay up, hold him off.
Yeah, I think just I think the cars behind him were trying to fight, and I think that really helped me. It looks like Mac isn't. Seems like he's not going.
He's got the start. He's got it in gear now. Okay, away he goes. Now, of the guys that you saw, the only one I saw was Mac. Is there anybody else, do you think, going to be on slicks?
I think there was a car towards the
One
back.
more car on the back. Okay.
Roll.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's have a look who's on what. But
it
that was a good description from Ben, because we want to know who's on what. It's a wet track out there right now, but they're expecting it to dry out, and it will dry quick. And I think, when you've got somebody who is a two-time IndyCar champion and a two-time Indy 500 winner in your corner, you kind of want to take his advice.
Yeah, for sure. That's a wealth of knowledge that you're going to want to take advantage of. So if I'm Mac right now, I'm probably, trusting him.
Yep.
Trusting that it's going to dry out and that this will be for the better.
Well, we'll soon find out. He's certainly taken a gamble, because it's a gamble I would have taken if I was at the back of the field, but whether I'd do it from second place. But he's had an up-and-down weekend, has Mac, so maybe it is the right thing to do to get back in the points and score some valuable points. Now, so far, this championship's been absolutely dominated by Raul Hyman, who is excellent. He's on great form at the moment, the 26-year-old, and, chasing like everybody is in this series, that special sponsorship to go all the way to Japan if you win. Honda offering something like worth $600,000 effectively in prize money to go and have an entry in a Honda machine at Super Formula in Japan. That doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Yeah, Raul's doing what every racing driver wants to do, is dominate. So, I think he's doing great. I think that if he does get that Super Formula seat, he'll definitely be competitive there.
So we know that Matt Clark's on slicks. We know most of the drivers that Ben pointed out were on, but I think there might be one more.
I think the 95 is on slicks.
95, okay. Do you think?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. So that makes it was the 95. We can confirm that. So that is Marco Kasich. Is it Kasich or Kasich?
Kasich.
Well, Ryan, what would you prefer to be on?
I think right now, just looking out the window, it looks pretty dry.
Yeah, and it's
no
only a short
standing
race.
Water, really. So I think I think a pit stop would be a lot of time to have to change 4 tires. I think slicks is what I would be on.
I think that's a magical decision, to be honest, and there's no way you're going to have time. I mean, you're going to have to go on the wets for the dry, and those wets are going to get hot, and they're going to start to deplete, and then they're going to stop giving you the grip that you want. So this could be a very interesting last race. Ryle Hyman on the wets and choosing to do so. He'll go for another formation lap by the looks of it.
Yeah, looks like
we'll
it.
be able to see as they come past our commentary position. It's Jonathan Green and Ryan Sheehan doing our first commentary stint together. I've known Ryan for a couple of years now, since he started out. So we think that, yes, now there are 4 drivers on the slicks. Marco Kasich is one of them. Arthira Rahman is the other on the 96. Mackenzie Clark we've already spoken about, and the other is Alex Kirby. So we have got almost half and half at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good decision to take another formation lap. Just let them, figure out the track, figure out some damp spots.
Well, I know that Ryle Hyman's got the experience to know that the wet tyres will heat up, and he can use the back straight here maybe to take special lines that will give him more wetness as the actual race line dries up. Because as you know, it doesn't take long. Once you get the heat of the cars and you get those tyres going on and you're all on the almost identical line, that it's going to be very quickly into a dry line. In fact, we can look at turn 1 and see that it's starting to dry there. So what Raul's going to have to do is try to keep the temperature low as he can and keep those tyres as wet as he can to get the best performance out of it.
Absolutely. And I think that also the higher downforce of these cars will help spray up some water, get that off the racing line.
Ryan, this is your second season. Obviously, from the results, we can see you're moving forward. I remember you were getting top 20s last year. You had a pole position. I think it was 2 years ago now at VIR.
Last year.
Last year it was, okay. COVID's just rolled all into like one for me. But I was there that day. It was a great day for you to get that pole position. But how much have you learned, and how much is this second season really paying off?
Yeah, I think just all the work we've done over the winter really made something click. Yeah. And we hit the ground running in NOLA. What was that work? It's just constant testing.
Okay.
I think being comfortable with the car is the best thing you can, is the thing that makes the difference.
Yeah, I know. I don't know a racing driver in the world that says track time, track time, track time. That's all you need, and the more you get, the better you'll get.
Yeah, going from a kart to a car, it's very different, and so just getting comfortable with the weight, the aero is what makes the difference.
Interestingly, Matt Clark not doing any weaving, and that's smart as well, for the simple reason that if he starts weaving around trying to put more temperature in those tyres, he could easily get caught out on a wet patch, spin it round before he's even got caught, before he even gets to the start. Now, again, that's advice from Little Al there, because that is very interesting to point out that he, while everybody else is trying to get temperature into his tyres, Matt Clark of New Zealand is really, really just almost tiptoeing around the track on those slick tyres. Here we go then. And he's going to have to be careful from the start too, because he's going to have a wet starting position. But surely, I think, it's going to be hot enough, surely, to get a good, clean getaway?
Yeah, I think also it helps that he's on the racing line on the outside, where it's probably a bit drier, and so he might have a bit more grip at the launch.
All right, we're about to find out. Here we go then for the third and final race of the FR Americas Championship from Mid-Ohio. On the left-hand side is Matt Clark from Canada. In pole position, though, it's Ryle Hyman of Great Britain. On come the lights. Out go the lights, and away we go.
Seems like Mac's very, very easy on the start.
Yep.
Just trying to survive, it seems like.
And a good start from the 14 as well, as away they go into second place. And Mac's taking it gingerly at the moment, but he'll get the advantage later on. And he's dropped right back on those slick tyres, but that doesn't matter. Dylan Tavella's got a flyer. He's in second place as they dive into the big machine vodka Spike Cooler's keyhole for the first time.
Yeah, it almost seemed like Mac might have had an issue, but it might just be him taking it easy. Yeah, letting them...
there's the first spinner. And two go round. Wow. So, well, are they on slicks? Are they not? So that's the 3 that spins round.
I think they were both on wets.
Yeah. I think that's Hayden Bowlesby, one of the spinners.
And I think Ryan Yardley was the other.
Ryan Yardley,
both on
the other.
Wets.
Oh, what a shame. Poor old Ryan Yardley. We know him well from Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Look at this. Wheel to wheel. Excellent stuff. And look at this, as they go. And he's very nearly gone off himself. This is treacherous conditions.
Yeah,
and will it pay off? I don't know.
You can see they're taking it easy and still almost going off the track. So that
Ryan,
just
here's
shows.
what's happened. Look, the 78 goes round. That's Yardley.
It's hard to tell if he just lost it by himself from that angle.
Yeah, not easy. But Ryan Yardley, and I know I've watched him race for a few years. He's very proficient, and he's raced in the wet many times before. Ah, what a shame. And there you see it from that angle. All on their own, I'm afraid. But that was slick tyres for Bowlesby for sure.
Yeah, even in the dry, that area of the track can be slick, so I can only imagine it in the wet.
Well, we'll take a look at the times as they come through, but right now, in the lead, it's the 77, Jason Alder. And he came in here to do some commentary with me, and he's doing a really good job of putting some good lap times in, but out front, it's going to be that man of the moment. It's got to be Raul Hyman and then Dylan Tavella. Tavella also had a couple of years in this championship and has been with us for a while now in this side of the world, as it were.
Yeah, it seems like Raul's already pulled a 4-second gap.
Yeah.
Maybe pretty good start. And then seems like the fighting behind has just let him walk away. But we'll see if Dylan can maybe start to claw some of that back.
Marco Kasich on the slicks. He is currently in, sixth position, just ahead of Cooper Becklin, another one of the drivers from Kiwi Motorsport. I got to meet the 6'2" high jumper and his father, who used to race motorcycles. And he introduced me to Cooper. Nice kid, and looking forward as he heads to college very soon, but also continuing his racing career. And as you say, 4.6 seconds now, Raul Hyman up the road in the 27, and he's dominated this championship over the season, and he's about to do it again here. Dylan Tavella will try to keep him honest, but he's a long way back. Nick Persing still third, then Jason Alder in fourth, and everybody spread right out now already, and we'll need a safety car to bring them all together. But I'm going to be interested to see just what Mackenzie Clark, Matt Clark as we call him, what kind of lap times he can put together as the track does dry out. Well, last time out, Clark did I haven't got a time on him yet. We're still waiting for the times to come in, but here comes Mackenzie Clark's time. Is he going to cross the line now in 10? No, he's dropped down to 10. There he is, 1:52. So he's not on the pace yet, but it might get better for him as the race comes down. There he is, just ahead of Bowlesby, who was one of the spinners. Bowlesby's caught up with him, though. Another spinner. Of all people, Jason Alder caught out.
Yeah, falling back. That's going to be pretty far back. Looks like P8 from fourth after that spin.
Well, he's on now. It just shows you how tough the conditions are. He's on wet weather tires.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is someone who has been performing well this year. Race winner. Still the conditions catching him out.
Who's impressed you in the FR Championship?
I mean, obviously Raul has been borderline dominant this year.
Here we go. We get another chance to take a look at that spin. There it is, and all on his own. And he did a good job of saving it, actually, didn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. I think that was the best case scenario there.
Right, what an intriguing race. The conditions actually the worst they could possibly be because they're not wet, they're not dry, they're not one or the other, and it changes as you see each lap coming into play now, and this is getting very interesting. The field's at least spread out, so at least everybody can concentrate on their own deal, but it is tough, isn't it?
Absolutely. I don't think either tire is having a good time right now. I bet that the slicks are probably struggling to get some temperature with the water on track, and I'm sure that the wets are going to start to overheat pretty soon here.
Well, Jason Alder managed to recover, and he's still in seventh, and he's got ahead of Ryan Yardley. Alex Kirby's behind him. Then Clark, the man we were looking at just a moment ago, he just did his last lap at 1:38, so he's upping the pace dramatically now as the laps tick by. Just ahead of him, there is Ryan Yardley, who's recovered. Now, I think Ryan's actually on the wet weather tyres.
That's what it looks like
here.
Yeah,
he is. He's on the wet weather tyres. So let's see if Mackenzie can reel him in. And as you say, as it gets drier and drier, those wet weather tyres lose grip because they overheat and start to basically lose the grip that they had originally.
Yeah, absolutely. It is that in between where both tires are not really in their operating window. I think that the car right behind Yardley is on the slick, so that'll be a good comparison to see the pace difference.
Boy, Hyman is absolutely flying. He's got a 10-second lead as everybody else struggles behind him, but he's now moved it to 13 seconds ahead of Dylan Tavella. Tavella, of course, one of his arch rivals for the championship. Tavella had led the championship after Nola, but since then it's been all one-way traffic for Hyman, looking for his, fifth win? And, it'll be 6 wins, won't it? Out of 8, yeah. So really, really impressive start to his season, but he's not counting his chickens just yet. I know Raul, he's a very smart cookie. And he's really enjoying working with the TJ Motorsport team, run by Tim Neff. And there's the 29.
Yeah.
Nick Persing.
Yeah, sticking out of the halo. Almost makes it look like a go-kart.
I know, he's such a tall fellow, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't help but make the car look small.
He does, yeah. He's just a tall guy. And he's been around a couple of years. Great kid. And learning his way. A bit like yourself, he's learned well over the years and just progressed each and every stage. Started off in F4 and now up to FR. Is that where you'd like to be next year?
Yeah, absolutely. That seems to be the logical next step for us. And so, yeah, we're looking to be in the FR paddock next year.
Well, they're taking some very leery lines there, being very careful indeed. So everybody tiptoeing around this Mid-Ohio circuit at the moment. And it's Hyman, Tavella, Persing, Becklin, Bowlesby, Kasich, Older down to 7th, Yardley's behind him, then Clark, Kirby, Ramanen in 11th, and then Janssen. And as you can see, as I predicted, Raul Hyman just sort of finding the wet spots now, basically, to basically keep those tyres in order. You can see them screeching, hear them screeching on the dry part. So whenever he gets to see some wet weather, he kind of just leans the car over towards them and makes sure that the tyres stay as wet as possible.
Yeah, for sure. He's just trying to make sure that that he can keep them alive as long as possible. He doesn't want them to start graining as the track starts to dry out.
Ramanen just in front of him. There's the 29, and that's Nick Persing again in 3rd position, but well out on his own at the moment.
Yeah, seems like we got a pretty good field spread. It'll be interesting to see as the sun starts to come out. When we're going to start to see the lap time switch and the slicks will start to go faster.
Yeah, no question. So it's going to be interesting how this battle changes as the race goes on. There's the 25 of Matt Clark on the slicks. He took that decision, or Alonso Jr. took the decision for him for Future Star Racing. But when you look at who he's been looking after, the likes of Bernie Francis Jr. now in Indy Lights, Chloe Chambers is another one from Rising Stars. And you can see he's getting a little wiggle on now and again, but he looks comfortable at least and starting to go faster and faster. His last lap of 1:31, and in fact now he's on the pace almost of the leader Raul Hyman on a 1:30 last time out. So he's now on the same pace, if not better, than those on the wet weather tyres, and he's just made up 1 place already there.
Yeah, it's starting to go by the drivers on the wet weather tyres, so I think it's that window starting to come in where the track has evolved to a point where slicks are the better option.
And Matt Clark is, another one of these guys that's got a big future ahead of him, as all of them do. But Mac, I remember meeting his father. He came running over to the commentary booth and wanted me to introduce himself and give me his bio. And, that's smart thinking, is to get the media on board, let them know who you are, go to the PR officer and be available. I know you've done a lot of work on that side of things, and it pays off. People know who you are, and people want to take attention, and they then want to sponsor you.
Absolutely. Sponsorship is how you get to sit in a race car.
Yeah.
So being good at communication, marketing.
Have you got any sponsors you want to shout out? Have you got any new ones this year?
We've kept Stilo.
Yep.
We've kept Lucky Design USA. We have.
What do they do?
Stilo has just been great with support with the helmets.
The helmet, of course, yeah.
Getting me hooked up with a new helmet this year for the USF Junior Series that we do on the side of the F4. We needed a different spec helmet, and so they were great with getting us hooked up with that.
That's cool.
And Lucky Design helping out with the paint job. The helmet is really the only thing you can see in these cars.
Yeah, no kidding.
And so it's important to look good.
Yeah. Another place made up then by the man on the slicks, Matt Clark, and making his way as anticipated Started second, had to go backwards. We knew that would happen with the wet weather, but now as it's drying and the sun's coming out, he's putting in the laps and he's going quicker and quicker with each and every lap. Raul Hyman now does a 1:28.0, so he's up the pace as well. And as he comes through the carousel, we'll take a look at how Matt Clark is going on and moving forward. He's moved up to 6th place now, and his last lap faster than the leader, as anticipated, 1:27.9. I can see Al Jr. smiling from here. Good idea.
Yeah, there's 14 minutes left. We'll have to see how much time he can make up with that pace. So
may not be enough to get him right onto the podium, but it's going to get him right up there, and he should make some more news. He's got Hayden Bowlesby ahead of him, Cooper Becklin still in 4th, and Nick Persing holding on to that podium position at the moment. 13 minutes to go, so still quite a lot of time yet, and always a chance with another spin that somebody could create a full course yellow, and that will change things again. But here comes your leader.
Absolutely.
Perfectly timed there you go.
Absolutely. A safety car could bring the pack together, and I think Mac would be ready to pounce there.
These aren't always the most exciting races, wheel-to-wheel racing, but it's a real test of skill, isn't it?
Absolutely. It just shows who can really understand and feel comfortable in their car. In these conditions, you have to be in total control, total precision, and one mistake, as we've seen, can lead to you doing a 360, a spin, and you'll be fortunate to keep going.
Ryan, where are you looking forward to racing? Obviously at home in Austin, and that's going to be the culmination, and hopefully you'll be having a chance still to fight for the championship.
Absolutely. Coda's an amazing track, obviously the home track, so I always love racing there. But New Jersey looks like it'll be interesting. We haven't, F4 hasn't been in a while. So.
I know, give me a call. I know New Jersey because I've done bike racing there, and that's a tricky circuit. It's tough.
Yeah, I've seen.
It's a fast circuit, but it's there's a lot of it kind of winds around on itself, and that's going to be a challenge. You're going to enjoy that.
Absolutely, I've seen some video of it, and it just seems like you need commitment to go fast there.
So the 77 of Jason Alder, he's now going quicker as well. He just did a 1:32.4 on his last lap, and his best lap was that last lap. So Alder in 9th position, trying to flew in on Matt Clark. Now you can see the sun coming out from the drone. Wonderful shots from the drone all weekend long. And it really has changed the perspective. You can see it for yourself, Ryan. It's great to be able to watch the racing from above and really see how the race is unfolding.
Absolutely. You can start to see the dry line start to form from that aerial shot. So that'd be a bit worrying for Matt Clark if he goes a little bit outside of that on those slicks, but if he can stay precise, I think he'll be golden.
Yeah, precision is going to be the key for him in these varying conditions. That's the only way you can describe it, because there is a full dry line now on this part of the circuit, and then still just a few wet patches here and there, which he's got to be careful about. But pretty much, as you can see through the carousel from high above, it's a dry line completely.
Yeah.
Passes our commentary position.
Yep, seems like one car width is the dry line, so overtaking might be a bit of a challenge, a bit risky. But
yeah, and at the moment he's quicker than the leader, so he just did a 26.8.
Yeah,
so impressive.
About 0.3 to half a second faster, so he's definitely making up time.
Yeah, and you could see it there. Clark 0.6 behind the man in front of him, Bowlesby. And here's your leader, Raul Hyman. It's been a picture-perfect weekend, pole position at every race weekend so far, and it's even made more impressive by the fact that he's raced none of these circuits before.
Absolutely, it's his first time to all these tracks, as we see him searching for the wet spots. But yeah, it just kind of shows how much skill he really has, that he can pop in this car and go to these tracks he's never been before, and then dominate.
So down the back straight he goes, and into the famous Turn 4. That we call the Franklin Road Apparel Turn 4 this weekend, and then into 5 and down the hill into the S's.
Yeah, I'm sure that these sections down here are probably the most troubling, as they're downhill. I'm sure water was starting to pool up there, but it seems like it's starting to dry off now.
And you can see Raul's now starting to slip slide under those tires as they start to go off, and he's got really no way of getting any more wet patches because he's running out of them.
Yeah, we can see there on the drone shot, almost the whole track is drying out now. So he's going to be searching for that to cool off his tires.
Well, he's done a heck of a job of putting the gap on Dylan Tavella, because Tavella's on the same tires, but he's struggling to stay on the pace that Hyman is creating. Ooh, see, that was a smart move.
In the grass for the wet. That is a smart move. It's
and
impressive.
a risky one, too, because if he'd have put too much power down or gone just a little too wide, that could have really upset the car. Now he's going to try it on the left-hand side. Ah, look at that. He's found some wet patches. This is really smart driving, folks. It may look odd at first, but when you understand what he's actually trying to do, it's very, very clever indeed.
Really shows off his experience at this level. Obviously, he took a break from racing, but it seems like he still kept that all that knowledge from his previous days.
Yeah, no question about it. And that is smart racing driving, and not easy in these conditions that are varying, and you see the difference in the experience. But that's why Ryle Hyman is so far up the road, so to speak, as we continue to watch his progress. And like I said, the prize money of going to Japan, just as Pierre Gasly did, as Alex Palou did, and so many others in the past have done and made it to the top of their game. Alex, of course, winning in IndyCar most recently, and Pierre Gasly continuing to be a real factor in Formula One these days, having been a Red Bull driver and now currently leading the AlphaTauri team.
Absolutely. It's a legitimate opportunity to reach the upper echelon of motorsports.
Where do you want to go?
Obviously, Formula One is almost every racing driver's dream. 17.
So you got plenty of time. 17, that's perfect. You've already got a couple of years under your belt. You're doing a couple of series. You're getting the testing in the winter. So you're doing everything right.
Absolutely. It seems like Matt Clark has caught up to Persing and made the move.
Look at that.
Up to fourth.
So Persing in fourth place, losing out to Matt Clark, who now takes over fourth place. Can he catch Cooper Becklin, who's just ahead? You can see it from the drone. Now there's time, I would have said, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go, just under, for Matt Clark to maybe make the podium, and that would be a brilliant achievement.
Absolutely. He's kept it on track, kept it clean through pretty tough conditions, so I think that would be a great achievement for him.
Really, really impressive. So then, Future Star Racing doing a good job. There is the 91. I feel for Cooper Becklin because he could do with a podium too. And he hasn't had as many as the others, but he'll have to hold on. But I think he's on the wet weather tyres, and now he's just going to be a passenger, really. His lap time, his best lap time, a 1:26.7. But Matt Clark just did a 1:25 dead, so he's a lot quicker, and we'll probably see it here. Here we go. Matt Clark of Canada, reeling in Cooper Becklin. And he's going to make it look easy if he's not careful. No, can't quite do it yet. Becklin holding on.
A bit too far back. It's obviously a bit more difficult to overtake in these cars around here. Going faster, bigger cars, more aero.
What he's got to be careful of, he might be faster, but he's got to be careful he doesn't hit a wet patch while he's trying to overtake and goes offline, because it's one thing to stay on the race line, but when you're overtaking, you have to go off race line sometimes.
Absolutely. I think he can be careful here. I don't think he has the time to catch Tavella and Hyman.
Personally, I'd wait till I got through the carousel and then do it on the straight. You can see he's struggling too. Becklin trying to stay on the asphalt here and trying to maintain that third place, but here comes Matt Clark. He looks to the inside, and on that main straight, as I kind of anticipated, he's going to make a move on the inside at turn one. He does jink to the inside, doesn't quite get it done, but he's got another chance at the keyhole.
Yeah, I could definitely see those wet weather tires are struggling, probably overheating, probably graining. So I'm sure he's just trying to bring it home at this point.
This for the podium, remember. This is what we've been waiting for. A really good battle in the last 5 minutes, and here comes. Out of the keyhole they go. And surely the slick tires should get the better grip and should be faster down this back straight, and they are. Becklin trying to use the wet patches, trying to keep those wet weather tires intact. But here comes Matt Clark. Mac the Knife, scything through the field. Nicely done. Oh, he's not Becklin doing a really good job here of holding on to his position. But can he keep doing it? No, finally he's got through. Matt Clark goes into third place. Now can Cooper come back at him, I wonder? They've got some traffic ahead. Good driving, though, yeah?
Absolutely, keeping it clean. Obviously, neither of them are, it's not the perfect track yet. Both probably slipping and sliding a bit, so it was impressive to keep it clean through there.
Well, Dylan Tavella's probably having the loneliest race in second place. Beckland's not giving this up yet, has he?
No, he's still hanging with him here. Might be able to have an opportunity on the straight with the toe to get back at him.
So then, at the moment, Raul Hyman with a huge lead of some 30 seconds ahead of Dylan Tavella. We're watching the battle between Mackenzie Clark and Cooper Beckland. Beckland losing out at the moment in the 91. But it's not over yet. We've got a good full 4 minutes yet into the keyhole. Once again, the big machine vodka spike coolers keyhole. And out he goes. He's got to be so careful now not to make any mistakes.
Absolutely. Don't think he'll have time to catch Tavella, and so it's just about holding position here, not making mistakes, and bringing it home.
Nick Persing has dropped down to, 5th place, and Ryan Yardley's gaining on him. Ryan Yardley currently in 6th place. Hayden Bowlesby 7th. Jason Alder dropping to 8th. Not been an easy race for Jason after that spin.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good recovery from Yardley and Bowlesby after those lap 1 spins to get back up to 6 and 7.
Well, there's the loneliest man in racing, Dylan Tavella from New York. And I know Dylan, the curly-haired, boisterous one.
Yeah, sometimes these races can be the toughest just because it's hard to stay focused when nothing's happening around you. But you don't want to make any mistakes. You just want to maintain that gap.
But he's driving smart, too. He knows he can't catch Raul Hyman. Not at this pace. He'll have looked at his board. He'll know that Mack is coming, but he's got plenty of room at the moment. The gap between them some 48 seconds, so he's got no worries. He just needs to keep doing what he's doing, keep his head. 2 minutes and 54 seconds, and that's all it takes. But this is where it gets tough, isn't it?
Absolutely. You get into a rhythm, and then sometimes something can happen. Maybe you see the white flag, and that's when you start to realize that
I got this.
No mistakes.
Well, you just come out of a very, very impressive race where you had damage to the car, where the wing could have fallen off at any moment. I'm sure it didn't feel good, but you just kept plowing on. Were you talking to your engineer, or were you just getting on with it?
Yeah, we were getting some motivating words from him, telling him it's not going to fall off, just keep going. And we were able to hold on to it. It never really was a worry. After a few laps, it felt fine.
Good.
Bit loss of some front end grip, but other than that, it wasn't terrible.
Now, what's going on with 8 here? He's got something going on in the cockpit. This is Alex Kirby. I was just seeing something flapping underneath the halo there of the number 8. Watch this. Look. So something has come loose, and I'm not quite sure what it is. It's not the halo, obviously. That's a metal bar, but it looks as though something like a strap or some sort of flap.
Possibly could have been the harness.
Yeah.
Sometimes those do fly up, very annoyingly. But
yeah. Good little battle between these two.
Two teammates, I believe.
Yep. So, Raul Hyman, again, dominating proceedings here as he has all weekend. It's been the perfect weekend in many ways. And now, look at this. Cooper Beckland coming back now. And this battle for the podium continues. And I thought Mackenzie Clark was going to roll off into the distance, but it hasn't happened just yet. And there's going to be one lap after this.
It seems like Beckland's kind of been rejuvenated. He's gotten his life back.
Well, the white flag does wave, so they'll see it too themselves as they come into 4. And are we getting some more rain? I wonder. I can hear rain in some of the cameras.
Yeah, it does look like it. We have some more rain.
That would change everything, possibly. Final lap then. And there is your leader, Raul Hyman, and he's in traffic now.
So, yeah, it seems like he's not taking...
And the rain has come down, and sadly for Mac Clark, he's gone off, and no wonder. He's got slick tyres, and that has just played into Cooper Beckland's hands. And sadly, the plan that, well, you couldn't have predicted that. That was so close. I mean, another 30 seconds, he'd have been free and at the checkered flag.
Yeah.
Now Hyman's got to be careful too.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's dodgy. Oh, and another off. Oh.
Yeah, the two
cars going off.
I think those were two of our slick runners. So
Marco Kasich has also gone off at the 95.
definitely struggling out there.
Yeah, just at the worst possible time, at the white flag of all things. But Raul Hyman's going to hang on.
I mean, you have to feel for Mac there.
Yeah,
he did
that's
everything
tough.
right. The track dried up for him. He put in the work, and then the rain started.
Yeah, the rain started on the very last lap. Now, will Hyman make a mistake, or will he keep on going? I've got a feeling he's going to be just A-okay. But here he is. Coming out of the distant rain now is Raul Hyman. He slowed down the pace. You can see him almost crawling around now. He's being very careful, and that's smart work.
Absolutely, just making sure he can bring it home for the win.
He's got no grip, either wet or dry at the moment, but it's enough to take him to the checkered flag. Raul Hyman from Great Britain wins again in the 27, and that's TJ Motorsport doing the business.
We can
Team
really
F and the boys.
We can really see the rain coming down now as the rest of the field comes around.
Well done to TJ Speed. Excellent run by Raul Hyman, and I asked you who you were inspired by, and I can see why. Raul Hyman absolutely on it this year and headed towards that Honda scholarship if he keeps this up here in America.
Absolutely, any kind of weather, any track, he just performs. And
he's learning every time.
Absolutely, this is his first time in this car, first time at these tracks, and he's dominating.
Where else are you going? We mentioned COTA. Where else are you racing? Virginia?
Yes, Virginia, VIR,
and New Jersey.
And New Jersey. Those are always...
So you've raced VIR, you've been pole there, so you're going to be confident there and confident in Austin. We got this.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got this.
Love VIR, love Austin. So, yeah, we can see even on the end lap, he's a little squirrely, so it just shows how treacherous it is out there.
Yeah. Well, there was plenty of highlights to talk about. Let's see them. Race 3, the feature race of FR. Well, we started off in drying and wet conditions because the track was drying. So some chose wets, some chose slicks. And that was the reason why they were kind of being tentative at first. And we had several spinners, Bowlesby being one of them. Then a smart and delicate move by Matt Clark to go on slicks. And it wasn't paying off early on, but Raul Hyman on the wet tyres was streaming away from Dylan Tavella in second place. Now, once it dried out, this man in the 25, Matt Clark from Canada, was flying. And he got all the way up to, third place at one point. Cooper Beckland put up the biggest fight, but once he got past him, he looked as though he was in great form. But suddenly, another deluge right on the very penultimate lap, and that caused him to go off. But it was no problems for Raul Hyman, who wins again in Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, it was impressive from
Very
Raul.
impressive, yeah.
Almost a 51-second lead at the very end. So, yeah, definitely a masterclass from him.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what he says to John Phippen in the wet. Hopefully they can find a dry spot to have a chat with him. But nice weekend now. Those are the weekends you live for. And like yourself, congratulations. You've had a great weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, a weekend like that is definitely what every racing driver wants.
Sadly, that's not where you want to end up.
No, not on the end lap.
No. So, do you know where you stand in the championship? Either way, it's been a good one, but it's going to move you up the points, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where we are exactly, but it's definitely a good haul of points.
Good.
Could have been a bit better with a good haul in race 2, but we'll take what we can get here.
Well, I've said it all along. I have been waiting for 12 years for a young man from Austin to start making it in the ranks. You're the man I've got my eye on. Tell us your social. Tell us where we can find you. Tell people out there watching how they can follow your progress.
Yeah, we're on pretty much any social media site. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Yeah, at Ryan Sheehan Official or at Ryan Sheehan Race. That's where you can find me. Also, RyanSheehan.com is the website. So, yeah, go check it out.
Dad, Doug, if you're listening, he's doing the business both in and out the car here at Mid-Ohio. I'm proud of him, and I'm sure you are too. Well done, Ryan, and well done this weekend. Best of luck next time out. We'll be watching, and we'll be waiting for you in Austin. We'll have a greeting committee for you. Thanks for coming in. Sadly, those cars didn't make it to the end, but well done to Raul Hyman, who wins here in the 27. Dylan Tavella takes second place, and Cooper Beckland gets a podium. Great stuff. I'm sure his dad, I met early in the weekend, will be delighted with that too. Well done. Don Beckland will congratulate you as well, because your boy did the business. Ugh, horrible out there now, isn't it? I wouldn't want to be sat there sulking.
Yeah, I would not want to be out there. Seems like it is two of the slick runners.
Yeah. Well, there's Raoul Hyman. Looking concerned, but he shouldn't be. So let's head down. John Fippen's got the mic, and he's going to talk to our winner, Raoul Hyman.
We've got our winner in a very damp victory circle, ladies and gentlemen. Raoul, it's pouring down rain, but you are our rainmeister, my friend. You made the right choice on tires, but wet, dry, you were able to get it done with a 30-second margin of victory.
I mean, look, not a rainmeister. It's none of that. It's the grace of God, and thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, in those kind of conditions, especially at the end there, it's hard to just stay on the track, and you know, I think it's unanswered to prayer. Honestly, it is. At the start of the race, I really thought it was slicks. When I looked out, I saw that it was drying, and I thought we've not made the right call, and it was too late. So actually, we had 2 formation laps. I thought maybe we stop on the first formation lap and then just try and do our best to come through. But then when I saw the back straight, I thought, okay, just stay out, it'll dry, but try and pull as much of a lead as you can, because when the slicks come in, they're usually about 6 to 8 faster. So they told me it was like 20, 30 seconds or whatever it was, and I thought it's not enough because that's like 3 laps or 4 laps, and they'll be on me. So kept pushing.
Congratulations.
Well, we come to a rather wet ending to our Mid-Ohio weekend, but it's been a great weekend of racing here at the Vintage Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. It ends in the rain that didn't come for most of the day, but it's come now, and finally we finished. But Raoul Hyman is the hero of my weekend for sure. He has done the business yet again in FR Americas. Could he be a big name to watch, following in the footsteps of Alex Palou and Kyle Kirkwood and many others who have gone on to bigger and better? My thanks to Ryan Sheehan for joining me here in the booth. Keep that name in mind too. From Austin, Texas, born in Horseshoe Bay, could be the next man who is going for big things in motor racing. I hope you've enjoyed the weekend. My thanks to all our staff here at Greenlight Television and everybody here at Mid-Ohio. We'll be back from Road America for Trans Am, but stay with us for the Speed Tour. More action to come throughout the season. From me, Jonathan Green, and from everybody here, bye-bye for now.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When the road calls, we answer. With our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average, Hagerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.